Ah, if you have the ability, go for the third level. A man's roar erupted in a room, and a young man was seen holding a mobile phone, looking at it with a red face. The man's name is Tian Yun, and his parents also have a small family property. After graduation, he returned home and started to play badly. He plays games and watches anime every day. Today, he opened the popular Naruto mobile game on the market as usual. When he was about to become a Super Shadow, the opponent's lineup was the third generation of the Impure World and Black Zetsu, and it only took 20 seconds to leave him with only one ninja. He was repeatedly patted on the head and mocked. Seeing that his last white mask was also killed in seconds, he angrily clicked on the battle. The opponent just liked him and rejected it. He felt his brain congested, his eyes turned black, and he fainted. The last thought in his mind, is it possible to play with the third generation of the Impure World and Black Zetsu? In a fuzzy state, he felt the sun shining on his face and warm, and slowly opened his eyes to look at the white clouds in the sky and the chirping birds around. Ah, it's so comfortable. This forest is quite peaceful. Forest? Tian Yun closed his eyes comfortably and then froze. Wasn't he at home? How did he run into the forest? He opened his eyes and wanted to get up, but found that he was weak all over. He raised his hand and wanted to turn over and sit up. But when he raised his hand, he found that his hand had become very small. He quickly looked at the other hand and found that it was the same. No, I'm just Onwin. Just gone? So careless? He said it was hard to accept. He had money in his original world, and even if he was a rotten parent, the money he earned was enough for him to squander for 2 lifetimes. Now he came to a world he didn't know what it was. No matter who it was hard to accept. Suddenly, he felt sleepy. He looked at the deserted place and wanted to ask for help, but he could only make a babbling sound. Just when he felt that he had no hope of living, 2 figures appeared in the distance. A middle-aged man with long hair and a man with long hair and hedgehog head. Madala looked at the child. This is Senju. He finally thought of this, but he couldn't resist falling asleep. Not long ago, Senju Hashirama and his companions were patrolling the village to see how the village was being built. When they walked not far from here, they heard a baby crying. The 2 of them followed the path and saw Tianyan. It can only be said that he was too lucky. Abandoned? Take it back first. Hachimadara looked at Tianyan and thought to himself that in this war-torn era, having too many children would be a burden for civilians, so they could only be abandoned. But he was more suspicious about how ordinary people put their children not far from the village. Senju Hashirama carefully picked up the sleeping Tianyan and walked towards the Senju base. Under the care of Uzumaki Mido, Tianyan continued to sleep comfortably. Brother, this child's origin is unknown. Let's let other clan members adopt him. Senju Tobarama leaned on the side and spoke coldly. Now, the village was established not long ago, and there are all kinds of monsters and demons. It is better to be cautious, not to mention this child who appeared inexplicably. Hachimadara stood at the door and looked at Senju Hashirama to hear his thoughts. Let him stay, just in time for more popularity at home. Uzumaki Mido smiled and said, while stretching out his fingers to touch Tianyan's face for fun, and Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement when he heard it. With his strength, no one except Uchiha Madara can kill him. Seeing that his elder brother and sister-in-law agreed, Senju Tobarama could only let him stay at home. Uchiha Madara glanced at Tianyun in Uzumaki Mido's arms, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Tianyun was arranged by several people without knowing it, and at the same time, the Senju clan also had a member without the blood of the Senju clan. 3 years later, in the training ground of the Senju clan, a child was practicing shuriken and kunai, and a few kunai were stuck on a tree stump not far away. How great progress! Tianyan looked at the kunai on the tree stump and said, since he knew that he was reborn in the world of Naruto, he began to train as hard as he could. During the day, he learned some knowledge of the ninja world from Uzumaki Mido and practiced kunai and chakra control in the training ground from noon to afternoon. It's not enough. My strength is still too weak. In this ninja world, he can't relax. In addition to the old Black Zetsu, there's also the Otsutsuki clan that appeared later. I don't know where the old Black Zetsu is. It's better not to let me find it. When he thought of where the 3 Black Zetsu secret map was, he blushed a little. He packed up the kunai and rushed back. The ordinary members of the Senju clan greeted him along the way. At first, these members disagreed, but under the repeated requests of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, they finally agreed. Senju Hashirama wanted his clan members to integrate into the village. and from now on they would no longer regard themselves as members of the Senju clan, but as Konoha ninjas, and he was the best leader. Tianyin stood under the Hokage rock, looking up at the newly completed head of Senju Hashirama. The sunlight shone on the head, making Senju Hashirama's face look particularly solemn and dignified. However, Tianyin just glanced at it lightly, then shook his head gently. He turned and walked into the yard, as if he had no interest in the spectacular scene. In the yard, Uzumaki Mito was busy bringing out the steaming hot meals. She smiled and looked at Tianyin, with a hint of tenderness and concern in her eyes. Due to the busy official duties, only the two of them were eating at home, and Tianyin would deliver the lunchbox to the Hokage building later. Little Tianyin, have you made any friends? Uzumaki Mito smiled and spoke when she remembered that Senju Hashirama asked her to pay more attention to Tianyin. Tianyin ate the rice in the bowl and shook his head to indicate that he had not. Now he was full of crisis and did not have much time to make friends. Of course, it was more because the Senju clan members did not accept him from the heart, and more because of the decision of Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito looked at him and shook his head. Since he could walk and talk, he had not worried them. However, it also made them feel that he was incompatible with this world. They were all very worried about his mental health, especially Senju Tobarama. He had studied Uchiha for so long and knew that once a person was completely twisted, he would become extremely extreme, whether it was Uchiha or anyone else. How about this? I will take you to visit the second elder's house, and you can also make more friends. She remembered that the second elder had a grandson who was the same age as him, and planned to make them friends, so that he could have a bond. Okay, Tianyin thought about it and agreed. He could not show too much consciousness beyond this age. Now he was just a child, so he should develop a little bit. Seeing that he agreed, Uzumaki Mito also smiled and nodded. As long as there was a bond, there would be no big problem. If Tianyin knew about this, he would definitely laugh out loud, because there is a man behind him who plans to change the world because of a woman. Chapter 2. Guardian of 1,000 Hands. On the following morning, Uzumaki Mizuhito escorted Tianyin to the residence of the second elder. The elder's son welcomed them inside, where an elderly man sat at the center of the room. Uzumaki Mizuhito bowed respectfully. Second elder, it has been a long time. The elder, known as Senju Hui, was a distinguished figure from the same generation as Senju Hashirama, thus holding considerable esteem within the Senju clan. Is this the child that Hashirama has taken in? Senju narrowed his eyes, glancing at Tianyin. Due to the scars left by war, he had seldom ventured out lately. Only his child would recount various happenings to him. He found himself in agreement with Senju Hashirama's philosophies. For the clan to thrive within the village, certain sacrifices were necessary. Thus, he had promptly supported Hashirama's decisions from the outset. Greetings, I am Tianyin. Tianyin introduced himself with a bow to the elderly man. Ah, a commendable boy indeed. Bring him closer, the elder remarked, acknowledging Tianyin's demeanor that belied his youth, and summoned his grandson. With a creak, the door swung open, and all eyes turned towards the entrance, where a simple-minded young boy stood, his face flushing as he felt their gaze, nervously glancing around. This is my grandson, Senju Hu. This is Lord Mizuhito and Tianyin. You should greet them promptly. The elder chided his grandson lightly, noting that aside from his naivety, he possessed other commendable traits. Water Lord, I am Senju Hu, pleased to meet you. He bowed to both visitors, having heard of Tianyin, the child adopted by Senju Hashirama. Curiosity piqued. He raised his gaze slightly to observe Tianyin, who was also scrutinizing him with intrigue. Why does this boy resemble Senju Hashirama so closely? Could he possibly be an illegitimate child? Tianyin, upon seeing the boy's resemblance, was reminded of Hashirama's own childhood appearance, finding that apart from lacking would release and sage body, he was indeed a mirror image of Hashirama. Noticing the mutual examination between the two, Uzumaki Mizuhito smiled softly, suggesting they go play outside while he discussed matters with the second elder. Once in the courtyard, the two boys exchanged curious glances. Can I challenge you to a duel? Senju suddenly spoke, catching Tianyin off guard as he pondered what the boy might say next. Huh? Tianyin regarded the determined child before him, confusion swirling in his mind. Why? Please don't tell me you wish to test my worthiness to belong to the Senju clan. Such challenges were familiar to him. Many children his age had approached him with similar intentions, believing that Tianyin, lacking the Senju bloodline, had no right to reside in the Senju's domain. These provocateurs had multiplied over time, yet he had always dealt with them decisively, often leaving them bound to a tree after a thorough thrashing. No, I am different from them. I merely wish to ascertain your true strength. Upon hearing this, Tianyun shook his head in denial. Having been influenced by Sinja, he understood Hashirama's ideals and thus did not hold the same disdain for those who challenged him. He challenged Tianyun merely to ascertain the extent of the strength possessed by one who could vanquish so many clansmen. Do you possess ninjutsu? Tianyun pondered for a moment before inquiring, as it was imperative to clarify whether he had any proficiency in ninjutsu, considering he had only learned the three-body technique and two other ninjutsu. I know a bit, but I am not adept at using it, he responded, scratching his head in embarrassment, for it was his father who had imparted this knowledge to him. His father often recounted that at his age, he had already commenced training in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and in a few years, he would be ready for the battlefield. However, due to the establishment of the hidden village, children nowadays rarely trained at such a young age, and he had not insisted that Sinja master it. Then let us focus on taijutsu. As the Sinju clan is renowned for its physical prowess, Tianyun suggested with a nod. The two positioned themselves facing each other in the training ground. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and tossed it into the air. As the stick descended, both charged towards one another. Sinja aimed a punch at Tianyun's face. Tianyun tilted his head to evade while seizing his arm and executing an over-the-shoulder throw. As Hiro fell, he launched a kick towards Tianyun's face, which Tianyun narrowly avoided by performing a backward somersault. Hiro had already risen, and the two continued sparring in the training area. While Vortex Mizuhito and the second elder engaged in conversation. That child is quite diligent, yet his abilities are insufficient, Senju Huiru remarked, observing Vortex Mizuhito. No matter how hard he tries, he remains an ordinary individual lacking any bloodline limit, making it difficult for him to achieve greatness. In this world, possessing a bloodline limit is essential for advancement. For an ordinary person to become strong, mere effort without talent is a formidable challenge. I understand. Once he matures, I shall send him to the capital. This will ensure his safety. The sentiments he expressed had long been contemplated by Senju Hashirama. The reason for his continued presence was the fear that he might be assassinated by others upon his departure. Old man, my days are numbered. These years have felt like a dream. It is better that the child does not face the battlefield, sparing him the sorrow of losing the young to the old. Senju nodded, closing his eyes and beginning to ramble, while Vortex Mizuhito listened quietly. In recent years, most families in the Land of Fire had joined Konoha, and he found joy in witnessing the gradual growth of the village. However, this also ushered in the game of power. Fortunately, the Senju still had Senju Tobarama, who was adept in political matters. Otherwise, they would soon regress to square one. Meanwhile, Tianyun observed the determined Senju, bruised and battered yet resolutely attempting to rise again. Marveling at his remarkable resilience. There is no need to push yourself so hard. Lying down won't bring you any reproach, Tianyun kindly urged. We are not on the battlefield. Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so? From the outset, he had not laid a hand on him. It had been a one-sided exchange of blows, and Tianyun felt reluctant to continue. Giving up is easy, but I must persevere. I carry too much on my shoulders. I cannot afford to lose. The words of his father echoed in his mind, reminding him that life is fraught with setbacks and challenges, yet persistence leads to success. With that resolve, he struggled to regain his footing. Very well, I shall now exert my utmost effort. Tianyun regarded the determined youth with approval. Such awareness at such a tender age is indeed rare. He swiftly dashed forward, evading to the boy's rear. Upon noticing his disappearance, Qianchu realized that he too needed to pivot his weary body. In the instant he turned around, he roared and unleashed a punch. Tianyun was taken aback, not anticipating that he still possessed the strength to strike, and was caught off guard by the blow to his face. No, is he still fighting? Surprised by the sudden attack, Tianyun quickly leaped backward, glancing at him only to witness Qianchu, with his punching stance, collapse to the ground. Bang! Has he burned out? Observing the fallen Qianchu, Tianyun picked up a stick from a distance and poked him to confirm he had lost consciousness, before hoisting him onto his back to return. Chapter 3. The hidden rock in a desolate expanse where sand swirled and the gobi stretched endlessly. A few openings in the mountainside could be seen, water gushing forth from within. At the foot of the mountain stood cylindrical edifices, with the tallest structure prominently displaying a colossal character for Earth. Do you think Konoha will agree to our approach? Inquired a man, his body swathed in bandages, directed towards the figure of the Tsuchikage seated at the center. He was none other than the developer of the bloodline limit, Dust Release, known as Mu. The reason for his bandaged state was his recent encounter with the Mist Village's Zuki Mangetsu. Beside him stood Noki, a figure barely reaching his waist. The first Suchikage nodded in affirmation. Indeed, but do exercise caution with Uchiha Madara. The sooner you depart and return, the better. With the village established, it was essential to forge alliances with neighboring villages, particularly Konoha. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara operated on a different plane of existence, both seeming to engage in battles akin to titans in giant matches. I understand. Let us set forth, Mu replied, signaling Noki to prepare for their journey. As the two departed, the first Suchikage resumed his work, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama received a letter from the Suchikage. Since the correspondence had been dispatched alongside them, they were now not far from Konoha. He handed the letter to his companions, awaiting their thoughts after they perused its contents. Do you believe this alliance can be realized? Hashirama mused as he unrolled the scroll. Uchiha Madara scoffed abruptly. Did the sand rats of the desert presume to discuss alliances? They merely covet Konoha's bountiful resources. His crimson Sharingan flickered ominously, a tempest of violent chakra swirling within the chamber. Brother, let us not forget their blood feud with the mist. An alliance would necessitate our involvement in the conflicts of the Land of Water, Senju Tobirama interjected, expressing his reservations. It is premature to consider an alliance. While it may usher in peace, such tranquility would be fleeting. He unfolded a map, his finger tracing the Land of Fire's territory. What if they request our support? But the children yearn for peace. Hashirama exclaimed, his voice rising as he stood and approached the window, gazing at the bustling villagers and the children frolicking joyfully. With young Noki, merely in his teens, serving as an envoy, this gesture of goodwill. Before he could finish his thought, Uchiha Madara had vanished from his sight. Just as Hashirama was about to pursue him, Tobirama halted him. Tobirama? Hashirama gazed at his brother in astonishment, taken aback by the intervention. Tobirama offered no further explanation. Madara awaited silently not far from Konoha. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, two figures approached from the distance. He slowly opened his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan gleaming within. Mu and Noki noticed him, their hearts tightening at the sight of his eyes. A swarm of ants dares to seek an alliance with Konoha. Hashirama will never acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Naka's face was a mask of disbelief, while Mu, obscured by his bandages, concealed his expression, leaving Noki incredulous. It should not be this way, Lord Hashirama. There should certainly be no alliance, nor should there be subservience to the power of Konoha. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes swiftly transformed into the peculiar patterns of the Manjiki, while a half-formed Susanoo emerged. Upon witnessing this chakra manifestation, both Mu and Inoki broke into a cold sweat. Boom. The colossal arm of the Susanoo swung towards them, prompting Mu and Inoki to evade quickly. Though momentarily caught off guard, they were still struck by the residual force. The two lay on the ground in agony. Mu had only recently battled with Kagaya and had yet to recover from his injuries, struggling to lift himself up. Inoki, too, managed to rise with great difficulty. His gaze resolutely fixed on Uchiha Madara, enveloped within the Susanoo. Ah, it appears you still wish to dance. Uchiha Madara remarked coldly as he cast his gaze upon the youth, while the Susanoo's arm lunged toward him. Bearing severe wounds, Inoki found his body exceedingly weak, his movements sluggish and laborious in the face of the sudden assault. He had no capacity to evade, merely watching in horror as that hand reached forth like lightning, gripping him tightly. Ah, Inoki! Mu exclaimed in desperation, witnessing Inoki being grasped like an insignificant insect. Madara, cease at once. A tree sprouted from beneath Uchiha Madara, ensnaring him. While numerous trees emerged to entwine the Susanoo's arms, Senju Hashirama appeared before him. Upon seeing Hashirama, Madara released Inoki. In truth, even without his intervention, he would not have slain them, for what adult would unleash their wrath upon children? The Susanoo began to dissipate slowly, while the entangled would release two wooden clones, which approached Mu and Inoki to commence their healing. Senju Hashirama turned to regard the two being treated, then glanced back at Uchiha Madara, who had already departed by that time. Cough. Mu helped Inoki to his feet. As Hashirama turned, ready to utter something, he noticed the two already making their way into the distance. Sigh. The words he had intended to speak were swallowed, leaving him with a sense of exhaustion in his heart. How are Tenkumo and Hiru? As Uzumaki Mido and Tenkumo walked the path back, Mido recalled carrying Senju, which brought a smile to her face, especially when picturing the dark expression on the second elder's face. Yet, this was merely because Tenkumo was particularly diligent. However, Once they grew older, the tables might turn. He is quite amusing. Remembering the boy who had been relentlessly beaten yet continued to rise, she felt admiration. Had he been of the same age, he would not have possessed such spirit. In the future, you should play with him. If you do not engage now, soon enough you will be off to the ninja academy. Observing Tenkumo deep in thought, she reached out and ruffled his hair playfully. The ninja academy, you say? Tenkumo did not shy away, having grown thoroughly accustomed to it. Upon returning home, the two individuals were greeted by the somber visage of Senju Hashirama, who sat gravely beside the table. Senju Tobarama had yet to return. Since the establishment of Konoha, he had seldom been home, dedicating his days entirely to administrative duties, becoming a veritable cog in the machine. What troubles you? Hashirama's furrowed brow seemed capable of pinching a fly. Uzumaki Mito took a seat beside him, pouring a cup of water while gently inquiring about his distress. Sighing, Hashirama sipped his tea and began to recount the events that had transpired. Mito listened attentively, while Tenku munched on pastries nearby, her ears perked with interest. Tobarama had developed his own strategies, and he was not without justification. There existed animosity between the Uchiha and the Akatsuki, which would inevitably lead to conflict. One could hardly wish for Konoha to be ensnared in warfare once more. Thus, rejecting the notion was indeed prudent, though Madara's actions had been excessively extreme. True to her lineage as the princess of the land of whirlpools, Mito articulated her perspective after reflecting on the matter. Hashirama was well aware of her insights, yet he maintained that mutual understanding between villages was attainable. Just as it was among clans today, the apprehension harbored by the various factions of Konoha towards the prowess of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was palpable. Had it not been for their formidable presence, the situation would have descended into utter chaos long ago. Chapter 4. Uchiha Tianyun expressed immense pleasure in observing the unfolding drama. Vortex Mizuhito, noticing his inquisitive demeanor, playfully tugged at his ear. Why are you not in bed? What are you doing here? Ow, ow, ow. I was contemplating the possibility of gathering the formidable shinobi to engage in dialogue. Perhaps that would usher in a brief period of peace. Tianyun quickly retorted, as Mizuhito tugged a bit too forcefully, leading him to question whether chakra was secretly employed. A splendid idea indeed, Senju Hashirama mused, momentarily taken aback by the child's unexpected suggestion. However, it cannot be executed just yet. It appears we must wait a while longer. Recalling the brutal beating of Mu and Inoki at the hands of Uchiha Madara, he surmised that the Earth Shadow would not make an appearance during such tumultuous times. It would be a miracle if he refrained from scheming behind our backs. Damn it! Do they think our Awagakure is an easy target? They must learn their lesson. Someone exclaimed. I refuse to believe that Uchiha Madara can single-handedly obliterate us all. Yes, we should confront Konoha and demand an explanation, preferably forcing them to cede land. In the Earth Shadow's office, a small congregation of shinobi and high-ranking ninjas clamored to seek accountability from Konoha. The previous day, Mu and Inoki returned battered and bruised, recounting the events that had transpired, igniting a fervor among the gathered. Enough. You must realize that aside from Uchiha Madara, there is also the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Are you wishing for your own demise? The first Earth Shadow admonished. Moreover, there are formidable clans such as the Hyuga and Sarutobi. Do you believe they are akin to the minor villages? Demanding justice is not so simple. He spoke gravely, his heart aching for his disciples who suffered in battle. Yet, he understood that he could not act rashly, for their strength paled in comparison to their adversaries. In this world, power reigns supreme, otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not be so brazen. Are we to simply swallow our pride? A high-ranking ninja implored, aware that the altercation was not merely an affront to Mu and Inoki, but also a direct blow to the honor of Awagakure. As one of the 5 great hidden villages, if they were to let this slide, how could they face the world thereafter? Thus, you must strive harder. Once they are no longer a threat, you shall settle this score, he concluded, closing his eyes. This is not the time for impulsive actions. Survival is paramount in order to seize the opportunity for vengeance. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the discussions within Awagakure, Senju Hashirama and his companions remained unaware. Had they known Uchiha Madara's temperament, he would have undoubtedly taken to the skies and unleashed his fury. During the days that followed, Tianyun had grown increasingly familiar with Senju Hiru, engaging in literal bouts of combat. Observing Hiru sprawled on the ground, Tianyun furrowed his brow not from guilt, but from the realization that Hiru's prowess was escalating day by day. He sensed that soon he would no longer be able to contend with him. Is it the bloodline of the Senju clan? I must return to my original world. My parents are waiting for me. I must grow stronger, Tianyun resolved. Images of his parents flashing through his mind, his determination to become stronger solidifying deep within. The playful tussle between the two insignificant beings continued unabated. A voice echoed from a distance, prompting Tianyun to turn and gaze upon a man adorned with a table tennis paddle emblem on his clothing, standing not far away. The man's face was etched with disdain, exuding an air of contempt that provoked a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. Do you recognize this Uchiha pretty boy? Tianyun inquired. Senju Hu, rising from the ground, leaned closer to Tianyun and whispered, though all three present were ninjas, rendering the sound audible to all. Tianyun felt a jolt at the remark, observing the Uchiha boy's face rapidly flush with color. Who are you calling a pretty boy, you insignificant insect? He retorted, his anger flaring as he charged towards Senju Hu. Realizing his misstep, he hurriedly attempted to explain while dodging. I apologize, it was unintentional, I merely meant, He struggled for words, and the Uchiha boy's fury only intensified. Fire release, great fire technique. He leapt into the air, forming hand seals, and unleashed a fireball 1/2 meter in diameter from his mouth. Tianyun stood by, observing the fireball hurtling towards Senju Hu without a trace of concern. Water release, water barrier. Senju Hu, seeing the approaching fireball and the wave of heat, swiftly formed hand seals, causing water to erupt from the ground and form a wall to counter the fiery assault. A mist enveloped the area as their techniques clashed, and soon both combatants resorted to physical combat as their chakra reserves depleted. Tianyun perched on a branch, watching the two engage in a playful yet fierce exchange. You strike while I ride on you, and I strike while you ride on me. However, Senju Hu, having just battled Tianyun, soon found himself on the defensive. Noticing the imbalance, Tianyun joined the fray, and the two swiftly overwhelmed him, binding him to a tree. How dishonorable. 2 against 1? If you have the skill, face me in a fair duel. Upon further inquiry, they learned that the youth was named Uchiha Siya, the grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder, who had paused to observe their duel upon recognizing Senju Hu's lineage, leading to his mocking remarks. You mustn't think like that. Consider this, you are an Uchiha, and it has long been said that one Uchiha can contend with 3, perhaps even 4, adversaries of equal standing. Thus, our 2 against you signifies that you are worth at least 2 of us, does it not? You should feel a sense of honor in your defeat. Tianyun chimed in with a grin. Uchiha Xia pondered this perspective, feeling a semblance of truth in it, though an inkling of doubt lingered. Then why are you binding me? Defeated foes are prisoners, and it is customary to seize the spoils of war, Tianyun replied, his expression wicked as he prepared to claim the spoils. What do you intend to do? No, please. Before he could finish, Tianyun silenced him with a cloth, beginning his search for valuables. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Senju Hu interjected, his expression a mixture of concern and conflict. What is inappropriate about it? He has lost, and claiming the spoils is quite fortunate. Had this been during the Warring States period, he would have surely met a graver fate. Here, take this, Tianyun said, offering a portion of the gathered money to Senju Hu while keeping the remainder for himself. As he gazed at the silver note in his hand, he observed Tianyun clutching a thick stack. He lamented that he had endured the most brutal beating while receiving the least amount of money. Uchiha Xia watched in despair as his hard-earned money was divided between the two, tears of regret streaming down his face. Do you have anything to say? Tianyun, noticing the writhing figure and the incessant murmurs, kindly removed the cloth. Just wait, I will surely teach you a lesson. As soon as the cloth was lifted, he spoke swiftly, his anger igniting at the thought of all the money he had saved being snatched away by these 2 ruffians. All right, we understand. Tomorrow, we'll be here again. You better prepare more money, or else we'll give you a good beating. Tianyun cleaned out his ears in acknowledgement and, with an air of indifference, departed with Senju. Why don't you 2 let me go? He shouted after them, but they paid him no heed. As he watched them walk away, he unleashed a torrent of curses in their direction. Chapter 5. The Rift Between Close Friends in the Ensuing Days. Uchiha Xiao persistently sought to teach a lesson to the 2, yet each time, it was he who found himself bound to a tree. What was the necessity of this? Was it merely for a sum of money? Tianyun observed Uchiha Xiao, who was tied up, and remarked on how he arrived each time brimming with enthusiasm, only to return battered and bruised. Furthermore, the money on his person had been entirely depleted, leaving Tianyun unable to uncover any funds over these days. Thus, he resorted to mercilessly thrashing him daily. Uchiha Xia shot him an indignant glare, conveying his frustration. After all, it was not he who was being bound and beaten, while Senju Hiruzen stood by, his lips twitching slightly. We ought to return. After days of relentlessly assaulting Uchiha Xia, Tianyun felt a twinge of guilt. Unlike the past, where the enmity between their clans was articulated, he found himself harboring less animosity towards Uchiha Xia. Very well, let us depart. As Tianyun discovered the futility of searching for anything of value, he too resolved to return and rest. As dusk approached, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Clad in ceremonial robes and adorned with the Hokage hat, Senju Hashirama followed Uchiha Madara into a subterranean chamber. Welcome. You are the first outsider to grace this place, Uchiha Madara proclaimed, gesturing toward an ancient stone tablet that had been passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama fixated his gaze upon the ancient tablet, whose material was unknown to him, and he was unable to decipher any of the inscriptions etched upon it. The tablet could only be comprehended through a special ocular technique, revealing a divine message about the pursuit of stability through the duality of yin and yang, forces that, though opposing, interact to create the myriad phenomena of the universe. Hashirama distinctly sensed a change in Uchiha Madara. However, he refrained from speaking, maintaining a grave expression as he regarded him. This is a universal truth, signifying that true peace can only be achieved when opposing forces complement one another, Madara elucidated. His tone inscrutable. Is our village not at peace now? Hashirama questioned, aware that Madara's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Surely, the next Hokage should be Tobirama, correct? Hashirama ventured. But Madara refrained from directly answering, instead responding calmly with a question of his own. Tobirama will be dealt with by me, but I cannot afford to lose your support. You are the Hokage's right hand, my brother, and I need your assistance. One day, the populace will recognize your merits. Hashirama hastily interjected, feeling that without further dialogue, unforeseen consequences would soon unfold. The Uchiha clan has gradually distanced itself from the governance of the village, ultimately meeting only with death. I have seen through this reality and urged my clansmen, as well as myself, to depart, yet not a single soul was willing to follow me. Uchiha Madara dismissed the gravity of the situation, instead reflecting on his clansmen's distrust and the estrangement of his subordinates, while also recalling his brother's dying wish for him to protect the clan. I promised my brother that I would safeguard our kin, but in the end, I failed to protect him, and it seems I am unable to do so for our clan as well. I should have allowed you to end your brother's life back then. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the basement, and Senju Hashirama was taken aback, not expecting Madara to voice such a sentiment. Outside, however, the world remained lively, with passers-by unaware that the two founding figures of Konoha were engaged in a clandestine conversation. You refer to me as your brother. Can you truly sever ties with the village and me? Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze upon Hashirama. For a moment, only the crackling of the torch burning the wood filled the air, as the two men faced each other in silence, half illuminated by the flames while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. Ah, I believe I understand you well enough. This is your limit. After a brief pause, not receiving the response he sought, he offered a sardonic smile and declared, I intend to leave the village. Hashirama's expression turned serious, shock washing over his face. This is impossible. I will not allow such a thing to occur. Upon hearing this, Madara halted, turning his back to Hashirama as he spoke softly. It all depends on how one perceives the truth, whether to compromise or to let go. Consider this world as merely a performance. Did you hear my words? He continued, seemingly indifferent. Seeing that Madara disregarded his previous statement, Hashirama reached out in an attempt to grasp him. You are the only adversary capable of matching my strength. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's outstretched hand could not advance a single inch. Until I tread the path towards my true aspirations, I shall relish this struggle with you. Madara's words brimmed with madness and mirth, and when he turned to face Hashirama, the latter beheld the crimson hue of his Sharingan. What constitutes a true aspiration? Is our goal not within the village? Hashirama's incredulity was palpable, struggling to comprehend why his dear friend would renounce the village they had built together. You simply cannot see. Ahead lies a road leading to genuine dreams. Madara smiled as he regarded Hashirama, his Sharingan morphing from 3 tomo to a kaleidoscopic pattern. Then tell me, what exactly is this dream that lies ahead? If it is merely a continuation of the village's aspirations, I need you to guide everyone. Whether as Hokage or as a friend. Hashirama inquired earnestly, sincerity etched on his face, unwilling to let his friend depart. There exists no continuity, and you are certainly incapable of achieving it. Pursuing me is futile. You must comprehend that no one can stand behind me. Uchiha Madara completely turned to face him. A malevolent smile etched upon his face. Subsequently, as Uchiha Madara prepared to depart, he paused and softly spoke. Has the world of ninjas truly changed? In the astonishment of Senju Hashirama, he vanished from the basement, leaving Senju Hashirama alone in place. Madara's departure signifies that Konoha has lost a formidable force, heralding the end of the Warring States period and ushering the ninja world into an era of singular villages under one nation. The conflicts that once raged between clans have now transformed into wars between nations and villages. This village, founded by the former adversaries Senju and Uchiha, has emerged as the mightiest among the 5 hidden villages. Unbeknownst to Madara, a shadow followed closely in his wake. Chapter 6. The Unfolding. The following morning, Tianyun arose from his slumber, completed his morning rituals, and made his way to the dining hall, where he discovered only his breakfast awaiting him. Clearly, the others had departed, a scenario to which he had grown accustomed. After finishing his meal, he set off towards the training grounds, noticing along the way that the Senju district appeared unusually desolate, with scarcely any Senju clan ninjas in sight. This is unlike any previous occasion. It seems something significant has transpired, he pondered. Realizing that it was not merely the Senju district that exhibited this eerie stillness, even the streets of Konoha were devoid of pedestrians. With a sense of curiosity, he continued towards the training grounds, where he commenced a day filled with physical training and chakra refinement. It seems this matter is of great magnitude, he mused. After a while, noticing the absence of the other 2 trainees, he paused to rest, reflecting on any significant events from Konoha's early days. It appears that aside from Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, there haven't been many notable occurrences. For Konoha at present, other ninja villages posed little threat. To put it more eloquently, while they were referred to as the 5 great hidden villages, one could argue that Senju Hashirama alone could vanquish 4 nations. The only significant events during the tenure of Konoha's first Hokage included Madara's exit, the Beast Incident, and the 5 Kage Summit. Tianyun held a favorable impression of Uchiha Madara. After all, had it not been for Madara and Hashirama discovering him, he would have been reborn anew. He had even encountered Madara on several occasions and exchanged a few words with him, perceiving both Madara and Hashirama as idealists, one striving for a flawless world, willing to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, while the other sought to establish peace through the bonds of a village. Regardless, Tianyun felt that as long as Madara believed in something, he would resolutely pursue it. My strength remains insufficient. If only I could obtain a tailed beast or transplant Hashirama's cells, my power could become formidable. This body of his was exceedingly weak, merely marginally better than an ordinary individual. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he continued to diligently refine his chakra until the afternoon, when Senju Haku finally appeared at the training grounds. Observing Tianyun sitting beneath a tree, Haku hesitated to speak. Unable to bear the silence, Tianyun urged him to voice his thoughts, dismissing any reluctance. If the Uchiha clan leader has departed from Konoha, my grandfather has instructed me to steer clear of the Uchiha clan members. Yet, I have no intention of complying. The fault lies with the clan leader, not them. Upon hearing this, Haku's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Tianyun's demeanor, relieved to find no visible reaction on his face. He awaited Tianyun's response, noting Haku's own sorrowful countenance. Your grandfather is correct. It appears we must sever ties with Uchiha Sara. With this, Tianyun bowed his head, stifling a laugh, while disbelief washed over Haku's face. He had not anticipated Tianyun's perspective. To him, Tianyun had always seemed indifferent to the world around him, as though he were not a part of it. Yet now, he was expressing such sentiments. As he was about to utter something, he noticed the shoulders of Tianyun trembling slightly. Upon leaning closer, he discovered that Tianyun was suppressing laughter. I am quite serious. However, he thought there was little to say. After all, everything remained unchanged. Their ostracism of the Uchiha clan was their affair, and he would not partake in it. For him, this world had never truly felt like home. He yearned to return to his original world and longed to see his parents once more. Sigh, I wonder how my father and mother are faring. Observing the anguish on Tianyun's face, Senju gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, and the two sat in silence. The white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, and their thoughts began to wander farther away. In the following days, Uchiha Sia did not make an appearance, and the two returned to their previous routine, albeit with an unshakable feeling that something was amiss. One day, as Tianyun arrived at the training ground as usual, Senju trailed behind him. Sensing something, Tianyun lifted his gaze and spotted someone perched on a tree branch. Uchiha Sia. Lost in contemplation, Senju, unaware collided with Tianyin when he halted. As he looked up to inquire, he caught sight of Uchiha Xia nearby. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes, only to be quickly concealed, and he approached with an air of nonchalance, leaping onto the branch. "Are you all right?" He pondered for a moment, unsure of what to say, finally settling on this query. Uchiha Xia was taken aback by the unexpected interaction. He had not anticipated Shinjuhoku would speak to him at such a time. It was known that in Konoha, they were avoided like the plague. And his mind was a tumult of thoughts, seeking a way to alter the plight of the Uchiha clan, ultimately finding himself here without realizing it. Do not overthink it. The transformation of the Uchiha cannot be accomplished overnight. For now, you must wait until you possess the strength to instigate change, Tianyin remarked, patting his shoulder. The desire for change within the Uchiha clan was not something that could be achieved swiftly. In the past, although they faced exclusion from other clans, they had no substantial weaknesses to exploit, as those clans also feared the might of Uchiha Madara. With Madara's departure, however, other clans seized upon their vulnerabilities and, emboldened by the absence of fear, began to ruthlessly suppress them, pushing the Uchiha away from the center of power. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Xia finally grasped the situation. In the ensuing days, he trained with relentless fervor, and even Shinjuhoku caught the infectious spirit, leading them both to immerse themselves in a frenzied pursuit of improvement. Each day before dawn, they were already at the training ground, returning late into the night, leaving Tianyin exasperated. In his original world, he had retreated from the incessant competition. Yet now these two, bearing the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, had begun to engage in their own rivalry, leaving him on the receiving end during their sparring sessions. You two are so competitive. He inwardly cursed them, yet in his quest for strength, he found himself swept up in their fervor. In recent days, Tenyu has been leaving early and returning late, causing me great concern for his health, as I fear such a lifestyle may lead to his physical decline. Uzumaki Suehu expressed his worries to Shinja Hashirama, noting that Tenyu always returns trembling, unlike them, who possess formidable bloodlines. Overexerting one's potential can only lead to an early demise. Dear sister, your concerns are unwarranted. However, I shall check on him. Senju Tobarama remarked from the side, reassuring her that there was no need for alarm. After all, he constantly utilized shadow clones to monitor Uchiha Xia and Tenyu. The former was under scrutiny due to fears of him becoming extreme, while the latter merely intrigued him, as he sensed something exceptional about the boy. Uzumaki Suehu shot him a look, prompting him to wisely fall silent, and the room descended into a tranquil stillness. Chapter 7. Ninjutsu very well. I shall find the time to persuade him. Shinja Hashirama, roused from his contemplation of Uchiha Madara's words, spoke with an air of calm. Brother, allow me to go. I shall also impart more ninjutsu to him. He had previously assessed the chakra affinity of Tenkyin, noting that his lightning affinity was particularly pronounced, while wind and water were slightly less so. Long ago, he had taught him 2 water-style techniques, observing that he learned them with greater ease than others. However, due to his limited chakra, he had refrained from further instruction. Then let me teach him as well. Upon hearing his brother's words, Senju Tobarama rose to contest the position that rightfully belonged to Hashirama. Brother, it would be best if you reconsidered. You are well aware of your own circumstances. Tobarama's expression remained stoic as he uttered these words before turning to leave. Uzumaki Mido stifled a laugh and followed suit, leaving Shinja Hashirama standing in a daze. What has come over me? Once the two departed, Hashirama stepped outside, wandering aimlessly through the village. Villagers greeted him with bows and salutations. Yet his mind was consumed by the image of Uchiha Madara's farewell. They gazed at the countenance of Senju Hashirama, which was etched with confusion and anguish, their astonishment rendering them speechless. In their eyes, Hashirama was revered as the god of shinobi, possessing unparalleled strength, a captivatingly beautiful wife, and a position of remarkable power and influence. Yet, at this moment, he manifested such profound sorrow. A wave of bewilderment washed over the onlookers. It seemed that Hashirama had attained everything one could desire, so why was he plagued by such unhappiness? As if in a trance, Hashirama's feet carried him to a particular location, one that held special significance as the site of his encounters with Uchiha Madara. Standing in this familiar place, memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. He could almost envision Madara patiently awaiting him here, the two of them walking side by side, discussing the village's development, and delving into the philosophy of ninjutsu. However, the space now lay empty, filled only with silence and solitude. A profound sense of loss surged within Hashirama, prompting him to reminisce about his relationship with Madara, the laughter, the disputes, the trust. He gradually ascended to the summit of Hokage Rock, a monumental cliff that had witnessed the inception of their dreams. From this vantage point, he looked down upon the village, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. Once, the people endured a life of hardship, but now it thrived in prosperity. Children frolicked joyously in the streets, while villagers busily constructed homes. A transformation that filled him with immense satisfaction. Yet, his gaze did not linger on the village's flourishing state. It drifted toward the distant mountains and forests. He understood that beneath the veneer of tranquility, countless unknown dangers and challenges lurked. Anyone who threatens this village, regardless of their identity, even if they are my friends, children, or brothers, I shall not show mercy, he silently vowed, the words echoing in his mind like an unwavering belief, fortifying him to confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he savored the refreshing caress of the breeze, while the sunlight bathed him, illuminating his resolute visage. As the Hokage, he bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the village and its inhabitants, a duty he embraced without hesitation, regardless of how treacherous the path ahead might be. Senju Hashirama would forge ahead unflinchingly, wielding his strength to protect the village he cherished deeply. In the distance, he envisioned Uchiha Madara departing from the land of fire. Sensing something, he turned towards the direction of Konoha, uttering words only he could discern. Hashirama, I eagerly anticipate our clash. The young man, from that moment onward, was tasked with mastering these jutsu, ensuring proficiency while remembering to destroy them upon completion. The following morning, Senju Tobarama sought out Tenyun, handing him a scroll, and departed with a reminder to obliterate it post-study. Observing Tobarama's ever-disapproving expression, Tenyun nodded in acknowledgement, and as Tobarama cast a lingering glance at him before vanishing, Tenyun swiftly unrolled the scroll, astonished by the variety of jutsu contained within. Though the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei was absent, even the shadow clone jutsu was included. Yet, the Flying Thunder God technique is missing. Still, this is quite satisfactory, he mused, considering he was not truly of the Senju clan. With familiarity, he made his way to the training ground, where he spotted two figures fervently engaged in their practice. Their acknowledgement of his arrival was subtle, a mere nod. Approaching them, he stated plainly that he intended to enter a period of seclusion for intensive training, during which he would likely not frequent the training ground. The two exchanged puzzled glances, accustomed to his occasional unfamiliar terminology, thus refraining from inquiry. After a hasty farewell, he retreated to his quarters, where he devoted himself to mastering the hand seals and chakra manipulation techniques of the jutsu. He meticulously examined each hand sign and sequence, practicing tirelessly until he could flawlessly execute the complete set of seals. Simultaneously, he delved into the intricate pathways of chakra flow within his body and methods of control to achieve optimal results. After a considerable period of diligent study and practice, he finally gained a profound understanding of the jutsu's hand seals and chakra dynamics. At this juncture, he felt adequately prepared to advance to the next technique. The shadow clone jutsu should not be used indiscriminately. However, I can begin my studies, as the shadow clones serve as substitutes. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina stood at the doorway, sighing and shaking her head as she departed, realizing that the household was bustling with activity, leaving her without anyone to converse with. As the night fell, Senju Tobarama returned home only to find Uzumaki Naruto waiting at his doorstep. He furrowed his brow and approached with a sense of inquiry. What troubles you, elder sister? Why have you bestowed upon him such an abundance of jutsu? Are you not aware that a moment's inattention could? Her words trailed off. Yet Tobarama understood her unspoken concern. Excessive chakra consumption could indeed lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, this was all part of his deliberate design. For a profound curiosity stirred within him, he yearned to discover just how long it would take for Tenkyu to master these techniques. Chapter 8. The Art of Water Escape. Moreover, he meticulously arranged for shadow clones to conceal themselves in the shadows, solely tasked with documenting the entire process, regardless of the ninjutsu that Tenyun was learning. These shadow clones would diligently record the time spent on each technique. Consequently, Senju Tobarama would gain an accurate understanding of the required learning time for each ninjutsu, allowing for a more comprehensive and objective assessment of Tenyun's learning capabilities. Rest assured, I will be vigilant, she assured him. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's promise, she refrained from further pressing the issue and instead shifted the conversation. Be cautious regarding the actions of the Uchiha. Maintain a degree of secrecy. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to offer him this reminder. After all, Senju Hashirama's devotion to this village was profoundly genuine, and she could feel it deeply. Furthermore, since Uchiha Madara's departure, She had noticeably observed many changes in her husband. Upon receiving her warning, Senju Tobarama paused momentarily, then began to recollect certain matters. After a while, he seemed to recall something, nodding slowly to indicate his understanding. In the following month, Tianyun devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of ninjutsu, practicing tirelessly and gradually mastering various techniques. However, despite having acquired these skills, some of the ninjutsu demanded an exorbitant amount of chakra, far exceeding his current capacity. When he attempted to employ these techniques, their effectiveness was significantly diminished due to insufficient chakra, rendering them almost trivial. "Oh, have you mastered it?" Senju Tobarama, while attending to his duties, was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the memories from his shadow clone. Others may not have known, but he was aware that these techniques were not merely of DCB rank. Some were indeed of rank. It was no exaggeration to say that Tobarama initially believed Tianyun would require at least 3 months, if not longer, to master this art. Yet, unexpectedly, he had completed the learning in a mere month, albeit with a degree of unrefinement. "I haven't trained him in quite some time. It seems I must find an opportunity," he mused, gazing at the documents before him, while Senju Hashirama remained engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, Tianyun, after a long absence, arrived at the training grounds of the Senju clan, seeking a secluded spot to begin hand seals and unleash ninjutsu upon a target dummy. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Lightning release, earth walk. This was a meticulously revised version of Senju Tobarama's 4-seal water dragon bullet, its power and scale vastly superior to ordinary water dragon bullets. However, in comparison to Tobarama, Tianyun was evidently lacking. The water dragon he conjured was scarcely the diameter of his thigh, rendering it remarkably feeble, yet hidden in the shadows. Senju Tobarama felt no surprise at this scene. After all, such combinations of ninjutsu were commonplace during the Warring States period, something he had witnessed countless times before. Wind release, vacuum wave. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the puppet merely swayed slightly twice after being struck, yet it remained firmly in place. Undeterred, he swiftly regained his composure, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. He then exhaled the wind release, producing a slender stream that surged forth. This seemingly delicate line, composed of wind, raced towards the puppet and, in the blink of an eye, reached its target. Surprisingly, this fragile filament harbored immense power, and upon contact, the puppet was effortlessly sliced apart, akin to tofu. These 3 ninjutsu techniques flowed from him with ease. In reality, the chakra expended was merely a third of his total chakra reserves. Nevertheless, he did not cease his onslaught of techniques, unleashing a series of formidable jutsu with remarkable fluidity. As time passed, his chakra began to dwindle, yet he persisted relentlessly, pouring forth every ounce of his energy into his ninjutsu. Finally, sensing that his chakra was nearly depleted, he paused, allowing himself a brief respite. Unexpectedly, he has truly mastered these techniques, Senju Tobarama mused, initially underestimating his capabilities, believing he might falter. However, it appeared that he had indeed misjudged him. As he caught his breath, Tobarama's respect for him gradually grew. This individual was perhaps not entirely lacking in merit. At the very least, he possessed a notable talent and aptitude for learning and mastering new ninjutsu. It seems he is worth cultivating. With a newfound determination, Tobarama set his sights on nurturing the next generation of Konoha. He understood that both he and Senju Hashirama could not guard the village indefinitely. Thus it was imperative to cultivate a cadre of exceptional ninjas capable of upholding Konoha's legacy before their departure. After careful observation, his gaze landed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, a young man exhibiting extraordinary talent and potential, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. He resolved that once Hiruzen graduated from the Ninja Academy, he would take him under his wing, imparting both ninjutsu and the wisdom of navigating the world. If all went well, Hiruzen might evolve into an outstanding ninja, potentially succeeding him as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Although this plan would require time to unfold, Tobarama believed that with ample guidance and support, Hiruzen could become a pillar of Konoha, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of their land. As for Tenkyu, he intended for him to join the Umbu, a structure he had recently conceptualized, though it had yet to come to fruition. Time flew by, and each day Tenkyu diligently practiced his ninjutsu. As he progressed, he began to realize that his chakra growth was particularly sluggish. However, the means to augment his chakra were not easily attainable for him. Confronted with this stark reality, the weight upon his heart grew increasingly burdensome, as if it were suffocating him. With such a heavy spirit, he slowly returned to his chamber, where an unusual stillness enveloped everything. Only his somewhat desolate figure lingered by the window. He could only take one step at a time, with a resigned sigh. His voice echoed in the empty room, conveying a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, with his current abilities, the notion of capturing a powerful tailed beast was nothing more than a fanciful dream, let alone the prospect of journeying to Takigakure in search of the legendary hero's water. Both of these pursuits appeared to him as distant aspirations, forever beyond his grasp, no matter how diligently he endeavored. Zai Oceanian has eaten, murmured Uzumaki Mido, as she opened the door a crack and peered in, speaking softly. Chapter 9. Special training. On the second day, he sought out Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Yasha, both of whom were taken aback by his swift return. Tianyan, have you completed your studies already? Although they were unaware of the specifics of his training, they assumed it could not have been overly simplistic. However, they were astonished by his rapid emergence. Before he could respond, they presumed he had given up and hastily encircled him, attempting to persuade him otherwise. Tianyun, do not surrender. I believe you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. Uchiha Yasha chimed in with enthusiasm. Not at all. I merely finished my studies. Tianyun waved his hand dismissively, indicating their overestimation of the situation. Completed already? It cannot possibly be merely a D-rank jutsu, can it? Senju Hashirama approached him gradually, halting close enough to lean slightly forward, his hand caressing his chin thoughtfully. A profound skepticism shadowed his features, his brows furrowed and his gaze fixed intently upon Tianyan. Who do you look down upon? Tianyan retorted. Watch closely. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A torrent of water surged from the ground, coalescing into a formidable water dragon that crashed into a distant stump. He subsequently unleashed several other water release techniques. Is it solely water release? Uchiha Yasha regarded him with a skeptical expression, his mind racing with questions. What is this fellow thinking? After approximately a month of training, it seems he has mastered nothing but water release? Yasha found it perplexing, for in his understanding, water release and fire release were diametrically opposed techniques, and the Uchiha clan had long been renowned for their proficiency in fire release. Just as Uchiha Yasha grappled with his confusion, Tianyan appeared to sense his scrutiny, suddenly turning to face him with a devilishly charming smile. That smile held an inscrutable significance, as if he had anticipated Yasha's doubts. You are overthinking it. I also possess wind release, but my chakra reserves are rather depleted at the moment, so I shall refrain from demonstrating. Unlike Senju Tobarama, who bore a vendetta against the Uchiha clan, most of Tianyun's techniques were not specifically designed to counter them. Whether it was jutsu capable of blinding the opponent, plunging them into darkness, or powerful water release techniques that could submerge adversaries, he wielded them with alarming efficacy. Not to mention the fearsome flying thunder god technique, which allowed him to appear behind foes like a specter, delivering lethal strikes. A true nemesis to the Uchiha, he specialized in countering their abilities. He then perched upon a branch, recuperating and refining his chakra, while the other two engaged in practical combat below, clashing shuriken and jutsu. Observing from the shadows, Senju Tobarama noted the diminishing gap in skill between Tianyun and the two, realizing that Tianyun's prospects were not as promising as he had hoped. After dispelling his shadow clone, he became increasingly resolute in his intention to provide Tianyun with specialized training. That evening, after dinner, Tianyun prepared to retire in his room, resolved to continue his studies the following day. Just as he lay down, he sensed a presence beside him and swiftly rolled over, launching a shuriken from beneath his pillow. After all, one could never be too cautious in a world where even Senju Hashirama faced assassination attempts. As he looked around, he found himself utterly alone, a wave of unease washing over him. Before he could cry out for help, a hand clamped over his mouth, and a cold yet familiar voice resonated from behind. Your reflexes are commendable, but you are somewhat overconfident. Tianyun felt the grip on him loosen, and he hastily distanced himself from the figure behind him, turning to discover it was Senju Tobarama standing there. Tobarama, why are you sneaking in like this? He murmured the last part, though it was still audible to the elder. It's been a while since we trained. Starting tonight, you will wait for me at the training ground, and I will send a clone to train you. For now, rest well. With that, he departed, leaving Tianyun on the verge of questioning, only to resign himself to lying on his bed. He had been training diligently until work commitments had interrupted, and now he found himself back at it once more. This time it should be practical ninjutsu training. He pondered how to impress Senju Tobarama, and before he knew it, slumber overtook him. Tobarama, you must exercise caution. You have changed. Senju Hashirama could not resist the urge to remind his younger brother, noting that while Tobarama was exceptional, he tended toward excessive rationality. Do not worry, brother. Tobarama replied casually, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's training. The following evening, Tianyun arrived punctually at the training ground, where Tobarama's clone awaited. "Let us begin," the clone intoned coldly. "Water style, water dragon jutsu." Tianyun did not dare to be careless, immediately forming the hand seals to conjure a water dragon that surged toward Tobarama's clone. "Water style, water barrier jutsu." The clone simultaneously formed seals, erecting a wall of water before him, followed by rapid hand seals. "Water style, great waterfall technique." A torrent of water surged toward Tianyun, who promptly evaded with a swift maneuver. He hurled shurikens, some laced with explosive tags, the glint of metal flashing as several explosive tags detonated simultaneously. In an instant, the training ground was engulfed in dust, and Tianyun dispatched shadow clones to set traps around the area. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing Tobarama's clone in the center of the field, only slightly dusted. Swish. In a heartbeat, several shurikens hurtled toward him from behind. Hearing the sound of slicing air, Tianyun had no time to evade and could only resort to the body replacement technique. Bang! In the heat of battle, distraction could be fatal. As Tianyun evaded and contemplated his strategy, Tobarama had already closed the distance, delivering a swift kick from behind. Tianyun felt himself propelled forward at great speed and instinctively raised his arm to block. Otherwise, that kick would have landed squarely on his head. Using the momentum, he soared into the nearby forest, with Tobarama in close pursuit, occasionally tossing shurikens his way. That should suffice. Sensing the memories relayed from the dissipating clone, he sprinted toward the traps he had set. Tobarama arrived at the trap-laden area, surveying the intricately arranged obstacles with a hint of disdain on his face. He swiftly evaded most of the traps, but at that moment, a concealed explosive talisman, strategically placed by Tianyun, detonated unexpectedly, sending a powerful shockwave that staggered him. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyun dashed out from the side, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. The water projectiles shot forth like arrows towards Senju Tobarama, who responded with equal alacrity, forming seals to counter the assault with his own water-style defense. However, this was merely a feint orchestrated by Tianyun. As Tobarama focused on repelling the water bullets, Tianyun circled behind him, thrusting a kunai with ferocity. Sensing imminent danger, Tobarama sidestepped, grasping Tianyun's arm in an attempt to subdue him. Just then, the trap that Tianyun had buried underground was triggered, ensnaring both combatants in a massive net. Tianyun broke free from Tobarama's grip, leaping out of the net, panting as he gazed at the ensnared clone of Tobarama, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Uncle Tobarama. This time, I shall not be so easily defeated." Chapter 10, One-Sided Domination. Oh, is that so? Just as Tianyun felt a momentary sense of relief, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The sound caused his heart to tighten, a chill surging up his spine. Without a moment's contemplation, his body instinctively reacted, swiftly darting forward in an attempt to evade the impending danger. However, after enduring a series of fierce battles, Tianyun's body was now utterly fatigued, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. To make matters worse, his shurikens and explosive tags had been completely exhausted, leaving him with little means to defend himself. As he desperately maneuvered forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of the trap he had laid not far away, now reduced to a mere fragment of a substitution wood. Water release, great waterfall technique. Depriving him of any chance to respond, the clone of Senju Hashirama quickly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of water that surged from beneath his feet. Tianyun keenly sensed the tremors behind him and the ground beneath him, and without hesitation, he leaped onto a branch. Yet, the sturdy tree could not withstand the force of the water, crashing down as Tianyun was swept away by the deluge, ultimately colliding violently with another tree. The pain radiating from his back, coupled with the oncoming rush of water, caused him to sputter and choke. Cough, cough, cough. Too weak. Continue. Once the water subsided, the clone of Senju Hashirama spoke mercilessly. Gritting his teeth, Tianyun rose to continue the fight. He incessantly shifted his ninjutsu, searching for a flaw in the clone's defenses, but Senju Hashirama's extensive experience allowed him to handle the situation with ease, occasionally launching counterattacks. After several exchanges, Tianyun was left panting and in disarray. When he finally declared the day's training concluded, he felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, collapsing instantly onto the ground, as if his entire frame had lost its support. His body thudded heavily against the damp earth, soaked by the water technique, producing a dull sound. In that moment, Tianyun was utterly devoid of energy, unable to lift even a single finger. His body lay there limply, motionless, with every muscle aching from extreme fatigue, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at him, the pain unbearable. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. It was Senju Hashirama, who approached silently, crouching beside Tianyun to carefully assess his condition, confirming that Tianyun's inability to move was merely a result of exhaustion. Senju Hashirama promptly extended his hands to perform a healing technique. His palms emitted a soft green glow, gradually enveloping Tianyun's body, and the unconscious youth felt a wave of warmth wash over him. However, the one casting the healing technique was, in fact, merely a clone. The true Senju Hashirama and his companions are presently engrossed in various affairs within the confines of their office. This particular clone remains wholly focused on administering treatment to Tianyun, fervently hoping for his swift recovery. After a considerable duration of care, Tianyun's condition has finally shown signs of improvement. His breathing becomes increasingly steady, and a hint of color returns to his pallid complexion, yet due to the extensive depletion of his stamina, he remains in a state of slumber. Observing the unconscious Tianyun, Senju Hashirama shakes his head in resignation, then gently lifts him onto his back, setting off towards home. In a hazy state, Tianyun vaguely perceives a beam of light shining upon his closed eyelids. He struggles to open his eyes, but the intensity of the brightness compels him to squint, as he gradually surveys his surroundings. After a considerable pause, his vision begins to crystallize, and he is astonished to discover that he has inexplicably returned home. His mind is a blank slate, devoid of any recollection of how he arrived back last night. With a low groan, Tianyun attempts to rise from his bed. However, the moment he begins to sit up, a wave of intense soreness engulfs his entire body, as if he no longer possesses ownership of it. He cannot help but draw in a sharp breath, silently lamenting his predicament. The brutal training session from the previous night had been so grueling that now even the act of rising proves to be a formidable challenge. Reflecting on the training, a shiver of dread courses through Tianyun. It is fair to say that towards the end, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of blows, utterly powerless to retaliate. Nevertheless, despite the harrowing experience, he feels he has gleaned some insights into the practical application of ninjutsu. Tianyun, are you up? It's time for breakfast, calls the gentle voice of Uzumaki Mido from outside. I'm coming, Mido-senpai, Tianyun replies, slowly dragging himself upright. Each movement is accompanied by considerable difficulty, as if every muscle in his body protests vehemently. He grits his teeth against the indescribable soreness, carefully donning his clothes. Throughout this process, he occasionally emits faint groans of discomfort, and certain movements elicit brief grimaces. Finally, after much effort, he manages to dress himself, takes a deep breath, and adopts a peculiar gait as he ambles toward the dining area. Upon entering, Uzumaki Mido catches sight of his unusual manner of walking, momentarily taken aback before a smile tugs at the corners of her mouth. Tianyun, noticing Mido's amused expression, feels a flush of embarrassment, yet cannot help but find the situation somewhat humorous, shaking his head in resignation. Mido-senpai, if you wish to laugh, please do so. There is no need to hold it in. At this, Mido bursts into unrestrained laughter, even shedding a few tears of mirth. Her laughter acts as a catalyst, instantly enlivening the atmosphere of the dining room, as she doubles over in delight, wholly oblivious to her refined demeanor. Come, eat more. This will help you regain your strength, she encourages, her laughter still echoing in the air. As Yun gazed at the carefree demeanor of the swirling vortex water household, he couldn't help but marvel at the authenticity of this elder sister. After gradually finishing his meal, Tianyun felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body. Thus, he slowly ascended to his bed, preparing to indulge in a brief respite. Given his current physical condition, it was imperative that he did not overexert himself. Otherwise, not only would he fail to achieve the desired outcomes, but he could also inflict further harm upon his body. At that moment, Senju Tobarama entered the room. Observing Tianyun lying on the bed, he softly remarked, Tianyun, you should take the time to rest today. We shall continue tomorrow evening. However, during this interval, you must persist in your studies of sealing techniques. Tianyun nodded slightly in acknowledgement, fully aware that despite the necessity for rest, he could not afford to neglect his learning of various sealing arts. Only through relentless self-improvement could he traverse further along the path that lay ahead. Seeing his agreement, Senju Tobarama also nodded and then vanished from sight. If only I had a system, he mused internally, reflecting on how fortunate those protagonists in novels were. For they not only traversed to other realms, but also possessed a formidable system as their ally. Chapter 11. The System What on Earth? Tianyun pondered, startled by an unexpected voice that pierced through his thoughts. "What's wrong, Tianyun?" The voice of Uzumaki Suehu drifted in from outside the door, which she pushed open, casting a curious glance in his direction. As she entered the room, she discreetly sensed the surroundings with her chakra, which rippled outward like waves. However, she found no trace of anyone hiding nearby. "It's nothing. I was just startled by a bug," Tianyun exclaimed, hurriedly rising from his bed and grasping at a flimsy excuse. For a sudden insect flying towards one's face is certainly alarming. "Is that so? Be careful then. You wouldn't want to scare yourself too much," she chuckled, covering her mouth as she noticed his flustered demeanor, assuming he was merely a child troubled by a nightmare. With that, she closed the door behind her and departed. Phew. System Tianyun cast a glance at the firmly shut door, exhaling deeply as he mentally called out to the system, his heart racing with anticipation. "Host, is there truly a system?" The mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind, confirming that he was neither hallucinating nor ensnared in an illusion. "Indeed, host. Why didn't you present yourself earlier?" The system required time to load, hence the delay. Don't you need to load as well? Forget it. Just inform me of your functions." He dismissed the previous concern, focusing instead on understanding the system's capabilities and how to utilize them to survive in this world. This system requires alteration of the original narrative to facilitate a lottery. Skill lottery requires 100 points. Item lottery requires 100 points. Experience card lottery requires 100,000 points. Additionally, unnecessary skills and items can be disassembled. Regardless of the item, it can only yield a single fragment. 100 fragments can randomly transform into a powerful skill. Furthermore, the system will now grant the host activation rewards, space bloodline limit, enhancement of physical attributes, and 100 points. Not bad. That could prove useful. As the aches in his body gradually subsided and his chakra surged within him, he felt a surge of private delight. Bang! Just as he reveled in his newfound joy, a thunderous noise erupted. The door was violently hurled against the wall as if struck by an unseen force, splintering with nearly grazing Tianyun. He swiftly turned to see that it was none other than Uzumaki Suehu, who had just left. Chakra surged around her, her hair billowing wildly in the wake of her unleashed energy. Without allowing him to speak, she coldly demanded, "Who are you? What is your purpose in transforming into Tianyun? Where have you hidden him?" Initially feeling apprehensive, she had employed her chakra to sense the area surrounding the room, only to be taken aback by the sudden doubling of chakra within the confines of Tianyun's dwelling. She had never heard of anyone capable of such a rapid amplification of chakra within a single day. As she entered the room, several golden chains materialized from her back. With the chains poised to ensnare him, cold sweat broke out on Tianyun's forehead, and he hastily interjected, "Suehu, it's me, Tianyun. No one has transformed into me." However, all of this seemed to bear no substantial fruit. His chakra remained firmly sealed, showing no signs of loosening. At that moment, Uzumaki Sueho swiftly approached him, her chakra coursing through her body as it meticulously explored every corner. Suddenly, Uzumaki Sueho emitted a sound of mild perplexity. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she had detected an anomaly. After a thorough examination, she finally confirmed one thing. This was indeed the true Tianyun, and not some transformation technique. In other words, the sudden surge of his chakra, which had more than doubled, was not a mere illusion. Just as Tianyun felt his chakra being unsealed and his body no longer bound, he gradually straightened up, directing his gaze at Uzumaki Sueho. "Tianyun, what exactly caused the surge in your chakra?" Uzumaki Sueho's tone was tinged with a hint of confusion and concern. She still did not dare to fully ascertain that the individual before her was the genuine Tianyun. After all, such occurrences were exceedingly bizarre, and she required a plausible explanation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Tianyun replied, "It seems I have awakened my bloodline limit, which is why my chakra has surged." Though his words were simple, the information they contained was astonishing. The bloodline limit was an exceedingly rare ability, typically passed down through specific clans, and the Uchiha clan was renowned for its formidable bloodline limits. Uzumaki Sueho was momentarily taken aback by Tianyun's revelation. She clearly had not anticipated that he would possess such a unique ability. Could it be an illusion? She furrowed her brow and pondered privately, prompting her to swiftly mobilize her own chakra for a meticulous inspection, yet she detected no abnormalities. "I speak the truth," he insisted, noticing her skepticism. To substantiate his claim, he did not hesitate to demonstrate his spatial abilities, vanishing from his original position in an instant and reappearing a short distance away. This technique of spatial teleportation was the only skill he could currently wield, as the bloodline limit granted by the system required him to explore and develop it himself, consuming vast amounts of chakra and stamina with each use. There is indeed a spatial fluctuation, she remarked thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on the spot where he had just teleported. Uzumaki Sueho was not entirely ignorant of spatial ninjutsu. In fact, she had even conducted an in-depth study of it for a time. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to double-check, and after a more detailed examination, she finally became convinced that the person before her was indeed Tianyan. What are your plans moving forward? Uzumaki Sueho inquired, her eyes piercing as they scrutinized him. She wished to understand how Tianyan intended to shape his future, whether he would focus on the cultivation of spatial ninjutsu or also consider other aspects. After all, this peculiar bloodline limit is something she has never encountered before. The only person capable of imparting such knowledge would likely be Senju Tobarama, the founder of the Flying Thunder God technique. I intend to learn from Uncle Tobarama, but I must also study both physical techniques and sealing arts. I have shed my serpent skin and evolved into a dragon, with the assistance of the system. He is no longer the ordinary person he once was. The guidance of Senju Tobarama is certainly preferable to fumbling through it alone. Very well. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. Uzumaki Mido reached out, ruffling his hair before departing. Tenkumo lay on his bed, feeling the cold wind sweep in through the door. My door. Meanwhile, Shinja Hashirama received a letter from Uzumaki Mido and began to peruse its contents. After reading it, the previously composed expression on his face transformed into one of incredulity. Senju Tobarama, noticing his brother's unusual demeanor, rose and approached his side. He slightly bowed his head, directing his gaze toward the letter, and began to read its contents with utmost attention. However, as he delved deeper into the text, his expression grew increasingly grave, especially as his brows furrowed tightly together, as if they could trap a fly. Chapter 12, Instruction, a Bloodline Limit Never Before Seen? The voice of Shinja Hashirama resonated with a solemn gravity. Both he and his companion were well versed in the intricacies of bloodline limits, having encountered countless battles and jutsu as titans of the ninja world. Yet, the emergence of a bloodline limit capable of utilizing space ninjutsu was indeed an unprecedented phenomenon for them. Brother, I shall return first. Before Hashirama could respond, his sibling had already vanished from sight. His sole desire was to ascertain the truth of this matter, if it were indeed genuine. He would collect some blood for further experimentation. In an instant, Senju Tobarama arrived at Tinyan's chamber. Startled by the sudden appearance, Tinyan lay quietly on his bed. Come here. Tobarama's voice bore an undeniable authority. Obediently, Tinyan approached him. Tobarama swiftly extracted a silver needle and gently pricked Tinyan's fingertip, collecting a small sample of blood into a petri dish. He then instructed Tinyan to demonstrate the space ninjutsu. After observing for a while, he was filled with astonishment and exhilaration as he confirmed its authenticity. Here, this is a technique utilized by the Flying Thunder God. He casually tossed a scroll, which Tinyan caught, only to realize that Tobarama had already departed. Now fully engrossed in his examination, Tinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. After meticulous scrutiny, he verified the reality of the spatial bloodline limit. I truly did not expect such a bloodline limit to exist in the world. If I could father several more children in Konoha, the village's power would undoubtedly become more formidable. Tobarama mused inwardly, a joyful smile gracing his features. Yet, as he reveled in his delight, a troubling thought flickered through his mind. However, most bloodline limits are accompanied by the affliction of bloodline disease. This notion darkened his mood, prompting him to furrow his brow and murmur softly, I wonder if his bloodline limit will also bring about such a curse? He resolved not to take this lightly and vowed to conduct a thorough examination to ensure no latent risks lurked. Thus, Tobarama commenced his experiments with utmost seriousness, leaving no detail overlooked. In the days that followed, Tinyan did not encounter Tobarama, yet he discovered that he had developed abilities akin to the Flying Thunder God. By merely establishing a spatial anchor at a location, he could perform space-time teleportation, and with sufficient chakra, even open spatial gates for multiple individuals to traverse. Once the battle begins, I can leave anchors in other ninja villages, allowing Konoha ninjas to arrive directly, ha ha ha. Tinyan lay on his bed, contemplating how those who witnessed the sudden appearance of Konoha ninjas would react. Tinyan, Tobarama has summoned you to the training grounds. Just then, a clansman sent by Tobarama delivered the message, inadvertently encountered by Uzumaki Mido, who stood at the doorway and spoke softly. Understood. Tianyun was initially languidly reclining upon his bed, yet upon hearing the news, He swiftly flipped out of bed with remarkable agility. Without hesitation, he donned his gear, opened the door, and stepped outside. The sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating his resolute visage and athletic form as he strode purposefully towards the training ground. Upon arriving, he found the area deserted, save for a gentle breeze rustling the verdant grass, producing a soft whisper. He chose a spot to sit and patiently awaited the arrival of Senju Tobarama. As time elapsed, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. Just as his patience was waning, he finally spotted Senju Tobarama approaching leisurely from a distance. From this day forth, I shall diligently train you in spatial ninjutsu, Tobarama stated gravely before Tian-yun could utter a word. In the days that followed, Tobarama generously imparted his knowledge, guiding Tian-yun through various spatial nodes while meticulously explaining the rules and mysteries of the space. Tian-yun exhibited extraordinary talent, progressing at an astonishing rate. And upon learning of his advancements, Senju Hashirama grew increasingly optimistic about Tian-yun's future. A ninja endowed with the bloodline limit of space might indeed herald a new transformation in the ninja world. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed, during which Tian-yun's life was rich and varied. He spent the majority of his time closely following Senju Tobarama, delving into the depths of spatial ninjutsu and its development. As a master of the ninja realm, Tobarama possessed profound insights and unique understandings of spatial techniques, while Tian-yun, through his innate talent and diligent efforts, continuously absorbed this invaluable knowledge. Amidst the flurry of research, Tian-yun also carved out time to engage with Uzumaki Mito, learning the art of sealing techniques. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Mito's expertise in sealing was formidable, and under her meticulous guidance, Tian-yun's proficiency in this discipline saw a significant enhancement. Of course, Tian-yun's existence was not solely dedicated to study and research. Occasionally, he sought moments of levity to balance his life. For instance, he would check in on Senju and Uchiha Sumereiji, both cherished friends, albeit with their own imperfections. During their sparring sessions, he would experiment with various spatial ninjutsu, such as transferring Hiru's techniques behind Sumereiji or executing swaps, followed by a series of rapid strikes. Naturally, he ensured they did not incur serious harm, merely inflicting minor discomfort to illustrate their missteps. Following yet another intense battle, Hiru and Sumereiji lay sprawled on the ground, muttering curses at Tian-yun. He could only chuckle and shake his head with affectionate exasperation, delivering a few more rapid strikes until they quieted down, their eyes rolling in fatigue. "Oh, what can I do with you two?" he mused, and seeing them peacefully succumb to slumber, he summoned shadow clones to escort them home. He has become increasingly adept at space ninjutsu. However, many techniques require an excessive amount of chakra that he is currently unable to wield. "Tian-yun, you're back. Tian-yun, eat more of this. It's beneficial for your health." On his way home, a group of Senju clan members greeted him warmly, occasionally offering him gifts. Ever since the news of his awakening of the bloodline limit spread, the perception of him among the Senju clan has vividly transformed. As a newly manifested bloodline limit holds great allure. "I'm back," he exclaimed as he stepped through the door. Is no one here?" After waiting for a while and finding the house empty, he had no choice but to prepare his own meal. After finishing his dinner, he discovered a letter in his room. Upon opening it, he found a notice instructing him to report to the Ninja Academy the following day. Chapter 13, Ninja School. The Ninja School, an institution founded by Senju Tobarama, has long been dedicated to cultivating young ninjas. Here, any child who reaches the age of 6 may enter the school to embark on their journey to become a ninja. The inaugural batch of students has long since graduated and has been undertaking missions for over a year now, among whom are individuals like Saratobi Azashi, all of whom are now 13 years old. Unlike the present, where the school typically mandates that students graduate by the age of 12, barring exceptional circumstances, the aftermath of the First and Second Shinobi World Wars saw unrelenting conflicts between ninja villages. This led to a dire shortage of personnel in Konoha, compelling the premature mobilization of children from the school to fill the gaps on the battlefield. Whether this decision was right or wrong is something they alone can discern. For Tian-yun, however, such matters were inconsequential. His thoughts were consumed with how to alter the narrative of the original story to earn points for a lottery. Off I go, it hardly makes a difference. And perhaps I can seize this opportunity to see if I can change certain events, he mused, his mind swirling with ideas on how to modify the original plot. The periods surrounding the First and Second Shinobi World Wars presented him with ample opportunities to accumulate points. On the following morning, Uzumaki Mito escorted Tian-yun to the school gate. where surrounding parents greeted her with bows and salutations, all of which she graciously acknowledged. Subsequently, she joined other mothers in conversation, while Tianyun, feeling quite bored, began to fidget and glance around. It wasn't long before he spotted Shinjihiru and Uchiha Natsu not far away, their parents engaging in polite yet insincere chatter. After exchanging a brief greeting with Uzumaki Mito, he approached the two. "Why do you both look so glum?" he inquired with a peculiar grin, which they chose to ignore. "With our strength, what are we even doing at school?" Shinjihiru replied in a lackluster tone. "I'm merely standing next to this fool," Uchiha Natsu remarked, disregarding Hiru's withering glare and expressing agreement. "What harm is there in learning a bit more?" Tianyun interjected, internally resolving to find an opportunity to deliver a few swift strikes to them later. Time flew by, and the school gate slowly opened. Parents bid farewell to their children, imparting reminders and advice before watching them enter the campus. Tianyun and the others were no exception. After waving goodbye to their respective parents, they proceeded toward the school together. The campus was alive with the spirit of a new semester, students engaging in spirited conversations or hurrying to their classrooms, following the previous class assignments. Tianyun and his peers swiftly located their designated classroom. A few classmates had already arrived, busily getting acquainted and mingling with one another. Tianyun and his companions entered the classroom, taking their seats at the back by the window, and began to survey their surroundings and fellow classmates. It was quite a surprise that the three of them ended up in the same class. Qianshou wore a broad smile as he gazed at the other two, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. His relationship with his clan was rather lackluster, leaving him with few friends. Uchiha Xia was even more isolated. As for Tianyun, at that moment, Qianshou was suddenly pointed towards two individuals in the distance and quietly remarked to Tianyun and Uchiha Xia, "Look over there. Those are members of the Karasuma clan. I've heard their jinjutsu can affect reality, though no one has managed to accomplish it yet." Curious, Tianyun followed Qianshou was, recognizing the figures of the Karasuma clan, which had made a brief but impactful appearance in the series, heralding their prominence. Indeed, he spotted two figures adorned with patterns resembling wings on their backs. Are they the dwindling Genjutsu clan? Over there were the Hyuga. Qianshou began to narrate the legacies of these shinobi clans to Tianyun, who, despite being already familiar with the information, listened patiently, nodding in acknowledgement from time to time. While the three of them observed, others were also scrutinizing them, for the reputation of the Moonlit Trio was well known. Their rigorous training sessions extended late into the night, earning them the moniker of the Moonlit Trio, compelling various shinobi clans to intensify their own training regiments. Even the Uchiha and Senju, such prominent clans, are training relentlessly. What excuse do you have for being idle? In this competitive atmosphere, the children harbored resentment towards the trio. And upon seeing them, a surge of hostility arose. Sensing the fiery glares from those around them, the three exchanged perplexed glances. Did you provoke them? Tianyun whispered to the other two, as he had not interacted much with anyone else, spending his days either at the training grounds or at home. Not at all. But I've sensed for quite some time that the gazes from other clans were off, Qianshou replied, scratching his head, while Uchiha Xia shook his head in agreement. Upon closer inspection, Tianyun realized that the classroom was filled with children from various shinobi clans, with not a single commoner in sight. I should ask someone, he suggested, nudging Qianshou. All right, Qianshou responded, having picked up some of Tianyun's peculiar expressions. He slowly approached a relatively familiar clansman, who seemed momentarily taken aback by his presence. Mulan, may I ask you something? Why do they look at us so strangely? Qianshou inquired playfully. After a moment of contemplation, the other person, feeling the weight of the surrounding angry gazes, hastily explained, "It's because you three train day and night." Now, even the slightly older shinobi clans have begun to ramp up the training for their new generation. Just the thought of waking up before dawn to train and studying until midnight, leaving no time for sleep, was daunting. Moreover, if one were to exhibit a lack of diligence in training, they would face severe reprimands, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Upon returning, Shinjihiru relayed the information he had gathered to the two companions. After listening, Tianyun expressed his reluctance to bear any blame, as he had resolved to retire from the fray ever since awakening his bloodline limit. However, witnessing the relentless training of his companions compelled him to partake as well, lest he be deemed an outsider. Wait a moment, there might be unforeseen circumstances. We ought to exercise caution, Tianyun cautioned the duo. The phenomenon of competitive pressure is inherently distasteful, especially when it coerces others into participating in such a relentless pursuit. What is there to fear? If they dare to act, I alone am sufficient to confront them, Uchiha Sia stated coldly. His voice, lacking any attempt at discretion, resonated across the gathering, drawing the attention of most present. The crowd narrowed their eyes at the trio, particularly the other members of the Uchiha clan, who seethed with indignation. It was always they who criticized others. Yet now they found themselves on the receiving end, even from their own kin. Dozens of eyes, ablaze with fury, fixated upon them. Had eyes the power to kill, the three would have perished thousands of times over. Chapter 14. United classmates, what are you looking at? Do you dare to challenge me? A mere group of gravel cannot compare to us in the slightest. Unfazed by the furious glares of the crowd, he instead taunted them, leaving Tianyun and his companions astonished, unable to comprehend whether he had taken ill that day. Such oppression is intolerable. I cannot stand this anymore. I must teach them a lesson, so they understand our prowess. Is this truly wise? Senju Hashirama pondered as he gazed at the roster of Tianyun's class, a helpless hand pressed against his forehead. Each name on this list belonged to prodigious youths from various clans, having undergone rigorous selection and intense competition to ultimately converge in the same classroom. Worry crept into Hashirama's mind. These children, each brimming with pride, placed together could very well ignite a fierce conflict. Brother, there is no need for concern. Even if they do come to blows, no serious harm will come of it, Senju Tobarama replied, his tone devoid of emotion. A fight would only serve to foster acquaintance and perhaps strengthen camaraderie. However, Hashirama's brow remained furrowed. He shook his head, stating, "You should understand that I am not referring to that matter." Tobarama did not directly address the issue, leaving Hashirama perplexed, struggling to grasp his younger brother's thoughts. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Tianyun and his companions had engaged in a fierce brawl with the other children. There were no extravagant ninjutsu clashes, only the primal and straightforward exchange of physical blows. With agile reflexes, Tianyun evaded an incoming strike and swiftly retaliated, sending his opponent crashing against the wall. He then pressed his back against the corner, vigilantly observing the encroaching group. While he remained unscathed, his two companions were not as fortunate. Uchiha Sia had been particularly singled out, his sleeves ripped to shreds, while Senjihiru was marked with several footprints, and Tianyun's attire bore signs of dirt. Sia, we will settle this later, Tianyun cursed inwardly, resentful that Sia had chosen such a moment to instigate trouble. In a blur, he dodged a kick aimed at him, deftly grasping the assailant's foot in a swift counteraction. With a powerful toss, he hurled the attacker into the crowd like a sandbag, causing chaos as the adversary spun through the air before crashing into several others. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyun swiftly joined his two comrades, forming a triangular formation back-to-back, providing mutual support against the onslaught from all sides. As the onlookers witnessed their inability to subdue the trio, their rage intensified, and their reason began to erode. At that moment, an Uchiha suddenly leaped into the air, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a fierce shout, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Tianyun and his companions. The air warped and twisted in the wake of the blazing sphere, illuminating the cramped classroom in a fiery glow. The spectators' expressions shifted dramatically, internally cursing the unfolding chaos. Engaged in a brawl within the classroom was one matter, but resorting to ninjutsu was an entirely different level of severity, as if they were intent on inflicting grave harm. Observing this, Tianyun hurriedly prepared to form hand seals to execute a defensive technique. However, at the very moment his fingers lifted, he sensed an unusual aura. A wave of apprehension washed over him, prompting him to halt his movements and focus intently. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind, akin to a tempest, surged forth, colliding violently with a fireball. The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed through the air as the fireball was crushed, scattering countless embers like stars, shattering the glass windows in the process. Caught off guard, the onlookers raised their hands instinctively to shield themselves from the searing heat and flying sparks. When they finally lowered their hands, they noticed a teacher standing at the podium, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The youthful exuberance to engage in a brawl on the very first day of school. If you wish to fight, gather at the training ground, the middle-aged man declared before vanishing from the classroom. The students exchanged glances with the three involved before following suit. Fear not. We did not instigate this. If necessary, we can offer Uchiha Sia to quell the teacher's wrath. Observing the grave expressions of Senju Hua and the others, Tianyun maintained an air of nonchalance and even managed to jest. Uchiha Sia nodded in agreement, adopting a self-sacrificial demeanor, while Tianyun silently trailed behind the others. Upon arriving at the training grounds, the teacher acknowledged their presence with a nod and began his self-introduction. I am Senju Taime, and I shall be your instructor until your graduation. Now, please introduce yourselves. Perhaps due to the earlier skirmish, his tone was less than amiable. As each student completed their introduction, he resumed his previous discourse. Since you all seem to relish fighting, we shall engage in sparring today, commencing with one-on-one matches. To Tianyun's surprise, his opponent was a member of the Hyuga clan, presenting a considerable challenge. The Hyuga's Kekiai Genkai, the Byakugan, grants them a panoramic field of vision. Coupled with their unique gentle fist technique capable of severing an opponent's chakra flow, undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Determined not to allow his opponent to land a hit, Tianyun adeptly employed shuriken, hurling them to disrupt his opponent's line of sight and movement. Simultaneously, he executed a swift body flicker technique, appearing like a specter behind his adversary. However, his opponent was no novice. He quickly perceived Tianyun's positional shift and promptly turned, unleashing the Hyuga's signature technique, the 8 trigrams 32 palms. With hands striking as swiftly as lightning, a fierce gust of palm energy surged forth, exuding an overwhelming presence. At the moment the first palm connected with Tianyun, his body inexplicably transformed into a substitute wooden effigy. This unexpected turn left his opponent momentarily astonished, yet he did not falter. As he braced for defense, Tianyun executed the shadow clone technique, creating several identical clones of himself. These replicas not only mirrored his appearance, but also possessed genuine chakra pathways and energy flows, rendering it difficult for the opponent's Byakugan to discern the real from the illusions. This is not merely a doppelganger, the opponent thought in astonishment. Before he could devise a countermeasure, Tianyun and his duplicates launched a relentless assault upon him. Tianyun's objective was unambiguous, to immobilize the opponent's hands. With the adversary's current prowess, he was incapable of executing advanced techniques such as the reversal of fate. If he could successfully restrain the opponent's hands, the outcome of the battle would be determined. The vision was utterly splendid, yet the reality proved to be starkly brutal. Under the rapid and precise strikes of the opponent's palm techniques, he could only allow his duplicates to absorb the brunt of the assaults. Meanwhile, the other duplicates awaited the opportune moment to employ instantaneous movement, deftly seizing control of the opponent's hands. After sacrificing 4 duplicates, the adversary was finally subdued by the last 2, rendered incapable of resistance. It was inevitable. In terms of physical prowess, he could not rival his opponent. While it would be straightforward to end the adversary's life, defeating him without inflicting harm was a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, on the other side, 2 individuals exhibited extraordinary combat skills, swiftly dispatching their respective opponents. Indeed, they were prodigies. Shinsho Taime, perched upon a branch, witnessing the entire spectacle, could not help but express his admiration. His gaze was fixed intently on the individuals in the arena, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. While his mind pondered deeply, he was at a loss regarding what to teach them. The children were already well versed in ninjutsu through their own clans, and they lacked for knowledge. Their only deficiency lay in practical experience. Chapter 15. The Konoha Guard Division. In the days that followed, their lives were filled with excitement. The Uchiha and Senju clans engaged in daily disputes over which was the true powerhouse of Konoha. The members of the Uchiha clan firmly believed that they possessed the formidable bloodline limit, the Sharingan, an unparalleled advantage over other families. Conversely, the Senju clan emphasized that their strength stemmed from mastery over their own chakra, their robust physical constitution, and the ninjutsu passed down through generations. Such quarrels erupted almost daily, with both sides steadfast in their positions, occasionally escalating into skirmishes. However, due to the fact that the first Hokage was Hashirama Senju, most people tended to side with the Senju clan. Tianyun even overheard disparaging remarks about the Uchiha and other classes, prompting him to lament that they seemed to have forgotten Konoha was founded through the collaboration of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. While watching the anime, it seemed trivial. But now I realize the Uchiha's plight is truly unfortunate, Tianyun mused internally. Although the Uchiha had yet to reach the point of being universally reviled, they were evidently being ostracized by other clans. In the Hokage's office, Tobarama Senju handed a document to Hashirama Senju, the cover emblazoned with the Konoha Guard Division plan. Curiosity piqued, Hashirama opened it, and his expression soon became grave and filled with indignation. Tobarama, what are you planning? The contents dictated the establishment of a Konoha Guard Division led solely by the Uchiha, simultaneously prohibiting them from participating in other departments, missions, or combat. In essence, it amounted to confining the Uchiha within Konoha. Brother, the Uchiha are far too unstable. Only by keeping them within the village can we prevent the emergence of another Uchiha Madara, Tobirama stated, his hands firmly planted on the table. His gaze resolute as he looked at Hashirama. Very well, I will consider it, Hashirama replied, struggling to find a counterargument, ultimately turning his head away and speaking coldly. Once Tobirama departed, Hashirama found himself alone by the window, gazing at the Hokage rock, murmuring, Madara, have I truly erred? Today, Hashirama made an unusual return home. Upon entering, he turned to Tianyun with a concerned inquiry. Tianyun, how have you been faring at the academy lately? Quite well, though. Tianyun hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. If he remained silent, he would miss out on system points, yet if he spoke, he was unsure how to articulate his concerns. It's all right, little Tianyun, Mikoto Uchiha gently reassured him. It's just that most people are currently ostracizing the Uchiha. I personally feel that if this continues, they may drift further away from the village. Upon hearing this, Hashirama sat in contemplation, seemingly taken aback by how swiftly the village had begun to alienate the Uchiha, leaving him at a loss for solutions. What do you think should be done? He finally asked, breaking the silence in the room, causing a ripple of surprise. As the crowd turned their heads in response to the sound, they beheld Shinja Tobirama, who had quietly appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to them. His figure appeared somewhat indistinct in the dim light, yet the formidable aura surrounding him was impossible to ignore. Clearly, his words were directed at Tianyun, as Tobirama had long perceived him to be unlike the other children, seizing this moment to observe how he would respond. After a brief contemplation, Tianyun replied with a measured calmness. He suggested that they could wait until they matured and teamed up with other ninjas, allowing for mutual cooperation and communication within the group, gradually fostering bonds and enabling them to better harness their own abilities. Of course, these were merely his personal thoughts, which he invited the others to consider. However, Tobirama seemed dissatisfied with this response and promptly pressed on with a query. Are you aware that should their emotions experience intense fluctuations, they may awaken the Sharingan? The stronger the emotions, the more unique chakra is released by the brain, which could lead to their awakening, potentially causing drastic changes in temperament, even insanity. His tone was calm and detached, as if stating an indisputable fact. He had witnessed many members of the Uchiha clan succumb to extremities due to emotional turmoil, a subject frequently mentioned by their forebears. Tianyun sighed inwardly, fully cognizant of the characteristics of the Sharingan. How many Uchiha would awaken their eyes in a large-scale battlefield? The sheer convergence of so many Sharingan would likely pose a hidden threat to the village, potentially giving rise to another Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's words struck like a heavy hammer, plunging the assembly into contemplation, and Tianyun was reminded of Uchiha Bido. Undoubtedly, Tobirama had dedicated his life to the study of the Uchiha clan, and his understanding and analysis of the Sharingan were astute and reasonable. Not all Uchiha were bound to extremism. Some could potentially be influenced to redirect their lineage towards the village. For instance, there was Kagami. Tianyun interjected. Recognizing that the Uchiha clan's fate was pivotal to his future gains, he could only attempt to influence them. If unsuccessful, he would have to wait until he grew stronger to effect change. Furthermore, with figures like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kagami leaning towards Konoha, persuading more Uchiha to side with the village could yield favorable outcomes. Nevertheless, Tobirama dismissed Tianyun's proposal with scorn, retorting, "Do you think the Uchiha are fools? They may have extreme personalities, but they are not devoid of intelligence, and Uchiha Kagami is but a rarity." Unfazed by Tobirama's rebuttal, Tianyun quickly put forth another suggestion. He proposed that the Uchiha cease their isolationist practices and allow other clans to open their settlements as well. Over time, this could not only resolve the Uchiha's issues but also facilitate the integration of other clans into the village. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Tobirama, who was deep in thought. He understood that this notion had always been the cherished aspiration of Shinja Hashirama. Konoha no longer existed in the form of clans but rather as a cohesive village. Tenjin contemplated that since the Uchiha were perceived as reclusive and insular, they should be encouraged to open their residence and engage in interactions and intermarriages with other clans. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan had always revered those who were stronger than themselves, and Hashirama was precisely such a formidable figure. As long as the Uchiha opened their residence, over time, they would inevitably integrate into the village, rather than being relegated to its outskirts as occurred later. It could be said that the Uchiha clan was a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, they posed no threat, but when mishandled, they could ignite a war across the ninja world. Additionally, within the village, it would be prudent to establish a dedicated department to report on events occurring in Konoha, which could also serve to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from spreading malicious rumors. Tenjin pondered and suggested that the fans of Hokage in the original world had long debated why Sarutobi Hiruzen was regarded as the strongest Hokage. In truth, it stemmed from alterations in the original narrative, which led to disjointed connections, ultimately culminating in this dilemma. Chapter 16. The newspaper office. He proposed the establishment of a newspaper office entirely to alter the fate of Kiba Shikumo. Ultimately, however, the decision rested with Shinja Hashirama. After deliberation, it was resolved to allow all clans to open portions of their territories, permitting ordinary citizens to reside and conduct business therein. Simultaneously, it was mandated that graduates of the Uchiha Ninja Academy must team up with others to undertake missions. This was entirely compulsory, as one must consider the ramifications of entering the battlefield. Additionally, a newspaper office would be established in Konoha to report on events occurring within Konoha and other nations. To ensure the safety of the newspaper, Shinja Hashirama would invite some members of the Uzumaki clan to set up barriers and sealing techniques. Of course, once the Uzumaki clan members arrived, there would be no expectation of their return. Does this count as altering the fate of the Uzumaki clan? Tianyan mused happily to himself. You are thinking nonsense. How do you speak like that, system? The system did not speak. Do you still deny it? He felt that this system was rather peculiar. In the following days, Shinja Tobarama traversed among the various ninja clans, negotiating while keeping Tianyan by his side. The reason for this was clear. The lad was either skipping classes or dozing off during them, so it was better to have him accompany and learn. Each day, as he listened to their haggling and evasion, Tianyan felt overwhelmed. It was evident that a simple wooden figure could suffice, yet they insisted on deliberation. Just like in this world, where the Susanoo could bring peace, they preferred to emphasize bonds. Uncle Tobarama, should I return to school? After trailing behind him for several days, Tianyan couldn't help but inquire, feeling ill-suited for the task at hand. You, besides being young, possess strength that rivals that of a chunin. Furthermore, when you return, you either skip classes or sleep, so you might as well stay with me. It would not be an exaggeration to state that Tianyun's abilities had surpassed those of most Genin, yet he still fell short compared to the Chunits. Most of the current Chunits had survived from the Warring States period, and their combat prowess was self-evident. Initially, Senju Tobarama intended to cultivate him as a member of the Umbu. Although the Umbu had yet to be established, it required individuals who were powerful and reliably loyal. And starting training now would prepare for the future. However, after careful consideration, Senju Tobarama ultimately abandoned this notion. The reason was simple. Tianyan had a tendency to be somewhat unreliable. Although his strength was formidable, there were aspects of his character and behavior that raised concerns. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to accompany you on a mission. Be prepared mentally. While Senju Tobarama had decided against admitting him into the Umbu, he still resolved to have Tianyan undertake missions earlier to accumulate practical experience. Only through life and death struggles could one become a powerful ninja. Both Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had followed this path. Am I then considered graduated? Tianyan scratched his head, his eyes darting as he quietly inquired. You are overthinking it. When there are no missions, you are still required to attend school. Although the school currently offers little in terms of instruction, fostering deeper connections for him is certainly beneficial. Ever since the arrival of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Shiya, he has distinctly sensed a gradual transformation within Tianyan. The once palpable aura of solitude has begun to dissipate. Very well, you may rest now, resonated Senju Tobarama's voice in the air, as his figure vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving no trace behind. Tianyan found himself walking home alone, for he was the sole occupant of his household. Uzumaki Mido and Shinja Hashirama had journeyed to the land of whirlpools. Gazing at the emptiness of his abode, he languidly reclined on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, acutely aware that aside from training, there was little to occupy his time. It's a pity that technology is not yet advanced. There is no television, and how monotonous it is, he lamented. He had once contemplated inventing a television to earn points, but alas, he lacked the necessary skills. The opportunity for prosperity slipped from his grasp. Ultimately, he dutifully returned to his studies. Not long after, Shinja Hashirama returned to Konoha accompanied by several members of the red-haired Uzumaki clan. The reception of the Uzumaki clan varied among the different factions. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans stood firmly alongside the Hokage, as they were unwavering supporters of his leadership. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans observed quietly, while the smaller clans lacked significant influence. The Uzumaki contingent consisted of only 10 individuals, 1 jonin, 2 chunin, and the rest were family members. It was precisely because of their small number that Konoha's prominent clans did not regard them with much concern. Had their numbers been greater, there would have been an uproar. The subsequent proceedings were quite straightforward. Establish a newspaper and construct barriers, with each clan designating a representative to participate. After all, reporting was not merely a matter of stating facts. It required scrutiny to ensure the veracity of the content, while also promoting the will of fire. The sacrifices made by Konoha's ninja were to be heralded as true heroes, following the path illuminated by the will of fire. Meanwhile, the funds obtained would be invested into the village's development, with the remaining resources evenly distributed among the clans. Did descent matter? Not in the least. The strength of the Senju clan was a formidable presence, rendering any opposition futile. The mere fact that they were receiving their share was a commendable outcome. Since Senju Hashirama's return, Senju Tobarama retreated to his laboratory, embarking on an analysis of Tianyun's blood and cells. Similar to my brother's cells, albeit lacking in aggression. And when fused with ordinary individuals, they do not alter their essence. An ordinary person remains just that. Yet, when combined with other bloodline limits, it astonishingly devours them, rendering the mere ordinary blood. This is a phenomenon I have never encountered before, truly, a bane to bloodline limits. He mused. As long as his blood is injected into another's body, the other bloodline limits will gradually vanish, until they are wholly transformed into an ordinary person. However, if this is the case, how will his bloodline limit be passed on? After pondering this question for a moment, he resumed his experiments with unwavering focus. Recently, Tianyun received notification to assemble at a certain location the following day, signaling his impending mission. The exuberant Tianyun arrived early at the assembly point, where three formidable ninjas stood in the open space. These three were all Nin and Nin of the Senju clan, possessing considerable strength. "You must be Tianyun," inquired a burly middle-aged man with a stubbled face upon noticing him. Due to their prolonged engagements in various missions, they had only heard of Tianyun but had never encountered him in person. Upon hearing the man's voice, Tianyun turned his gaze towards him, smiling gently as he nodded and responded, "Yes, I am indeed Tianyun. It is a pleasure to meet esteemed brothers, and I kindly request your guidance." His tone was warm and humble, exuding a friendly demeanor. Subsequently, Tianyun slightly bowed and greeted the others, demonstrating his respect, a gesture that endeared him to the group. Chapter 17. The cult. "Allow me to introduce myself," said Thousand Hands One. "I am the captain of this team, and I possess a particular proficiency in water escape techniques." He gestured towards a young man beside him and continued, "This is Air, who excels in earth escape techniques, capable of manipulating the power of earth to create various terrains and traps, as well as sensing his surroundings." Upon hearing his introduction, Air displayed a simple, earnest smile and nodded at Tianyun, acknowledging him. Thousand Hands One proceeded with the introductions. "This is San. Although he appears as formidable as a mountain, he is a master in his own right. Not only is he skilled in illusion techniques, but he also possesses exceptional physical prowess." Following Thousand Hands One's gesture, Tianyun observed San's imposing stature, which evoked a sense of intrigue regarding his illusion and physical techniques. After the group exchanged greetings, the four-member team prepared to embark on their journey. They made their way towards the grand gates, and it wasn't too long before Tianyun spotted the distant gates of Konoha. As he gazed upon the towering entrance, a wave of complex emotions surged within him. Beyond this gate lies the true ninja world, Tianyun mused inwardly. He felt no fear regarding the upcoming mission. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. After all, this was an opportunity for practical experience and a chance to gauge his own strength. "Oh, have we already set off?" Thousand Hands Tobarama abruptly halted his ongoing tasks, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the memories relayed back by his shadow clone. Instantly, a series of images unfolded in his mind, depicting Tianyun and his companions from their assembly to their exit through the gate. Upon opening his eyes, he regarded the experimental materials in his hands, pondering for a moment. He then turned and strode towards a room, pushing open the door to be greeted by a musty atmosphere. The room was dimly lit, with only a few weak beams of moonlight filtering through the window and casting shadows on the floor. Inside, an array of letters cluttered the space, each one pertaining to Tianyun. Thousand Hands Tobarama slowly approached the central table in the room, sat down, and opened a book, inscribing something within its pages. "Let me see what else I am unaware of, Tianyun." Moments later, he closed the book and approached a wall adorned with a meticulously detailed map, marking the locations of various cities and ninja villages. The entire room was enveloped in an eerie ambience, with only Thousand Hands Tobarama's voice resonating through the air. Our mission is to eliminate the mountain bandits near Shishabi village. According to the intelligence, there is a wandering ninja whose strength remains unknown, so we must exercise caution. Thousand Hands Air and the others gathered around, attentively listening as he elaborated on the mission details in the intelligence report, given that the information was provided by the villagers. He was unaware of the wandering ninja's capabilities and could only advise caution, for there were indeed formidable individuals among wandering ninjas. Tianyan pondered the mission location, feeling perplexed. Doesn't the Land of Soup have a hidden village? Why would they seek a mission from Konoha? He could not comprehend why his own country harbored hidden villages. Yet he felt compelled to venture into foreign lands to undertake missions, particularly in the Land of Fire rather than the Land of Lightning. It seemed that an insidious cult had emerged within his homeland, prompting the hidden Hot Springs village to launch an exhaustive crackdown. Sinjuich closed his eyes, recalling the whispers he had heard, while the others expressed their curiosity regarding the nature of the cult that warranted a nation's ninja to mobilize against it. A cult, you say? Tianyan mused, his thoughts drifting to the figure of Haydn. After gathering their belongings, the group swiftly made their way toward the Land of Hot Springs. After several days of travel, they finally crossed into the territory of the Land of Hot Springs. The air carried a faint scent of sulfur, and hot spring inns were ubiquitous, whether in villages or towns. Along the journey, they observed many ninjas from the Land of Hot Springs conducting searches. Upon seeing them, the local ninjas approached for inquiries, but, recognizing them as ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, they refrained from excessive interaction. After a day's journey, they arrived at the designated mission site, not far from the Land of Moon, where flashes of lightning could be seen illuminating the distant landscape. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Land of Lightning, storms occasionally surged in the Land of Moon. Furthermore, the buildings in this village surpassed those in other villages, approaching the stature of a town, albeit coated in a thick layer of dust as if neglected for quite some time. The villagers greeted their arrival with caution. Some even retreated into their homes, daring only to crack their windows open to gaze out. My apologies, esteemed ninjas, a middle-aged man approached, perspiration beading on his forehead. Bowing deeply in apology, fearful that any displeasure might provoke violence. It's just that we've been terrorized by mountain bandits. Please forgive us. Fear not. Are you the client? Sinjuich helped the man to his feet while retrieving the mission scroll from his bag for confirmation. The middle-aged man straightened up, glancing at the group, and was momentarily taken aback upon noticing a child among them. He quickly responded to Sinjuich's inquiry. Yes, that would be me. Very well, please elaborate on the situation. Sinjuich noted the fleeting look of surprise the man cast towards Tianyan, but chose not to comment further. He saw no issue in bringing Tianyan along for the mission. After all, he himself had experienced the ravages of war between their clans. And this age was indeed one for youthful adventure. Once the middle-aged man detailed the circumstances, they learned that the village's prosperity stemmed from two primary sources: the operation of hot spring inns attracting tourists and the sale of sulfur, a vital resource. Particularly during the Warring States period, this village had profited immensely from the turmoil. Amidst the frequent conflicts among nations, sulfur, as a critical strategic material, saw a surge in demand, and this village, rich in sulfur deposits, had thus amassed considerable wealth. However, the abundance of wealth and its relative remoteness from both the capital and the hidden hot springs village rendered it a prime target for marauding bandits. These mountain brigands coveted the village's riches, frequently launching raids and acts of harassment. No wonder the house is built so well, Tianyan thought to himself. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the thunderous clash of the heavens, shaking the very ground beneath them. The earth trembled violently, startling Tianyan, whose instincts compelled him to react swiftly. He leapt into the air, landing gracefully upon the rooftop of a nearby dwelling. From this elevated vantage point, his perspective broadened. Gazing intently, he beheld the distant mountains seemingly ruptured by an immense force, from which billowing clouds of smoke surged forth. These thick, rolling vapors ascended, obscuring the sky as if intent on engulfing the entire world. Chapter 18. The Cult of the Evil Deity. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the mountains, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the distant clouds in a vivid crimson, resembling a blazing evening twilight. It's nothing to worry about. That's a volcanic crater, which frequently erupts but poses no threat here, save for a bit of ash, explained a middle-aged man standing below. After hearing this, Tianyan observed for a while before leaping gracefully from the rooftop, landing steadily on the ground. He nodded slightly to the group, acknowledging the accuracy of their words. After confirming the information, they deliberated and decided to rest here for the night, recuperating their strength before embarking on a mission to eradicate the mountain bandits the following day. Naturally, it would be ideal if the bandits descended on their own. Tianyin entered the room prepared for them by the middle-aged man, reclined on the soft bedding, and closed his eyes, delving deeply into the various pieces of information he had just absorbed. He recalled that the Valley of Hell lay within the borders of the Land of Hot Water, where the Bloodpool clan was imprisoned. If I could persuade this clan to join Konoha, the village's power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. And I would gain points as well. A true win-win situation. Tianyin pondered, contemplating how to successfully entice the Bloodpool clan to Konoha and ensure their eager acceptance. His mind was awash with an array of potential plans and strategies as he considered how to engage the Bloodpool clan. He deliberated on how to persuade them to join Konoha and how to navigate the various challenges and obstacles that might arise. Yet, as he became engrossed in these contemplations, his eyelids gradually grew heavy, and his consciousness began to blur, leading him unknowingly into the realm of dreams. In his dream, Tianyin seemed to return to a bygone era. He found himself seated at the dining table, his parents smiling as they served him dishes, the family radiating warmth and joy. In this dream, Tianyin felt a long-lost sense of comfort and happiness, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. How blissfully he slept. Qianshou, observing Tianyin in a deep slumber, whispered to Qianshou beside him. Qianshou shot him a glare, signaling for silence, then lowered his voice to say, "Shut up and go to sleep." Qianshou shrugged in resignation, refraining from further speech, though he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Tianyin, wondering what delightful dreams could elicit such joy. Seeing that Qianshou had quieted, Qianshou rose and walked toward another room, gently closing the door behind him and locking it, still as serious as ever. Qianshou muttered to himself as he turned to enter another room. Meanwhile, Qianshou-san remained quietly concealed outside, maintaining a vigilant watch. The next day, the group, equipped and ready, followed the middle-aged man to the foothills where the mountain bandits were entrenched. Qianshou's shadow clone escorted the man back to the village. They darted swiftly through the dense forest, moving so rapidly that only fleeting shadows were visible. Their movements were light and agile, and before long, they arrived at a cave hidden amidst the mountain walls. After dealing with the bandits guarding the cave entrance, Qianshou stood at the threshold, closing his eyes to attune his senses to the dynamics within. Moments later, he opened his eyes and murmured that there were over 20 individuals inside, including 2 ninjas whose chakra was minimal, while the rest were ordinary people, along with several captured women. Qianshou nodded, calmly assessing the situation. The 2 ninjas will be handled by Tianyin. Will remain vigilant of our surroundings, while San and I will rescue those villagers. His voice was low and resonant. Upon hearing Qianshou's directives, the others nodded in understanding of their respective tasks. Scatter, Qianshou softly commanded, and without hesitation, the group swiftly entered the cave, each heading towards their designated objectives. Tianyin, guided by the intelligence provided by Qianshou, cautiously navigated through the darkened cave. The dim light rendered most areas devoid of any amenities, forcing the bandits to sleep on the ground, while the air was thick with a medley of unpleasant odors that felt suffocating. Step by step, he advanced, striving to minimize any noise, his movements light yet assured. Gradually, he arrived at a cavern that distinctly differed from the rest. This chamber was larger and better equipped. He heard a creaking sound of wooden boards and carefully peered inside, spotting one man laboriously tending to the earth while another patrolled, uncertain of when he would return. After confirming the absence of traps and other bandits in the vicinity, Tianyin expressionlessly retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch. The moment the kunai was fully drawn, his figure vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared behind the bandit, devoid of any sound or warning, one hand covering the man's mouth while the other plunged the kunai into his neck. The bandit barely had time to react before he felt a sharp sting at his throat. He attempted to scream, but his throat felt constricted, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. The other hand, like a vice, clamped tightly over the bandit's mouth, rendering his cries almost inaudible. The owner of that hand was Tianyin, who leaned close to the bandit's ear and whispered, "Breathe deeply, feeling dizzy is normal." Despair filled the bandit's eyes. He could hardly fathom being so easily ambushed in such circumstances. Soon, he would be the first to perish at the hands of a woman. Meanwhile, the woman lying on the bed remained oblivious to the unfolding events, her gaze vacant and numb. She lay there silently, as if all of this were unrelated to her. Tianyin tightly wrapped the man in a blanket and gently placed him aside. Then, his attention shifted to the woman bound in a star shape, her face devoid of expression, resembling a shattered doll. Approaching her, Tianyin deftly swung his kunai, severing the ropes that restrained her. The woman felt her hands loosen, as if she had finally become aware of the changes surrounding her. Slowly, she turned her head to gaze at Tianyin. The moment she realized that Tianyin was merely a child, the glimmer in her eyes vanished instantaneously, replaced by a profound sense of despair. Do not utter a sound. I am a ninja, and my comrades are currently engaged in the eradication of the bandits in this area. As long as we remain inconspicuous, you will soon be able to leave here safely. He placed his hand over her mouth, softly explaining. Tianyin's voice was deep and gentle, infused with a reassuring strength, as he spoke while attentively observing her reactions. Chapter 19. The malevolent spirits in the darkness in the eyes of the other party, which were previously filled with despair. A flicker of hope gradually reignited. She, with tears welling in her eyes, tightly covered her mouth, fearing an inadvertent sound might escape, and nodded vigorously to indicate her understanding of Tianyin's intent. Observing her compliance, Tianyin nodded back before departing the cave. He still needed to eliminate another wandering ninja to complete his mission. Following his perception, he arrived at another cave, where the sounds of conversation piqued his interest. Pressing himself cautiously against the stone wall outside the entrance, he peered inside. At the center of the cave stood a 3-meter-tall stone statue, prominently featuring an inverted triangle symbol, illuminated by the surrounding torches. Beneath the statue stood 2 figures. One was the wandering ninja he sought, while the other, cloaked in black, had his face obscured by a hood. The voice revealed him to be a man, adorned with a ring bearing the same inverted triangle symbol on his finger. The defenses in the land of soup have been heightened. You will dispose of all the offerings shortly. This location can no longer be utilized. You understand what must be done. The man in black spoke to the middle-aged figure beside him in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Understood. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Good heavens, so it is the work of the cult of the evil god. Tianyin furrowed his brow. These lunatics could only be described as madmen. They regarded people not as human beings, but as experimental subjects or sacrifices to their so-called malevolent deity. Yet, it must be said, they had indeed managed to uncover the secret of immortality. As the wandering ninja turned to approach the cave entrance, Tianyin remained still, waiting for him to draw near. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure began to retreat in the opposite direction, evidently intending to leave, not permitting the black-cloaked man the opportunity to escape. Tianyin decisively struck just as the wandering ninja reached the cave's mouth. A flash of white light flickered, and the opponent felt a dizzying sensation before encountering the sight of a headless corpse collapsing to the ground. How familiar. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed his mind, yet it would be the last thought of his life, as the black-cloaked man was also seized by Tianyin's shadow clone. After dispatching the wandering ninja, Tianyin approached the man, employing an illusionary technique to prevent any impulsive actions, to avert any unforeseen incidents. He securely bound the man before dragging him towards the cave where the villagers were held captive, perhaps due to his lack of height. The lower half of the black-cloaked man scraped against the ground, creating a rasping sound. The corridor occasionally revealed bodies lying haphazardly, all having succumbed to a single strike to the throat, displaying an unsettling tranquility. Upon hearing footsteps, the villagers instinctively huddled behind Qianshui, their faces etched with terror as they gazed towards the entrance, with faint sobs occasionally escaping their lips. As Tianyin entered, the crowd recoiled in unison, only easing their fears when Qianshui provided reassurance. Turning to observe the black-cloaked man, whose lower half had left a trail of blood on the ground, Qianshui could not help but inquire, "What is the meaning of this?" Tianyin cast a glance at the figure clad in black robes and leaned closer, softly elucidating that this individual was one of the architects behind the scenes. "Is he still alive?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards the trail of blood that stretched behind them, his uncertainty palpable. It was difficult not to harbor doubts, after all. The black-robed man had been dragged along, his lower body likely ground down, and the blood trail served as irrefutable evidence. Following his gaze, Tianyin turned to observe the harrowing bloodstain that trailed behind. Alive. He reached out, placing his hand on the man's neck, feeling a faint pulse, nodding in affirmation of his survival. Under the illusion conjured by Qianshui, the black-robed man recounted the events that had transpired. The evil god cult was a vast and enigmatic organization, characterized by its intricate internal structure and distinct divisions. A faction was dedicated to unraveling the secrets of immortality, while another focused on sourcing test subjects and securing funding. These 2 departments were further divided into numerous smaller bases scattered across various locations. Moreover, Anyone harboring faith in the evil god could join the cult. This man was the leader of one such base, specializing in human trafficking and robbery. However, due to the extensive search operations launched by the Kingdom of Soup, many bases had been obliterated, leaving him desperate to flee. As for the whereabouts of the cult's headquarters, such trivial figures could scarcely know. Confronted with the illusions of Tian Yun and his companions, he was unable to provide any valuable information. Ultimately, they were compelled to cast another illusion upon him, leading him to a demise steeped in profound agony. Tian Yun and his companions escorted the villagers out of the cavern. Upon glimpsing the light streaming from the cave's entrance, the villagers emerged one by one, exuberant, basking in the warmth of the long-absent sun, embracing and weeping, supporting one another. They gradually made their way back to the village, a veil of silence enveloping them, punctuated only by occasional sighs. As they reached the village entrance, a sudden outburst of cries echoed. Their loved ones had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon sighting their kin, the villagers rushed forward, enveloping them in tight embraces, their cries resonating with sorrow. Some elders wept to the point of near fainting, while children clung to their parents, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, some villagers had perished within, or had been taken elsewhere. Strangely, a few individuals appeared out of place. They were not from this village, but had been abducted from other locales. Observing this poignant scene, they too felt a stirring of emotions. Qian Shou-yi approached a middle-aged man standing nearby, engaging in hushed conversation, while Tian Yun refrained from eavesdropping and returned to the inn for rest. Lying on his bed, Tian Yun gradually allowed his body to unwind. Today marked the first occasion in this life, and the last where he had taken a life. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. As he released the tension that had coiled within him, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, and his consciousness began to blur. Slowly, his breathing steadied, his eyes gently closed, and he drifted into slumber. In his dream, Tian Yun found himself engulfed in an utterly dark expanse, devoid of any glimmer of light. A sense of confusion and unease washed over him as he pondered his whereabouts. Cautiously, he ventured forward, attempting to discern the boundaries of this enigmatic space. Yet, no matter how far he traversed, the surrounding darkness persisted, as if this realm were boundless. Just as he grappled with his bewilderment, a shadow suddenly darted past him like a bolt of lightning. The shadow moved with such incredible speed that Tian Yun scarcely had time to discern its form, only sensing a rush of wind sweeping by. Startled by this unforeseen apparition, his heart raced with alarm. Who could it be? He abruptly turned to confront the shadow, eager to uncover its identity, but was met only with the relentless void of darkness, for the shadow had vanished without a trace. Chapter 20. The essence of kindness. As he reached behind to grasp his pouch of concealed tools, his hand met with emptiness. What was happening? In an instant, cold sweat broke out, and his hair stood on end. Anxiety began to grip him as he frequently turned his head to scan his surroundings. Just as he was on high alert, a hand suddenly emerged, gripping tightly around Tian Yun's neck. Instantly, his breath became labored, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him. To his astonishment, it was none other than the wandering ninja he had slain. Moreover, the ninja's body began to convulse, and then, as if splitting apart, a second body emerged from his upper half. Upon closer inspection, Tian Yun realized it was the very first wandering ninja he had killed, both sharing the same lower body. The wandering ninja spewed forth a torrent of blood and then opened his gaping maw, viciously lunging at Tian Yun's chest. A violent shudder coursed through Tian Yun's body as he struggled desperately, but the ninja's grip was like iron, firmly constricting his throat and rendering him powerless to escape. As the flesh of his chest was torn and blood sprayed, he could even see the rhythmic beating of his heart within. The ninja aimed to sink his teeth into that pulsating organ. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Tian Yun jolted awake from the nightmare. With a start, he opened his eyes wide as if struck by lightning, springing upright from his bed like a coiled spring, gasping for breath. His heart thundered in his chest, and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Calming himself, he soon realized that the entire ordeal had merely been a harrowing dream. It was just a few scraps. How could I be so frightened? He murmured to himself, placing a hand on his chest in an attempt to soothe his racing heart. However, despite his words, a lingering sense of dread clung to him. After all, this was the first time he had taken a life. And though he had thought he could face it with composure, he found himself haunted by such nightmares. Feeling a mix of shame and anger, Tian Yun couldn't help but feel disappointed in his own reaction. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the window, where he spotted Senju-ai standing against the wall, quietly observing him. Senju-ai seemed to sense Tian Yun's gaze, shaking his head slightly before turning away and departing. Rising from his bed, Tianyan noticed that his bedding was soaked with sweat. His mouth felt parched, so he reached for the water jug beside him, taking several deep gulps. Turning his attention to the outside, he observed that the sun was setting on the horizon. He stood up and opened the window. A rush of cool air infused with the scent of sulfur greeted him. In the distance, sounds of laughter and joy echoed, gradually restoring a sense of calm within him. He closed the window, then turned to the damp bedding. Clearing it aside, he retrieved a spare blanket and spread it across the bed. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he decided to wash himself and take a dip in the hot springs for a well-deserved relaxation. In the following days, Qianshou Yi and his companions diligently patrolled the outskirts of the village, vigilant against the potential emergence of other bandits. Simultaneously, Qianshou Yi permitted Tianyun to rest for a few days. Tianyun discreetly ventured to Hell's Valley, which was enveloped in steam, resembling a colossal sauna. At its center lay a vast volcanic crater, littered with the bones of various creatures. This grim sight compelled him to abandon his intention of delving deeper into the valley after a short distance. The sheer magnitude of the place rendered his perception insufficient for further exploration, prompting him to turn back and explore the nearby village instead. This village was comparable in size to Shishibai village, though its dwellings lacked the opulence of the latter. As he traversed an alley, his gaze was captured by a figure. It was a girl who appeared to be of similar age, clad in tattered garments, clearly reflective of her impoverished circumstances. She stood cautiously at the alley's corner, peering towards a nearby bakery with a glimmer of longing in her eyes. Tianyun observed the scene, merely glancing before continuing on his way. However, shortly thereafter, he retraced his steps, carrying some food items. He approached the alley and placed the provisions on the ground before the girl, additionally leaving some money in the bag, before silently departing. The girl was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such kindness, and when she regained her composure and looked up, Tianyun had vanished into the distance. Too kind-hearted, Tianyun mused to himself, scratching his head as he walked, a wry smile gracing his lips. He reflected on the innate compassion of the people of Huaxia, who, upon witnessing others in distress, could not help but extend a helping hand. Upon returning to Shishibai village, Qianshou Yi had just concluded his patrol and joined the others in the dining hall to discuss their plans to submit their mission the following day. This would mark their last day in the village, and they all intended to savor the hot springs. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the village as the villagers, alongside a middle-aged man, gathered at the village entrance to bid farewell to Qianshou Yi and his companions with warm smiles. Their faces radiated gratitude, glistening with tears. The rescued villagers approached, presenting some local specialties to Qianshou Yi and his group. Though these gifts may not have been of great value, they were imbued with the villagers' profound appreciation. Qianshou Yi and his companions received the offerings with smiles, their hearts swelling with emotion, for they had not anticipated receiving tokens of gratitude upon completing their task. The villagers silently watched as their figures gradually receded into the distance, until they vanished at the road's end. With the departure of Qianshou Yi and his companions, the village would once again return to its former tranquility. Shortly after their exit, a shadow flitted through the nearby woods, akin to a specter. This dark figure silently observed the direction in which Qianshou Yi and his companions had departed, its gaze revealing a hint of complex emotions. Unbeknownst to them, Qianshou Yi and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the shadow, engaging in light-hearted banter as they journeyed along, their spirits exceptionally high. After all, they successfully accomplished their task and were rewarded handsomely. As Tianyun and his companions strolled along, they spotted a man clad in white garments appearing in the distance on the road. His steps were light, as if he were gliding upon clouds. And what drew even more attention was his peculiar hairstyle, which was braided at the back. Tianyun's gaze was captivated by this individual, and he curiously cast a lingering glance. Suddenly, a wave of familiarity washed over him, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. He found himself pondering, have I encountered him somewhere? What is the matter? Qianshou Yi noticed Tianyun stealing glances at the man several times and quietly leaned in to inquire. Nothing, I'm merely intrigued by his attire, Tianyun replied, shaking his head slightly. Chapter 21. Otsutsuki. The group paid little heed to the events unfolding around them, attributing the peculiar situation to mere childhood curiosity. As Tianyun and his companions ventured further away, their presence gradually dissipated from the area. However, shortly after their departure, a man emerged from the shadows of the trees lining the road. Was it merely an illusion? Xi Xian murmured to himself. gazing at the vanishing figures of Tianyun and his party, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. Moments ago, he had distinctly felt that the child had been observing him from the shadows, not just once but multiple times. This sensation of being watched heightened his vigilance. Yet he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he chose to remain concealed, silently monitoring the movements of Tianyun and his companions. Should he detect any hint of irregularity, he would undoubtedly erase them from existence without hesitation. After waiting for a while and confirming that Tianyun and his group had not returned, coupled with his urgent need to reach his base, he turned and departed. His figure gradually faded into the forest, and with his exit, the woods returned to their serene silence. That night, the group set up camp amidst the dense forest, the crackling campfire illuminating the surrounding area. Tianyun stared quietly into the flames, his thoughts drifting back to the enigmatic man he had encountered earlier that day. The moon is truly magnificent, Qinshuo'er suddenly exclaimed, then cheerfully approached Tianyun. Let me tell you a story about the goddess of the hair. Before Tianyun could respond, Qinshuo'er launched into the tale with exuberance. According to legend, the goddess of the hair was a strikingly beautiful and formidable deity, endowed with boundless wisdom and power. Yet, Tianyun's mind was far removed from the narrative. Images of the man from earlier flashed incessantly in his mind, along with various details associated with him. I know more about the goddess of the hair than you do. Isn't Shiatsutsuki? Tianyun's heart jolted as he suddenly realized that the man he had encountered earlier was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had been ambushed by Kagaya Otsutsuki. The considerable differences between the anime and reality, compounded by the passage of time, had initially obscured this realization from him. His eyes widened, and to Qinshuo'er, Tianyun's reaction appeared to be one of astonishment at his own story, which secretly pleased him. However, what does it matter even if I know his identity? Tianyun mused, in his presence, I am but an inconsequential ant. A bitter smile crossed his face. Despite uncovering the true identity of his potential adversary, he felt no joy. On the contrary, an overwhelming sense of foreboding enveloped him, fueled by the uncertainty of the abilities possessed by the Otsutsuki he might encounter in the future. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. After 2 days of travel, the group found themselves nearing Konoha. They decided to rest for the night, with the village within reach by the following day. With a wooden stick in hand, Senju casually stirred the campfire, sparks dancing and intertwining with the night. Meanwhile, Tianyun focused intently on skewering a fish with a stick, slowly roasting it over the flames as the savory aroma began to waft through the air. In this serene atmosphere, the ground suddenly quaked violently without warning. It felt as if a formidable force surged from afar, causing the entire world to tremble, and they stood up in astonishment. The distant peaks appeared to be cleaved by an invisible force, sending a torrent of stones and dust hurtling towards them in a fierce gale. The individuals hastily shielded their eyes with their arms to protect their faces from the onslaught of this unexpected storm. Simultaneously, their feet anchored firmly to the ground through chakra, preventing them from being toppled by the overwhelming impact. Nevertheless, splinters and pebbles flew about like projectiles, leaving fine cuts on their skin, accompanied by a stinging sensation. With loud booms, the ferocious wind surged like a tidal wave, uprooting most trees and sending boulders tumbling in every direction. As the tempest began to subside, the group swiftly leapt to the safety of a nearby treetop. They gazed into the distance, where the once towering peaks now lay flattened. As if struck by a colossal axe, the edges remarkably smooth and startling. It was the clan leader and Uchiha Madara. Senju scrutinized the chaotic scene. Channeling his chakra to sense 2 formidable presences in the distance, his expression grave as he spoke, his voice tinged with awe and concern. The others, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly turning serious as they cast their gazes toward the horizon. They could distinctly feel the battleground of the 2 warriors receding at an astonishing pace. Yet, the earth continued to tremble, a testament to the aftershocks of their terrifying clash. We must leave this place and return to the village, Senju commanded decisively, sensing the battle growing distant, yet his sense of urgency remained unabated. This was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to intervene, for they had witnessed the earth-shattering confrontation between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Should they recklessly approach, they would likely be torn to shreds by that overwhelming power, leaving nothing but a smear of flesh. Moreover, their presence could easily distract Hashirama, resulting in a misstep during the battle. Thus, their only course of action was to hasten back to the village and ensure its safety. With this conviction, they promptly gathered their gear and raced towards the village. Rewind to an hour earlier. Senju Hashirama was leisurely seated at home, relishing a delectable meal. However, At the very moment he savored his food, an unusually familiar and ferocious chakra suddenly erupted outside the village. There was no need for perception, it was evidently a challenge. Matter. In a sudden surge of tension, Senja Hashirama abruptly set down his bowl and chopsticks, the swiftness of his movement causing his chair to topple over. Hashirama. Wait a moment, Uzumaki Mito exclaimed, swiftly reaching out to halt his rising form as he intended to confront Uchiha Madara. Mito's expression was grave. She too sensed the formidable chakra presence, an energy that radiated with an unsettling ferocity, unmistakably not a harbinger of mere conversation, but rather an ominous challenge to a duel. Hashirama met her gaze, instantly comprehending her urgency, and with Mito's assistance, he hastily donned armor that had lain dormant for many years. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, clad in dark crimson armor, sat poised atop a great tree not far from the village, the gentle breeze tousling his hair. Chapter 22. The end of Valley 1. His sharp gaze penetrated through the layers of foliage, fixated on the village below that was gradually flourishing, lost in contemplation. In the distance, a faint sound of slicing air approached, as Senju Hashirama, clad in armor, drew near. Upon seeing him, there was a fleeting moment of distraction in his expression. Uchiha Madara's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he rose slowly, gripping the enormous fan behind him. Hashirama, do you remember the words I once spoke to you? I have now embarked upon this path. Madara's voice was deep and resonant, the corners of his mouth lifting subtly, with the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes particularly striking against the night. He did not afford Senja Hashirama an opportunity to respond. His figure flickered as he leapt from the branch, wielding the fan forcefully towards Hashirama. In an instant, a kunai appeared in Hashirama's hand, which he used to parry Madara's assault. The clash of the fan and the kunai erupted in a shower of sparks. The impact was tremendous, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle and fall. After blocking Madara's strike, Hashirama quickly cast a furtive glance at the nearby village, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. We're too close to the village. I cannot afford to engage him here. If they resorted to ninjutsu, this place would surely be reduced to rubble. I must lead him away from the village." With that fleeting thought, Hashirama decisively performed the body replacement technique, vanishing from his position and utilizing the body flicker technique to retreat into the distance. Madara's eyes shifted to the left, his Sharingan swiftly locking onto the rapidly departing Hashirama. And he leapt after him without hesitation. "Hashirama, turn back. Our path lies within the village." Hashirama called out, sensing Madara closing in behind him. "It is but an illusion." "Hashirama, I have already set foot upon this path." Fire release, great fire destruction. Madara leapt into the air, unleashing a vast torrent of flames that cascaded downwards like a wall of fire towards Hashirama. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A series of wooden masks emerged from beneath his feet, enveloping him within their protective embrace. Simultaneously, a multitude of trees surged forward, the moment Madara landed on a branch. He propelled himself away into the distance. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air reached his ears, and Madara's Sharingan keenly detected shurikens hurtling from the right. With a flick of his fan, he swatted the incoming shurikens aside effortlessly. He glanced across to Hashirama, who had unfurled a scroll at his feet, a variety of weapons now arrayed upon the branches beneath him. Hashirama seized a large blade and leapt to deliver a powerful strike at Madara, who likewise soared into the air, using the fan to deflect the assault. "Hashirama, turn back." The two exchanged blows, and Hashirama was caught by a wooden dragon, yet he remained determined to persuade his former friend. The art of summoning. Nine-Tails Uchiha Madara did not respond. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a colossal shadow, with Nine-Tails thrashing wildly behind it. A fierce howl escaped the Nine-Tails, instantly dispersing the summoning smoke. "What is this?" Sensing the overwhelming and malevolent chakra radiating from the Nine-Tails, Senja Hashirama furrowed his brow, observing the howling beast. He finally understood that there was no turning back for his adversary. Madara took the initiative to command the Nine-Tails to attack, its massive claws lunging towards Hashirama. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Hashirama cracked, and numerous trees erupted from the earth, charging towards the Nine-Tails. The beast swatted at the incoming branches with its claws and teeth, but they posed little threat. After severing a couple of them, more branches emerged, gradually overwhelming it. Eventually, its front left paw became ensnared, restricting its agility. And in a fleeting moment, it was ensnared by several branches. Madara observed the entangled Nine-Tails with a sense of exhilaration rather than concern. The bound creature began to gather red and blue chakra in its mouth, forming a tailed beast bomb. Madara laughed heartily, exclaiming his delight. Hashirama, taken aback, summoned a wooden dragon that surged towards the nine tails, attempting to interrupt the attack. The tailed beast bomb was unleashed, instantly shattering the wooden dragon. Hashirama recognized the potency of the technique and clapped his hands together. Wood release. Wood human technique from the body of the wooden dragon. A wooden hand emerged to grasp the tailed beast bomb, gradually forming a colossal wooden giant with an array of sharp teeth, coiling around the wooden dragon. Subsequently, the formidable tailed beast bomb was seized by the wooden giant and pressed towards the nine tails face. Just as the strike was about to land, a blue armor suddenly appeared around the nine tails head. The tailed beast bomb collided with the armor, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that devastated much of the surrounding forest. Debris and splinters soared through the air, and as the smoke cleared, Madara stood atop the nine tails head. With the Susanoo activated, he remained unscathed, while Hashirama, shielded by a series of wooden shields resembling masks, also emerged unhurt. Is it the shielding technique again? Madara mused, his Manjiki Sharingan observing the shields below. Hashirama's expression grew serious as he regarded his opponent. Had he not reacted swiftly, the explosion could have gravely injured him. At this moment, the wooden giant had been destroyed. And Hashirama, witnessing the nine tails gradually enveloped by Susanoo, resolved to seal the beast before addressing Madara. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air announced the descent of a massive Susanoo arm wielding a sword. Two enormous hands emerged from the ground to catch the blade barehanded. Wood release. All-encompassing bag technique. Hashirama clapped his hands together, summoning 5 gigantic hands that appeared around the restrained nine tails. Madara's eyes scanned the scene, realizing Hashirama's intent. He commanded his other hand to swing the sword in a circle, instantaneously severing the surrounding massive wooden hands in the nearby peaks. As Senju Hashirama leapt to evade the residual force of the strike, its power radiated outward from Uchiha Madara, shattering trees and sending rocks soaring through the air. This cannot continue. The land will descend into chaos. We must retreat to the seaside, he pondered. After surveying the area, he discerned that a basin had formed nearby. Close to Konoha, resolutely, he decided to lead Uchiha Madara further away from the land, deeming it best to avoid combat on solid ground. With this thought in mind, he swiftly vanished into the distance, and Uchiha Madara, noticing the acceleration in his speed, commanded the Nine Tails to pursue him. You shall not escape. One chased while the other fled, causing the villages they passed to tremble in fear, and spies from various nations hurriedly relayed their reports. My lord, they have headed towards the seaside. Within the capital of the Land of Fire, a solemn warrior hastily entered the grand hall, kneeling on one knee. He respectfully conveyed the recently received intelligence to the daimyo and esteemed ministers. Chapter 23. The End of Valley 2. Upon hearing the news, the feudal lord exhaled deeply with a sense of relief, the worry etched on his face slightly alleviated. He shook his head helplessly, expressing his sentiments at last. We are free from this. The ferocity of the battle between the two individuals had been so intense that it altered the very landscape. A fact that understandably troubled both the lord and his ministers. Not only they, but other nations also found themselves restless, fearing that the conflict might encroach upon their own lands. Meanwhile, in the central area of Konoha village, Senju Tobarama convened an urgent meeting with the leaders of various ninja clans. Standing gravely before the conference table with his hands pressed upon it, Tobarama's piercing gaze swept over each attendee. In a solemn tone, he declared, the village will now implement strict security measures. I require you to immediately dispatch a contingent of elite ninjas from your clans to patrol the entire village. His voice, deep and resonant, conveyed an undeniable authority. The leader of the Nara clan was the first to speak, readily agreeing, very well, Lord Tobarama. The Nara clan shall fully cooperate. Observing this, the other clan leaders nodded in unison, expressing their willingness to heed Senju Tobarama's directives. Before long, shadows flitted across the rooftops of Konoha village. These silhouettes were the numerous ninjas dispatched by the various clans, agile and swift, meticulously conducting their patrols throughout every corner of the village. In contrast, the situation surrounding the Uchiha clan's residence was notably different. The Uchiha members were instructed not to leave their compound, while numerous ninjas from the Senju clan lay in wait in the shadows, closely monitoring the Uchiha's every movement. Despite the changes that had transpired within the Uchiha clan, the presence of their former leader necessitated a degree of caution. They understood the adage that one must bow their head when under another's roof. Thus they restrained their clan members, feigning ignorance. On the other side, Senju Tobarama donned a deep blue armor, accompanied by several elite ninjas from the Senju clan. He focused his chakra to sense the distant battle. Should anything amiss arise, he would utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself and Hashirama back. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, continuously releasing his chakra. As the chakra flowed, the range of his perception expanded, allowing him to distinctly sense 3 massive chakra signatures gradually moving away. These 3 signatures shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, their formidable presence palpable even from a distance. Will you only continue to flee? Uchiha Madara's patience had worn thin as he once again coalesced a tailed beast ball within the mouth of the Ninetales. Not only that, but he also infused a chakra blade into it. The chakra blade spun within the tailed beast ball, ensuring it would not be captured by the wood creature again. A more potent tailed beast ball hurtled forth, prompting Senju Hashirama to abruptly halt, his expression grave as he regarded the approaching tailed beast ball. As he beheld the continuously whirling blade, he understood that the wooden figure could not withstand the impending strike of the tailed beast ball. The summoning technique, 5-fold H-Mon. Senju Hashirama promptly bit his finger and slapped it against the ground, causing a surge of movement beneath. A colossal portal, reminiscent of a hellish demon, ascended from the earth. Its bell swaying ominously, resonating with a thunderous clang. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 4 gates subsequently emerged from the ground, forming a line. Smoke billowed, and Hashirama's long hair danced in the gentle breeze. The tailed beast ball struck down the 5-fold H-Mon in an instant. However, its trajectory was altered, soaring over Hashirama's head and directly impacting the land across the way. This was followed by a violent explosion, the magnitude of which rivaled that of Konoha village. As chakra obliterated the surrounding trees, leaving behind a vast crater upon dispersing. It had indeed reached the opposite shore. Hashirama turned his head slightly, astonished as he gazed at the explosion of the tailed beast ball. Originally, he had intended for its trajectory to ascend, detonating either in midair or in the vast ocean between the shores, yet he had not anticipated it striking the opposite bank directly. By the gods, I have struck the other side, roared Uchiha Madara, standing atop the Ninetales, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. His voice brimming with mirth as the Ninetales beneath him let out a fearsome howl. Do you wish to annihilate all our efforts? It's futile. Engaging in combat with you serves no purpose. This battle will only inflict harm upon the village and our kin. Hashirama stood amidst the desolate terrain, his hair billowing in the wind, surrounded by the chaos of smoke. He brought his palms together before his chest, tilting his head slightly as he fixed his gaze upon Madara in the distance, a surge of natural energy rapidly coursing through his body. The other's eyes were cold and piercing, betraying a resolute determination that could not be easily swayed. I do not wish to kill you. Are you implying that you could slay me? Deep within Madara, something seemed to vanish, and he was now consumed by fury. No, I mean we are friends. He appeared to realize his misstep in uttering those words. I have achieved it. Madara bellowed in anger, disregarding the sentiment as the Ninetales beneath him stood tall, roaring in defiance. There is no turning back. Hashirama inhaled deeply, a crimson visage emerging upon his face. Sage art would release, drew 1,000 hands. An immense gathering of chakra and natural energy coalesced at his feet, manifesting a colossal wooden Buddha adorned with 1,000 arms, as Hashirama ascended swiftly atop its head. By the gods! By the gods! The 2 titanic beings collided with tremendous force. The Ninetales unleashing a barrage of tailed beast balls from its cavernous maw, hurtling towards the wooden Buddha like cannon fire. The Buddha stood undaunted, its 1,000 arms dancing like a serpentine swarm, raining down fists upon the Ninetales like a torrential downpour. The tailed beast balls and arms clashed with a cataclysmic roar. Dozens of arms obliterated in an instant by the tailed beast balls. Yet, to the Buddha, this was but a trifling loss. More arms rained down upon Susanoo like a tempest, each impact igniting colossal explosions, shrouding the air in dust and causing the ground to tremble violently. Under the relentless barrage, Susanoo lay in ruins, with the arms behind Senju Hashirama similarly devastated. Yet, undeterred by such peril, Senju Hashirama focused his mind, commanding the wooden Buddha to extend its massive palm, seizing the Ninetales with the ferocity of an eagle grasping a chick. In the grip of the Buddha's colossal hand, the Ninetales appeared diminutive, akin to a captured kitten, utterly bereft of the ability to resist. Concurrently, Senju Hashirama directed the fearsome wooden figure to leap from the head of the Buddha, descending upon the Ninetales like a mountain. Chapter 24. The end of the valley. The wooden figure's palm descended like a colossal mountain, striking the Ninetales with a thunderous force, instantly sealing it away. The fury in the Nine-Tails' eyes gradually faded, its body slowly slumping, ultimately closing its eyes and losing consciousness. Uchiha Madara had already utilized the body flicker technique to reach the ground the moment the palm fell. He sensed the severance of his connection to the Nine-Tails, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly taken aback by this outcome. Madara. The furious roar of Senju Hashirama echoed from the right. He turned to face his counterpart, both surrounded by swirling smoke. Beneath their feet lay cracked remnants of wood release, with raging flames engulfing the surroundings. The once flat terrain had been transformed into a vast pit due to the earlier clash. The nearby mountains, much like today's youth, had their edges smoothed. The earth fissured. This hellish scene spoke volumes of the intensity of their battle. Neither side made excessive movements, charging towards one another simultaneously. Finally, Weavy arrived. Senju Hashirama exhaled a long breath, a sense of relief washing over him as he gazed at the familiar gates of Konohagakure in the distance, alleviating some of the tension in his heart. The others also displayed expressions of ease, but just as they began to lower their guard, several shadowy figures emerged, surrounding them. These shadows were none other than the ninjas of Konohagakure, appearing silently, each gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes sharp as eagles, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Senju Hashirama quickly raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility, and called out loudly, "We have just returned from a mission. Here is the mission scroll." He tossed the prepared scroll forward, which was swiftly caught and unfurled for inspection. However, despite the scroll appearing legitimate, they remained vigilant, refusing to permit Senju Hashirama and the others entry into the village. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama exchanged helpless glances with Tenkyu and the others, before sitting down on a nearby patch of ground, taking a moment to rest while awaiting further instructions. The tremendous force generated by their fierce battle had rent the land asunder, creating a deep canyon. Although torrential rain poured from the sky, it did not diminish the ferocity of the clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Each wielded their weapons, panting heavily as they faced off, raindrops cascading down their resolute faces, mingling with sweat. The left side of Senju Hashirama's armor lay in tatters, telling the tale of the heart-stopping battle that had just transpired. His left arm, deprived of armor, bore injuries, now hanging limply. Uchiha Madara's situation was equally dire. For reasons unknown, his armor had vanished entirely. The Sharingan in his eyes gradually closed, dimming from the exhaustion of chakra. "This time, it's your turn to throw," he remarked. After speaking, Uchiha Madara charged towards Senju Hashirama, unaware that before him stood merely a wood clone. The clash of blades resonated. As their figures intertwined, Senju Hashirama sustained a grievous wound, collapsing into the flowing water, sending splashes soaring. Struggling to prop himself up, he gazed at Uchiha Madara. "This time, I stand tall, unlike before." Uchiha Madara slightly turned, a smirk gracing his lips, his voice laced with amusement as he regarded his dear friend, now rendered powerless. "I wish to safeguard the dream recently realized. I shall not allow you to." Senju Hashirama, laboriously kneeling, turned to face him, resolute in his determination to protect the village, his eyes brimming with resolve. "Ah, you succumb to despair again, Hashirama." Uchiha Madara scoffed, fully turning to confront him. This change, before he could finish, a blade pierced through his chest. Senju Hashirama had appeared behind him, gripping the hilt of the knife, eyes tightly shut. Uchiha Madara struggled to turn his head, each movement feeling like an immense burden weighing him down. When he finally managed to angle his gaze, he found himself staring into the familiar face of Senju Hashirama, who clutched a bloodied hilt, the blade deeply embedded in Madara's chest. Uchiha Madara's expression morphed into one of disbelief. His eyes widened as he fixed his stare on Senju Hashirama, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. He never anticipated that the friend with whom he once envisioned the future, a brother in arms, would deliver such a fatal blow from behind when he was least prepared. "I was struck from behind." Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with shock and agony, his body trembling from the searing pain. He looked at the wood clone, now restored to its original form, and his astonishment and fury intensified. Yet, Senju Hashirama appeared unfazed by Madara's reaction, his gaze unwavering as he calmly declared, "I must protect my village. Regardless of the circumstances, safeguarding the village ensures the safety of its inhabitants, clansmen, and children." His voice, though composed, resonated with an unwavering determination as solid as steel. When he uttered "R," he hesitated momentarily before swiftly correcting it to "my." This subtle shift did not escape Uchiha Madara's notice. He suddenly realized that perhaps in Hashirama's heart, their bond was no longer as pure as it once had been. "Even if you're my friend, my brother, my child, anyone who threatens the village cannot be spared." A fierce glint filled his eyes as he gradually loosened his grip on the hilt, leaving Uchiha Madara without support, causing him to collapse to his knees. You have changed. Hashirama, it is utterly misguided. One day, you will lead the village into darkness. Upon uttering those words, he succumbed entirely to the water's surface, the vitality within him gradually dissipating. A profound sense of weakness enveloped Senju Hashirama as he perceived the final breath of his companion, causing him to collapse onto one knee. The following day, Senju Tobarama and others returned to the village, bearing the weight of Hashirama's sorrow, while no one knew the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara's burial. Reports in the newspapers stated that Uchiha Madara had been manipulated into attacking Konoha, ultimately awakening to his fate and taking his own life at the Valley of the End. Perhaps this was Hashirama's tribute to his dear friend's sacrifices, or perhaps it was simply a directive for the future stability of the village. In the ensuing months, Tin Cloud refrained from undertaking missions, opting instead to doze off within the confines of the school. Meanwhile, having witnessed the might of the tailed beasts, Hashirama recognized it as a force capable of transforming the battlefield and thus resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries. Chapter 25, The Tailed Beasts Unbeknownst to him. There existed 8 other tailed beasts in this world. Thus, shortly after he regained his strength, he set out once more to capture these beasts. However, apart from the one tail, the others resided in remote locales, requiring considerable effort even from him to locate. In a dense, shadowy, and damp forest, where human presence was scarce and mist lingered perpetually, there lay a clearing. With careful observation, one could discern several barriers intricately surrounding this space. Beneath the surface lay Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara woke. Sitting up on a stone slab, his right eye's pupil underwent a gradual transformation, the profound black fading into a pale gray, as if it had lost the vibrancy of life. This peculiar alteration was a side effect of the forbidden technique, Izanagi. In truth, he had covertly invoked this technique long before his fateful duel with Senju Hashirama. Once he met his demise, it would trigger after a brief interlude. The uniqueness of this ninjutsu lies in its ability to automatically activate at a specific moment, thereby altering reality. However, this power of reality alteration is not without its toll. The price of employing Izanagi is blindness, an exceedingly heavy burden. Yet for him, every sacrifice was justifiable in the pursuit of his objectives. He created a clone to lie upon the stone slab, for he now required time to assimilate Hashirama's cells and strategize his forthcoming endeavors. Meanwhile, as Senju Hashirama exerted his strength, numerous formidable tailed beasts were captured, with the exception of the one tail, sealed within the land of sand. Among them, Uzumaki Mido unexpectedly volunteered to become the Jinchuriki. The intricacies of her thoughts remained known only to her. The members of the Uzumaki clan and Konohagakure rallied together, assisting in sealing the 9 tails within Mido's body. Astonishingly, Mido soon exhibited an extraordinary control over the tailed beast, as if she were inherently endowed with such prowess. As time passed, the citizens of Konohagakure gradually forgot the incident involving Uchiha Madara. They channeled their energies into the development and fortification of their village, striving to render Konoha ever more resilient. On an ordinary day, Senju Hashirama and another individual engaged in casual conversation within the office. A significant divergence of opinion arose regarding how to manage the captured tailed beasts, which proved to be quite a source of concern for them. After deep contemplation, Senju Tobarama, with a solemn expression, addressed his elder brother, Hashirama. Brother, I believe we must decisively eliminate the surplus-tailed beasts. After all, not everyone possesses the immense chakra and exceptional sealing techniques like our sister-in-law, capable of effortlessly subduing the beasts. He paused, continuing, should a Jinchuriki fall into chaos, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the village. Therefore, to ensure the safety of our home, we cannot afford to take the risk of allowing the tailed beasts to remain within the village. Certainly, the tailed beasts could be sent to other villages, inciting chaos and panic. However, there was a risk of them being sealed, which is why he refrained from voicing this idea. The words of Senju Tobarama plunged Senju Hashirama into contemplation, and he slowly nodded in agreement with his brother's perspective. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Senju Hashirama, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he excitedly raised a finger and proclaimed, I have a brilliant idea. Distributing the tailed beasts among various villages would instill mutual apprehension, preventing any one village from daring to initiate war, thus achieving peaceful coexistence. Senju Hashirama stated earnestly. Senju Tobarama regarded him with disbelief and countered, Brother, I do not concur with this approach. Is this not akin to providing weapons to our adversaries? Senju Hashirama seemed taken aback by his brother's dissent, but responded firmly, Enough, Tobarama, this is how it shall be. Recognizing his brother's resolute determination, Senju Tobarama sighed in resignation. Brother, you will come to regret this. Yet, Senju Hashirama remained unfazed. Crossing his arms over his chest, he replied with grave seriousness, Tobarama, I am the Hokage. Observing his brother's unwavering stance, Senju Tobarama felt a twinge of discontent but chose not to continue the debate. With a huff, he turned and departed, leaving Senju Hashirama standing alone. The sound of the door slamming shut marked the abrupt end of their conversation, parting on less than amicable terms. Days later, when Tianyan learned of the information, he felt a surge of joy. This presented an opportunity to earn points. If he could merely alter the fate of the Uzumaki clan, albeit without significant changes, particularly concerning their sealing techniques, there would be some utility when the Tsutsuki descended, albeit minimal. In the afternoon, as a few of them dined quietly at the table, Tianyan resolved to speak up. Ahem, Uncle Hashirama. I've heard that the other 4 Kage will soon be visiting Konoha for the 5 Kage Summit. Upon hearing his voice, Senju Hashirama paused his actions and turned to him. Indeed, this summit primarily concerns the distribution of the tailed beasts, and it should conclude swiftly. After a moment's thought, he decided to speak openly, as the entire village was already aware. Once the tailed beasts are allocated, what will become of the Uzumaki clan? Tianyan continued the conversation. Uzumaki Suiryu, who had been eating quietly, momentarily froze before comprehending the implications. Once the tailed beasts were distributed, the Uzumaki clan, possessing the strongest sealing techniques in the ninja world, would inevitably become the focus of other villages. This was solely due to their mastery of sealing techniques. As other ninja villages would naturally seek a complete understanding of this formidable weapon, Jinchuriki. Silence fell over the dining hall. Perhaps they had already considered this, but had refrained from articulating their concerns until Tianyan brought them to light, compelling them to confront the reality. At the inception of the village, Senju Hashirama had made numerous personal visits, sincerely inviting the Uzumaki clan to join. Each time, he had received the same response: their clan must not be abandoned. This seems to have become an insurmountable barrier, causing the Uzumaki clan to steadfastly cling to their own land, with no one willing to venture forth. Undoubtedly, there may also be an element of their unwillingness to be subservient to others. After all, the Uzumaki clan possesses their own pride and traditions, and it is no simple task for them to lower their guard and integrate into a new community. Uzumaki Mito sat at the dining table, her grip on the chopsticks growing ever tighter as time passed, her knuckles gradually turning pale. The one-straight chopsticks began to bend under her firm grasp, as if they were on the verge of snapping. Tianyan silently tidied up the dishes beside her, fully aware that the ensuing events transcended his capacity to intervene. As for how the Uzumaki clan will ultimately decide, that lies in the hands of the 3 of them. Chapter 26. The 5 Shadows Conference on the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the dining hall, Tianyan arrived as usual, only to be astonished to find 3 individuals seated in their original positions, utterly motionless. It was evident that they had spent the entire night in contemplation, deliberating over matters concerning the Uzumaki clan. The previous night, they had proposed numerous ideas, each ultimately dismissed one by one. The Uzumaki clan had initially arranged for Uzumaki Kushina to wed Senju Hashirama to acquire the military prowess of the Senju clan. One might assert that, aside from their formidable chakra and sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan's combat capabilities on the battlefield were rather unremarkable, primarily serving a supportive role. Moreover, with the tailed beast sealed within Kushina, it was certain that spies from the village had relayed intelligence back home. With Senju Hashirama in existence, remnants of the battle against Uchiha Madara lingered. This duality incited both envy and apprehension from other factions, rendering the Uzumaki clan akin to a coveted delicacy, sought after yet approached with caution. After extensive discussion and careful consideration, the trio ultimately resolved to send Uzumaki Kushina to persuade their allies, with the contingency plan of returning with a few individuals if all else failed. This represented their final flicker of hope, the outcome of which was left to fate. The contingent heading to the land of whirlpools comprised not only the pivotal Uzumaki Kushina, but also 8 elite ninjas from the Senju clan. Each of them was a battle-hardened expert of exceptional skill, tasked not only with ensuring Kushina as safe arrival, but also demonstrating the formidable strength of the Senju clan. Among this distinguished group was Tianyan, whose presence in the expedition was solely for the purpose of honing his abilities. Before long, Uzumaki Kushina and her entourage set forth on their grand journey toward the land of whirlpools. Senju Hashirama and his companion watched as their figures gradually faded from view, placing their trust entirely in Kushina's capabilities. Days prior, in the distant land of lightning, the first Reikage, stood at the entrance of the hidden cloud village. He regarded his elite guard with an air of authority, decisively proclaiming, "Let us depart for Konoha." No sooner had he spoken than he and his guards vanished like lightning, leaving only faint traces of electricity upon the ground. Not only from the land of lightning, but shadows from other regions also began their journeys toward Konoha to participate in the inaugural Five Shadows Conference. This gathering held immense significance for the various ninja villages, prompting the shadows to lead their respective guards on the path to Konoha. After 2 days of travel, the shadows converged at the gates of Konoha, their numerous guards remaining vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. These villages had experienced considerable friction, both during the Warring States period and in the present day. Breaking the tense atmosphere that had been building was Sarutobi Sasuke, who had awaited their arrival. "Esteemed leaders, the Hokage has been waiting for some time. Please follow me," he announced, gesturing for them to proceed. The other shadows nodded slightly and followed him toward the conference room, their eyes occasionally betraying a hint of envy as they observed the advancements of Konoha. Konoha can undoubtedly be regarded as the most prosperous among the various villages, boasting an advantageous geographical location unlike other villages that are characterized by sand or barren wasteland. Sarutobi Sasuke stood at the entrance of the conference room, explaining to the assembly that only the Hokage and one bodyguard could enter, while the others were to wait outside until the meeting concluded. The 4 Kage acknowledged this without objection and gradually made their way into the room, followed closely by a bodyguard, as the heavy door creaked shut behind them. "Esteemed guests, please follow me to the lounge," Sarutobi Sasuke remarked, observing the door's closure before turning to the bodyguards of each village, guiding them to a nearby room for respite. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage, once seated, gently placed their respective hats at the center of the table. These hats not only represented their identities and status, but also symbolized the convergence of the 5 great military powers within the shinobi world. The individuals behind these initial leaders were the next generation of Kage, with the exception of the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, who was regrettably absent due to her illness, confined to a hospital bed and unable to attend this pivotal meeting. Senja Hashirama, as the host and initiator of the gathering, broke the silence first. He cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Ahem, the purpose of our gathering today is to discuss the development and peaceful evolution of the shinobi world. We have all endured the harshness of the Warring States period, a time that has left us with innumerable scars and lessons. Therefore, I implore the 5 hidden villages to set aside past grievances and coexist in harmony. We must strive together to enhance our economies and usher in a more prosperous shinobi world." Hashirama's words resonated with a sense of unwavering resolve, serving as a crucial reminder to the entire shinobi community. Of course, these sentiments were largely instigated by Tobirama Senju, who insisted that Hashirama convey such notions rather than starting the discourse with a bow. "I am indeed here for the Hokage's 5 Kage agreement, however, I shall not sign without due compensation," remarked Tsuchikage Ishikawa, displaying a blatant lack of interest and openly stating his demands. As long as the tailed beasts were not adequately allocated, he would refrain from affixing his signature. The other Kage paid him little heed, as they were all present to negotiate benefits in the distribution of tailed beasts. However, the Mizukage did not spare a glance at the others. The conditions for signing the agreement hinged on the Hokage distributing the tailed beasts among the hidden villages, a process that could not be swayed by personal sentiments. Kazekage Reto echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that emotional involvement should be cast aside, asserting that the more expensive the purchase, the better. After all, he was not the one buying. He merely needed the other villages to contribute more funds. Hashirama's correspondence had explicitly stated that the distribution of tailed beasts required not only financial contributions but also the signing of a peace agreement. Indeed, while the distribution of tailed beasts would maintain equilibrium, it necessitated financial investment from all parties involved. Tobirama, standing stoically behind Hashirama, reminded the assembly that acquiring tailed beasts required monetary investment, whether in the form of currency, ninjutsu, land, or even the bloodline limit holders. Anything of value could be utilized for the purchase of tailed beasts. Since time immemorial, our village of Shine has sealed a tailed beast within a certain temple, and this creature has existed for ages. Thus, we have no need for additional tailed beasts, stated Kazekage Reto with an air of composure. Our circumstances differ from those of other villages. Should you wish for us to enter into an agreement, a corresponding return is only reasonable, is it not? He continued, his tone imbued with a sense of entitlement. Upon hearing Kazekage Reto's words, all eyes turned toward him. Reikage AI furrowed his brow, deciding to listen to what Kazekage desired in return before making any judgments. Chapter 27. The summit of the five shadows too. What sort of compensation do you seek? Reikage AI inquired, his voice tinged with caution. He certainly did not wish for the tides to turn against him. Kazekage Redo smiled faintly as he glanced at Senja Hashirama. Responding leisurely, you are all aware that in our land of wind, apart from the endless sands, we have little else. Therefore, what we require is territory, land suitable for cultivation. If the village hidden in the leaves could cede a portion of land to us and allocate 1/3 of the funds intended for the purchase of tailed beasts, we would gladly affix our signatures to the agreement. Kazekage Redo's demands could be described as audacious, displaying an alarming obliviousness to his own standing, treating the other hidden villages as mere pawns to be manipulated. Are you jesting, Kazekage? Reikage AI could no longer contain himself, his voice brimming with indignation and discontent. What? Tsuchikage Ishikawa was taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. How could Kazekage propose such ludicrous terms in their presence? It was nothing short of provocation, akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, pure folly. This is excessive, Kazekage. Mizuki Chikurin had not anticipated such an outrageous demand from Kazekage in this setting. It was an affront to their very dignity as leaders, nearly inciting him to regard Redo with disdain. The sand shinobi behind Kazekage wore expressions of confusion, clearly bewildered by their leader's sudden and audacious request. Utterly perplexed by the implications of this strategic move. If you do not acquiesce, I shall categorically refuse to sign the agreement. Kazekage Redo stood his ground, delivering his ultimatum with unwavering resolve, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of the other shadows. His demeanor was resolute, as if to convey that they must either concede to his demands or forfeit his signature on the accord. Let us launch an attack on the Sand Village and teach him a lesson about his place. Mizuki Chikurin exclaimed in fury, perceiving Kazekage Redo's demands as a blatant affront, necessitating a stern response. The other shadows echoed his sentiment, voicing their agreement with Mizuki Chikurin's proposal, insisting that a severe reprimand be delivered to the Sand Village before returning to negotiate. Bang! Just as tensions escalated, a sudden loud noise interrupted the gathering. The assembly turned in astonishment to find the table before Senja Hashirama riddled with cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. It turned out that Hashirama had spotted his elder brother preparing to bow in reverence once more, and he hastily intervened, gesturing for his brother to instead strike the table as a substitute for the bow. However, the force with which Hashirama struck caused the table to splinter. Everyone, let us remain calm. Indeed, during the Warring States period, we have encountered numerous conflicts, all in the name of safeguarding our clans and kin, mere acts of necessity. The Warring States period has now come to an end, and the children of our clans no longer need to venture onto the battlefield at such a tender age. Although I remain uncertain how long this newly forged agreement will endure, I still fervently hope that the 5 great nations can coexist in harmony. I implore each of you to reflect deeply within yourselves. After delivering his speech, Senja Hashirama stood and bowed to the assembly, leaving the attendees in silent contemplation. In light of the esteemed Hokage's presence, we shall temporarily spare Sunagakure. However, discussions regarding the procurement of tailed beasts are still necessary. Stone Shadow Ishikawa first broke the silence. When Shadow Raidu furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his thoughts. For our village, we require the 8 tails and the 2 tails. You may select the rest. Lightning Shadow EI mused, considering the village's finances, ultimately concluding that they could only afford the 8 tails, leaving just enough for the 2 tails. The others had no objections to EI's decision to secure the 8 tails first, recognizing their own financial constraints. We shall take the 3 tails and the 6 tails, Water Shadow Hakurin declared, her voice clear and resolute, indicative of her thorough deliberation. Senju Tobarama listened impassively, yet he meticulously noted each individual's choice of tailed beast in his mind. Then we will take the 4 tails and the 7 tails, Ishikawa stated after a brief silence, seemingly gauging Reida's reaction. Noting the latter's silence, he articulated his desired acquisitions. At that moment, all eyes turned expectantly toward Wind Shadow Raidu, awaiting his response. However, Raidu remained tight-lipped, not uttering a word. We from Sunagakure shall not make any purchases. He finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate after a prolonged pause. The assembly responded with cold scoffs, clearly still dissatisfied with the earlier developments. How about this? We from Konohagakure will provide a shipment of supplies to Sunagakure. I wonder how you feel about this, esteemed Hokage? Senja Hashirama suggested with a smile upon noticing the atmosphere. Reida's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of barely perceptible appreciation flashed in his eyes as he regarded Hashirama, offering a slight nod. In that case, I thank you, Hokage. Yet whether his gratitude was genuine or merely a formality remained known only to him. In the ensuing period, the five shadows continued to delve into discussions regarding the developmental plans for their villages, while calculating the expenses for the tailed beasts. Ishikawa was taken aback to find that the cost for the 4 tails and 7 tails far exceeded his expectations. Confronted with such exorbitant prices, he found himself in a state of profound indecision. After much agonizing contemplation, Ishikawa ultimately resolved to forego the 7 tails in favor of the comparatively more affordable 5 tails. Once the final amounts were confirmed, the 5 shadows officially signed the peace treaty. This agreement signified a significant alleviation of tensions among the villages, with peace and collaboration emerging as their shared aspirations. Following the signing of the treaty, the 4 shadows proceeded to the accommodations arranged in Konohagakure, preparing to rest for a few days. Senja Hashirama stood still, watching them gradually fade into the distance. His gaze fell upon the agreement in his hand, and a heavy burden within his heart finally lifted. It seemed that as long as he remained alive, this accord would remain in effect. That alone was sufficient. Senju Hashirama murmured to himself. He was acutely aware that his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Ever since that last fierce battle, his body had become severely battered. Thus, his foremost task now was to nurture the next generation, imparting his experiences and wisdom to ensure that peace could endure for generations to come. Meanwhile, as the 5 Kage summit was fervently underway, Tianyun and his companions were racing toward the land of whirlpools. At our current pace, we might not reach the shores of the land of fire until evening, Tianyun mused, glancing at the map in his hand, silently calculating the time. Chapter 28. The Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools is situated on an island to the east of the Land of Fire, which necessitates their journey to the coast before embarking on a vessel to their destination. As time ticks by, the daylight gradually fades. Although they have not encountered any unwelcome provocateurs along the way, the speed of their legs remains inherently limited. At that moment, the ninja tasked with scouting ahead abruptly raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt, and swiftly drew a kunai, gripping it tightly in hand. Observing this, the others promptly ceased their movements, arming themselves as if facing a formidable adversary, and positioned the Whirlpool-S water bearer securely at the center of their formation. Concurrently, one ninja, resembling a wraith, silently vanished from the group, concealing themselves in the shadows to set traps. In an instant, a palpable tension enveloped the scene, causing the surrounding wildlife to retreat to a safe distance. Just then, a distant group of armed ninjas emerged like phantoms, also pausing to confront Tianyun's party from afar. Upon closer inspection, Tianyun discerned that there were 5 of them, led by a middle-aged man adorned with the headband of the Hidden Mist Village, emanating an almost imperceptible aura of menace indicative of an elite ninja. The other ninjas were equally formidable, including a member of the Hozuki clan, whose distinctive traits were unmistakable. This revelation cast a shadow of uncertainty over their expressions as they pondered, what brings the Mist Village ninjas here? It appeared they were not from the Rock Village, but rather from the Leaf Village. One of the Mist ninjas reported to the leader that they had ventured out to seek vengeance for Hozuki Mangetsu, not against the innocuous, but rather against other ninjas from the Rock Village. However, they had not anticipated encountering Tianyun's group, and both sides refrained from immediate confrontation, choosing instead to remain on guard. After a moment of waiting, realizing that Tianyun's party posed no immediate threat, the Mist Captain gestured for his team to depart cautiously towards the Land of Earth. Let us proceed, Tianyun instructed, and once he sensed that the threat had receded, he signaled to continue their journey. Aware that the Mist ninjas would undoubtedly relay the information back, he recognized that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to deal with them at this juncture. Meanwhile, the Mist Captain, his expression grave, issued commands to his companions. Although the purpose of the Whirlpool Water-Bearer-S expedition to the Land of Whirlpools remained unclear, the clandestine nature of their journey suggested that it was of significant consequence. Understood, replied one ninja, who then promptly departed to disseminate this critical intelligence. Simultaneously, after a long and arduous trek, Tianyun and his companions finally arrived at a township. This locale was where they had planned to secure passage by boat for their maritime journey. The Whirlpool Water-Bearer arranged for a vessel at a nearby dock, intending to embark at dawn the following day. With all arrangements settled, they took refuge in a nearby inn to recuperate and gather strength for the journey ahead. On that night, everyone was in a state of half-sleep, and no unusual occurrences transpired around them. Before the first light of dawn illuminated the earth, they rose early and hastily made their way to the dock. At that moment, the sea was shrouded in mist, resembling wisps of smoke, as if a mysterious veil covered the entire surface of the water. The fog was so dense that one could scarcely see their own hand, posing significant challenges for navigation. However, as the sun gradually ascended, its warm rays penetrated the layers of mist, illuminating the vast expanse of the sea. Tianyun stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, where the outline of an island appeared faintly. As the vessel drew closer, the contours of the island became increasingly distinct, ultimately revealing a lush and vibrant paradise before Tianyun's eyes. "I have returned," murmured Uzumaki Suijin, her gaze sweeping over the familiar land, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. After many years apart, this once familiar scenery now seemed somewhat alien, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. Uzumaki Suijin's heart felt heavy. She never imagined she would return in such a manner. As the ship slowly docked, the group disembarked one by one, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Even though this was the land of the whirlpools, they could not afford to let their guard down. Tianyun, intrigued, surveyed the crowd and noticed a surprising scarcity of red-haired individuals, which puzzled him. He turned to Uzumaki Suijin, his eyes reflecting his confusion. Seemingly aware of Tianyun's inquiry, Uzumaki Suijin offered a gentle smile and explained. Although the Uzumaki clan is known for their distinctive red hair, they intermarry with other clans. And this place is not solely inhabited by the Uzumaki. There are many ordinary residents as well. She endeavored to keep her voice steady, recognizing that Tianyun was still unfamiliar with this locale. After all, it would indeed be unimaginable for an entire nation to consist solely of the Uzumaki clan. As they walked towards the outskirts of the city, Uzumaki Suijin elaborated on the circumstances of the hidden whirlpool village. According to her account, the village is not situated within the city, but rather in the distant mountains outside. That area constitutes the true homeland of the Uzumaki clan. While this can only be regarded as a city or port, just as the group arrived at the village entrance, still catching their breath, they were suddenly noticed by the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. These ninjas, who had been vigilantly patrolling, immediately converged upon the sight of these unfamiliar faces. However, when they recognized Uzumaki Suijin among the newcomers, one ninja's face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, seemingly oblivious to the presence of other Senju clan ninjas nearby. This ninja's actions undoubtedly alerted the Senju clan, who swiftly intervened to separate him from Uzumaki Suijin. Nevertheless, this Uzumaki ninja appeared unfazed by the obstruction, his gaze fixated on Uzumaki Suijin, his excitement barely contained. At long last, he could no longer suppress the tumult within him and called out, "Are you Princess Mito?" His voice resonated with an indescribable excitement, revealing his profound recognition of Uzumaki Mito. Indeed, he had glimpsed her from afar many years ago when he was but a child. Subsequently, Mito had married Senja Hashirama and departed from the land of whirlpools. Little did he expect to encounter her once more in this moment. Another ninja from the Uzumaki clan, upon hearing his companion's inquiry, gradually regained his composure, his face also reflecting the thrill of recognition as he too acknowledged the presence of Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 29. Clan Land in the face of the two agitated ninjas. Uzumaki Mito offered a gentle smile and softly spoke. "There is no need for such formalities. I wish to have an audience with the clan leader. Please inform them of my arrival." Her voice was akin to a spring breeze, tender and soothing, evoking an immediate sense of affection. The first ninja to approach promptly nodded in acknowledgement, then swiftly dashed into the village, evidently to convey the news of Uzumaki Mito's return. Before long, the tidings spread throughout the village as if borne on wings. Many villagers, upon learning of their princess's return, were filled with exuberance, hastily abandoning their tasks to flock to the streets in anticipation of Uzumaki Mito's arrival. In a short while, the streets became congested, and it was only when the current clan leader intervened to disperse the crowd that Uzumaki Mito and her companions were able to extricate themselves. "Please follow me," a maid said with a slight bow, leading them to a courtyard for respite, while Uzumaki Mito accompanied the clan leader to discuss matters. The clan leader regarded Uzumaki Mito with a serene expression, seemingly unfazed by her return. They sat across from one another in silence for some time, until the clan leader finally broke the impasse, gently inquiring, "I did not expect you to return. How have you been, sister?" Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly, her speech unconsciously quickening. "I have been well, brother. I have returned with important matters to discuss with you." Hearing his sister's words, the clan leader remained composed, lifting his teacup, blowing gently on the steam, and taking a thoughtful sip before remarking, "I am already aware of the arrangement regarding the tailed beasts that Hashirama intends to distribute among other villages. The news had reached us long before. courtesy of the Uzumaki who resided in Kanahagakure. However, it is not solely my knowledge. Evidently uninclined to partake in tea. Uzumaki Mito abruptly seized the teacup from the clan leader's hand and, with a sharp sound, cast it aside. She then urgently asked, "What do you intend to do?" In response to his sister's inquiry, the clan leader remained calm, gazing steadily into her eyes as he spoke softly, "Currently, to facilitate the departure of our clan members. It requires not only my consent, but also that of the elders." His voice was gentle, yet the underlying helplessness was unmistakable. Despite being the leader of the clan, he could not entirely disregard the opinions of the elders. Most of them were exceedingly obstinate, resolutely refusing to leave this place under any circumstances. In light of this predicament, he found himself at a loss. He could not simply render them unconscious and forcibly take them away. Moreover, a significant portion of the clan members also expressed reluctance to depart, and this faction constituted the majority. This data had been discreetly gathered during Hashirama's first invitation to them to join Kanahagakure. However, regardless of their consent, I shall ensure that those willing to journey to Kanahagakure are able to return with you smoothly. The clan leader of the Whirlpool closed his eyes tightly and spoke in a low, grave tone, expressing his reluctance to witness the demise of the Whirlpool clan under his stewardship. "Let us proceed. I have already dispatched word to the elders. You may also attempt to persuade them." With that, he slowly rose to his feet and strode towards the entrance. After a moment of silence, Whirlpool Mizuhito followed in his footsteps, the two moving in tandem towards the ancestral hall. This hall, perched midway up the mountainside, had weathered the ravages of time, enduring countless years of wind and sun. Its weathered exterior, marked by deep and shallow scars, seemed to silently narrate tales of its former glory and splendor. Upon entering the room, one's gaze was immediately drawn to the central wall, adorned with a myriad of grotesque masks, some fierce and terrifying, others eerie and chilling, evoking a sense of dread. To one side of the room stood several ancient stools, already occupied by a few elderly men. Their hair, a mix of gray and a faint hue of red, hinted at the passage of time. These elders bore solemn expressions, their demeanor austere. They merely nodded in acknowledgement of Mizuhito's arrival, offering no further response. In the center of the room, the clan leader stood, his countenance grave as he outlined the current predicament to the assembly. However, as his words faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the space, no one daring to speak or move. After a prolonged pause, the second elder could no longer contain himself, his voice laced with indignation. "We of the Whirlpool clan are wholly innocent victims. The Leaf Village distributes tailed beasts, yet we are the ones who suffer the consequences." His words resonated like thunder within the confines of the room. While the other elders did not express their discontent as openly as the second elder, their eyes clearly conveyed a shared sense of outrage at the situation. Observing this, Mizuhito quickly stepped aside, attempting to offer an explanation on behalf of Hashirama Senju. "Esteemed elders, Hashirama's intentions were to foster peaceful coexistence within the ninja world." However, before she could finish, the third elder abruptly interrupted. "Enough. Peace in the ninja world?" He and Uchiha Madara had the strength to unify it. Yet what did they choose? To insist on a village-by-village approach. Just look, once Hashirama is gone, will this so-called peace endure? The third elder spoke with palpable disdain, clearly discontented with the current course of action, believing that a promising hand had been squandered. What began as a conflict between clans had escalated into a confrontation between nations. And with the passage of time, the warfare would only intensify. The so-called peace of today was merely an illusion birthed from the fear of Hashirama's formidable power. "Enough," he continued. "Weren't you the first to endorse this plan? Now that troubles have arisen, what good is it to merely critique from the sidelines? It is time to consider how we might resolve this issue." The fourth elder could not refrain from interjecting, as he felt that the third elder was merely grumbling without offering any constructive suggestions. "Although our Vortex clan possesses formidable sealing techniques and an abundance of chakra, our combat prowess leaves much to be desired." The sixth elder sighed in resignation. "It appears that, apart from heading to the Hidden Leaf, we have no better alternatives." The fourth elder analyzed. "Yet, can we truly abandon our ancestral lands so easily?" The third elder was clearly reluctant to accept this fate. "Is this truly the time to dwell on such matters? With our people lost, what purpose does the clan's territory serve?" Chapter 30 Departure. A group of elders engaged in a spirited debate, their voices escalating in volume, their expressions fierce as they glared at one another, on the verge of a quarrel that might lead to physical confrontation. Enough. Suddenly, the eldest elder, who had been leaning heavily on his staff with his eyes tightly shut, opened them, and shouted with authority. Though his voice bore the weight of age, it resonated with a commanding presence that silenced everyone present immediately. The elder slowly rose, his frail body trembling slightly as he exerted effort to stand. Leaning on his staff for support, he surveyed the assembly before addressing the clan leader. Since no one has a viable solution, let us allow the clansmen to decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Those who wish to follow Suiria to Konoha may do so, while those who do not may remain. As soon as the elder finished speaking, a few elders appeared inclined to voice their objections, but upon meeting the elder's stern gaze, they swallowed their words. Furthermore, bring the original sealing techniques to Konoha. Our clan's pure-blooded children must accompany us. They are our last hope. At this point, the elder's voice faltered with emotion. The clan leader nodded solemnly, assuring compliance with the elder's wishes. Seeing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, shakily made his way towards the entrance of the shrine. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused, slowly turning to gaze down at the village below. His eyes, though clouded, revealed a profound affection and reluctance. This village had been his home for a lifetime, filled with family and friends, memories, and deep attachments. Yet, now faced with such a momentous decision, he could not help but feel a whirlwind of emotions. By the pond, Tianyun sat contentedly, scattering fish food upon the water's surface. The fish danced joyfully, vying for the morsels, while Tianyun stared blankly at the scene. Were it not for his desire to return to his original world, he would have relished the idea of remaining here, leading a tranquil life far removed from the clamor and turmoil of the outside world. The others gathered, discussing matters among themselves, occasionally glancing at the sun, realizing that time was slipping away. This was not Konoha. They could only wait within the confines of the house for the return of Uzumaki Suirio. As moments passed and twilight descended, there was still no sign of Suirio's return. However, the maidservants brought forth some food, and inquiries regarding Suirio's whereabouts were met with blank stares. Having finished their evening meal, the group deliberated on assigning 2 individuals to stand guard while the others rested. At dawn, a ninja hurriedly arrived to provide updates. Due to the numerous preparations and the need to arrange for boats, they would require an additional day of rest before departing for Konoha. Seizing this opportunity, Tianyun meandered through the village, casually documenting the local customs and culture. As he recorded his thoughts, far away in the hidden leaf village, the Water Shadow, by Lien, sat at his desk, holding a letter. He placed the letter down, then rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant visage carved into the stone wall. Countless thoughts racing through his mind. A ninja stood silently behind him, awaiting his command, and for a moment, the room was filled only with their breathing. Discreetly relay this information to the Earth Shadow and the others. Remember, it must be done with utmost secrecy, he said, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside as he spoke thoughtfully. Upon hearing the command, the ninja bowed slightly in understanding and then vanished silently into the shadows. Before long, the Earth Shadow, swiftly received news from the hidden mist village. He quickly skimmed through the intelligence, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he divulged this crucial information to the hidden cloud village. Thus, the news spread like wildfire. In a short span, all 4 major hidden villages became aware of the situation. Simultaneously, they took immediate action, urgently recalling their spies embedded in other villages. Yet, a perplexing dilemma presented itself. How should they handle the Uzumaki clan? Should they continue feigning ignorance? After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a decision, murmuring to himself, "It seems there is no other choice." Subsequently, he summoned a guard and whispered a few words into his ear. The guard paused in surprise, then nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, an underground exchange suddenly unveiled a bounty notice regarding the Uzumaki clan. The sum was staggering, rivaling that of an Asuma. Such a substantial reward undoubtedly incited frenzy among the greedy bounty ninjas, who eagerly stirred into action. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan, after a day of meticulous preparations, was finally ready to embark on their journey back to the Hidden Leaf. However, due to the haste of their preparations, the boats were clearly insufficient, necessitating a squeeze. Smaller boats would set off first to secure the area upon landing. The larger vessel, laden with a wealth of goods, moved slowly. This exodus included over 100 individuals, the majority being children, while the number of actual ninjas was rather scant. After all, the children were the core of this mission, carrying the hopes of the future. Yet, among the many departing, there was a unique presence, the 6th elder. Despite being 51 years old, his vast knowledge and experience led to a heated discussion, ultimately resulting in the decision to allow him to accompany them to the Leaf. This would enable him to utilize his expertise to contribute to the future resurgence of the Uzumaki clan. Tianyun had been assigned to a small boat, a choice he had made himself. At the dock, the members of the Uzumaki clan gathered, their cries rising and falling like a lamenting chorus. As their loved ones prepared to depart, the impending farewell loomed heavy, perhaps to be an eternal separation. An overwhelming sorrow surged within, akin to a relentless tide, suffocating in its intensity. Amidst this mournful atmosphere, the voice of the elder resonated with an unsettling abruptness as he called out, "Cease your tears and board the vessel." Yet, his words did little to stem the flow of their grief. Instead, they only deepened the anguish. Despite the profound reluctance that filled their hearts, the members of the Vortex clan slowly ascended the ship. Each step felt burdensome, as if they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Frequently glancing back with eyes fixed upon their kin on the shore, tears blurring their vision. The passengers aboard were similarly engulfed in sorrow, some weeping quietly, while others cried out in despair. Their gazes remained locked on those they were leaving behind, the most significant figures in their lives. One could only imagine the difficulty those left behind would face in ever reuniting with them. This parting might very well signify a journey to the ends of the earth. With no hope of reunion, Tianyun sat quietly at the bow of the boat, observing the group of children before him, only slightly younger than himself. And an ache welled up within him. Chapter 31. The Platinum Star. He silently donned his earbuds, seeking to shield himself from the heart-wrenching cries that surrounded him, while inwardly summoning the system to divert his attention. System, how many points do I currently possess? Creation of a dedicated newspaper for Konoha 100. The Whirlpool clan joins Konoha 300 points, 500, fragments, 0, excellent, then let us proceed with the quintuple draw. Indeed, his sorrowful emotions were momentarily forgotten, replaced by a flicker of anticipation and excitement. At present, his spatial abilities remained underdeveloped, rendering the need for skills less urgent. In contrast, his desire for a weapon he could wield adeptly was fervent, ideally something as formidable as the distant sword. Upon receiving the command for the lottery, a vast expanse of starry skies manifested in his mind. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these celestial wonders were composed of luminous orbs, floating like stars in the vastness. The host may select 5 at will. Before he could utter a question, a prompt from the system resonated in his thoughts, seemingly guiding him towards his choices. After all, it was his decision alone, and should he draw something useless, he could not lay the blame at the feet of the system. Hearing this, he felt a surge of anxiety. The outcome of this draw hinged entirely upon his fortune. He cleared his throat and silently prayed, "Heavenly Guardians, I am willing to exchange 2 decades of my singlehood for a splendid item." In his quest for an epic weapon, he was even prepared to sacrifice the happiness of his closest friend. This fervent resolve and yearning filled him with great expectations for the lottery. After a meticulous observation lasting a moment, he selected 5 orbs. With a dazzling flash of golden light, 5 items materialized before him. Pokeball 1, Athena's Photo Collection. Stand Arrow Platinum Star, Gargoyle Mask, Dragon Ball 1 Star Ball 1. Not what I expected, he coughed. Though a weapon did not emerge, there are unexpected treasures. Initially, upon seeing the first 2 names, he was ready to express his frustration, but upon glimpsing the other items, he swallowed his words. Pokeball modified, capable of capturing untamed summoning beasts and tailed beasts, though there exists a risk of failure. Assessment, largely ineffective. Athena's Photo Collection, a collection from the Golden Saints. Assessment, depleted of value. Stand Arrow Platinum Star. Modified, guarantees the awakening of the Platinum Star for the user, usable only once. Note that damage inflicted on the stand will be returned to the user. And the stronger the mental fortitude, the longer the time stop. Assessment, mastery over time, akin to possessing the entire world. After perusing the descriptions, an indescribable confidence surged within him, accompanied by a tingling sensation at his temples, prompting him to reach up and twist his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of his mouth began to curl upward, rendering him capable of striding with ease. At this moment, the fleet began to slowly embark, propelled by some invisible force, gradually making its way towards the distant shore. Tianyun stood upon the deck, watching as the island gradually faded from view. A surge of excitement and anticipation swelling within him at the thought of soon possessing a stand. Once the island had completely vanished from sight, he cautiously stepped into the cabin. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one else was present, he let out a sigh of relief. He then gently opened the system space and retrieved the enigmatic arrow. Grasping the arrow tightly, he examined it closely. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, strikingly similar to the stand arrows he had seen in animated series. Yet, it was precisely this ordinariness that piqued Tianyun's curiosity. He scrutinized the arrow, attempting to discern any peculiarities, but after a prolonged inspection, he found nothing amiss. The surface of the arrow was as smooth as glass, and the tip was exquisitely sharp. Seemingly just an ordinary arrow. Taking a deep breath, Tianyun steadied himself, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth, resolutely plunging the arrow into his arm. In an instant, the tip pierced his skin, and an excruciating pain surged through his arm like an electric current, making him feel as though his very soul were being torn asunder. Following the intense agony, his body jolted violently, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Fortunately, the other passengers aboard the ship were lost in their own sorrow, oblivious to Tianyun's collapse in the cabin. Otherwise, they might have mistaken his action for an ambush. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. The sound of the sea gradually reached his ears. His eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened them. At that moment, his consciousness was still hazy. And as he glanced around in confusion, he struggled to recall where he was. Ah, yes, the stand, Tianyun murmured, finally recollecting that he had just undergone the awakening process for his stand, fainting from the pain of his soul being torn apart. His body was drenched in sweat from the ordeal, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. Yet, despite the lingering pain and exhaustion, an uncontrollable joy filled his heart. A broad smile spread across his face, as if this were the happiest moment of his life. With the space bloodline limit combined with the time-stopping ability of gold experience, there were few who could threaten his existence in this world. Deep within, he yearned to experience what it felt like to halt time. Well then, let us give it a try, Naruto, Tianyun whispered. No sooner had the words left his lips than an extraordinary wave of energy surged forth. He felt everything around him freeze in that moment, including the once swaying ship, which now lay still. However, this stillness did not last long. After a brief interlude, everything returned to normal. It seems my time-stopping ability is still rather weak. Tianyun pondered to himself. To gain a more precise understanding of his current limits in halting time, he resolved to attempt it once more. This time, Tianyun concentrated his spirit and exerted his full power to initiate the time stop. Time came to a halt once more. Yet this time he could distinctly perceive that this suspension bore no significant difference from the previous occasion, perhaps lasting even less than a second. No, even at my nascent awakening, this duration is exceedingly brief, isn't it? System. He had anticipated a 5-second interval. Even that would seem insufficient, as he deemed a whole minute necessary. Host, this is unavoidable. You can enhance your mental strength, thereby extending the duration of the time pause. Currently, your limit allows for a mere 1 second of suspension. Oh, 1 second? What can be accomplished with that? Upon discovering that his current threshold was merely 1 second, darkness clouded his vision. Aside from the fourth part, where Jotaro had not utilized the Platinum Star for too long, which allowed for a 0.5-second time stop, all others afforded 5 seconds. Do not fret, host. As long as your mental strength increases, the limit will be transcended. You merely need to engage in countless illusions to fortify your mental prowess, or alternatively, you may acquire mental potions through the lottery. Mental potions, you say? Tianyun pondered the potion mentioned by the system, contemplating deeply within himself. Chapter 32. An unexpected visitor. Without a moment's hesitation, he completely disregarded the previously mentioned methods, which were entirely outside his realm of consideration. Utilizing illusions to augment one's mental fortitude? To him, that was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. A path only those with a penchant for suffering would choose. Tianyun made his way to the deck, where the sea lay unusually tranquil, and occasionally, schools of fish could be seen gliding gracefully beneath the surface. In contrast, the members of the Uzumaki clan appeared somewhat listless, gathered in small groups, seemingly disinterested in their surroundings. Meanwhile, a greater number of children encircled the adults, diligently absorbing the intricacies of sealing techniques, perhaps aspiring to alter the fate of their lineage through this craft. At that moment, several small boats gently approached the shore, and ninjas from the Senju clan alongside those from the Uzumaki clan disembarked, leaving a portion to guard the shore while others commenced patrols in the vicinity. Observing this, Tianyun too descended from the vessel, yet he chose not to join the others. Instead, he stealthily concealed himself in the branches of a nearby tree. He quietly surveyed the serene forest before him, an unsettling sensation nagging at him, as though unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows, fixated upon him. Suddenly, the nearby underbrush stirred slightly, accompanied by the rustle of leaves, creating a disconcerting atmosphere. Such a significant disturbance could hardly be attributed to a mere small creature, especially given that this area was not within the patrol's scope. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyun swiftly launched several shurikens towards the direction of the sound. Whoosh! A faint noise echoed as a shadow abruptly sprang forth from the thicket. However, as the figure landed, Tianyun seamlessly appeared behind her. Gripping a glinting kunai that pressed firmly against her throat, the icy touch causing her to shudder involuntarily. Wait! The individual was evidently startled by the sudden turn of events, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her voice quavering. I am here to warn you. Tianyun's expression remained as inscrutable as water, his eyes locked onto her with unwavering intensity, the kunai in his grasp showing no sign of relent. Oh, warn us? His tone was devoid of emotion, clearly skeptical that anyone would offer unsolicited warnings. Simultaneously, his mind raced to dissect her words. A woman had materialized at their landing site, claiming to bring a warning. He could think of no other factions besides the 4 hidden villages that would disseminate such intelligence. Yet, a lingering doubt crept into his thoughts. With Senju Hashirama still alive, what audacity granted them the confidence to obstruct their path? What is so crucial that you would warn us? Tianyun decided to press for answers. Feeling the chill of the kunai against her neck, the woman recognized the peril of a single misstep and hastily raised a piece of paper in her trembling hands. This contains vital information. Tianyun's gaze fell upon the paper, where he discerned hastily scribbled lines. As he focused intently, his expression shifted subtly. A figure within the exchange of gold announced a bounty on the Uzumaki clan. Tianyun murmured thoughtfully. Observing her apparent intrigue, the individual hastily added, "This information is freshly acquired and absolutely reliable. Furthermore, numerous bounty ninjas lie in ambush ahead." Tianyun scrutinized the person before her, noting their frail physique and tattered garments. She pondered silently. Although she harbored reservations regarding this sudden stranger, the information was undeniably significant. "I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims. Thus, I must insist you accompany me," she ultimately resolved, deciding to escort this individual back to the village for the judgment of Uzumaki Mido and others. After all, her understanding of the bounties from the exchange of gold was but superficial. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air from behind, akin to something hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Tianyun's heart raced as she swiftly vanished from the spot, taking the abducted girl with her. At that very moment of their departure, a colossal crimson water dragon, reminiscent of a frenzied beast, crashed violently into the very place where Tianyun had stood moments before. The immense splash and shockwave reverberated through the surrounding air. "Release my sister!" A furious shout echoed from a distance. Upon closer inspection, Tianyun beheld a youth. His face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze, the pupils bizarrely shaped like a unique character. Alarmed, she realized that this boy's eyes were no ordinary ones, but rather the blood dragon eyes of the Bloodpool clan. Such eyes possessed formidable illusionary abilities. A mere gaze could ensnare one into a phantasmagoria. With the girl in tow, he leapt high into the air to evade the boy's chaotic onslaught. He could scarcely believe his fortune, merely out for reconnaissance, and yet stumbling upon a member of the Bloodpool clan. "I wonder," Tianyun mused inwardly, "which is more potent, the blood dragon eyes or the Sharingan's illusions?" Given that Uchiha Xia had yet to awaken his Sharingan, she pondered testing her own substitution technique to see if it could free her from the illusory grasp. Just as she steadied herself, the furious shout rang out once more. Turning her gaze, Tianyun found her eyes locking with the youth's blood dragon eyes. In that fleeting moment, she felt her consciousness being forcefully drawn into a powerful vortex, her surroundings blurring into obscurity as if the world itself were spinning. Is this the illusion of the blood dragon eyes? Tianyun thought in horror. Though not her first encounter with an illusion, this particular one transcended any she had previously experienced. She struggled to break free from its constraints. Yet the force felt as immovable as a mountain, rendering her nearly immobile. Fortuitously, the boy's blood dragon eyes had recently awakened, despite their impressive power. They could only ensnare Tianyun in the illusion temporarily. In this brief interval, she furrowed her brow as an unusual energy surged into her mind. Emanating from the platinum star, the illusions in his mind gradually shattered, and soon the scene before him returned to the forest. The young boy was taken aback to see Tianyun so swiftly break free from his illusions. He hastily halted, gripping a rusted shuriken tightly. His demeanor alert and defensive as he regarded Tianyun as if facing a formidable adversary. Tianyun took a deep breath, steadied himself, and scrutinized the youth before him. After a thorough examination, he finally ascertained that this boy belonged to the Bloodpool clan, identifiable by the distinctive blood dragon eyes he possessed. However, What perplexed Tianyun was his knowledge that the Bloodpool clan should still be imprisoned in Hell Valley. How then could they suddenly appear in the Land of Fire? Additionally, in later times, only Qian and her father remained of this clan. Intrigued, Tianyun inquired, "How did your Bloodpool clan come to find yourselves here?" The expressions of both the girl, who was held captive by Tianyun, and the boy standing opposite him turned notably grim upon hearing Tianyun so effortlessly unveil their identities. Chapter 33, Blood Dragon Eye. It appears that these individuals had managed to escape from the confines of Konoha village shortly after its establishment. Seizing the opportunity when the Uchiha clan withdrew their guards, the boy's eyes were now filled with a fierce intent, and he resolutely vowed to eradicate Tianyun at all costs. Even if he could not take his life, he would find a way to ensure his sister's safe escape. However, just as the boy was poised to act, Tianyun suddenly interjected. "Wait," he said, "even if you kill me, neither you nor your sister, nor your clan will see any change in your circumstances." His gaze swept slowly over the boy and girl, settling on their tattered garments and the rusted weaponry they wielded. These details betrayed the hardships they had endured since their flight. The boy, acutely aware of this, furrowed his brow, his mind rife with suspicion towards Tianyun's words. Yet he refrained from taking further action, evidently wishing to hear more. "You and your clan could join Konoha, thereby freeing yourselves from the fear of being captured by the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, when the two nations clash in the future, you may grow strong enough to seek your vengeance," he proposed, a sly smile gracing his lips. After all, one could freely speak of benefits. Whether they could truly join would ultimately be determined by Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression tightened, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain whether to trust this stranger. His heart a tumult of doubt and hesitation. "Do you not wish to avenge your fallen kin?" he exclaimed, his voice rising with a hint of accusation. "You were cast into a hellish abyss due to those insidious whispers." The boy shuddered slightly, visions of the Hell Valley flooding his mind. It was a place devoid of light, heavy with acrid air, shrouded in steam, where his kin endured unspeakable torment. "I have been there. It is no place for humans. Think of your family, and gaze upon your sister. She could have lived a life free of worry." His gaze involuntarily drifted to his sister, who, clad in ragged attire, appeared so frail that a mere gust could sweep her away. But now, you were forced to scurry like ants, struggling for the very basics of survival. An opportunity for vengeance lies before you, and yet you hesitate. What a coward you are. His words struck the boy's heart like a dagger. "What do you understand? What can I do? They are the Daimyes, the lords of the Land of Lightning. If we resist, we will be annihilated by the other ninja clans." Under the relentless barrage of Tianyun's words, the boy's face flushed crimson, and he shouted at Tianyun, veins bulging in his temples. "An opportunity presents itself by joining Konoha. You need not continue to hide in the shadows. You will gradually grow stronger, for only through might can you seek vengeance. And it is strength that will instill fear in others." Tianyun's voice carried an insidious charm, as he sought to amplify the hatred within. Clenching his lips tightly, he struggled to suppress the turmoil of anger and shame within him. However, a voice deep within incessantly warned him, "He is deceiving you. Do not be swayed by his words." This admonition echoed in his mind, yet he felt as though he were ensnared by a paralyzing spell, utterly immobilized. Vivid images of his kin imprisoned in the abyssal valley flooded his thoughts. Suffering, hunger, a fate worse than death, a realm steeped in despair and agony. They had been unjustly confined there, unaware of how many years had passed. Meanwhile, the architects of this misery roamed freely in the world outside, basking in sunlight and liberty. Contemplating this ignited a blaze of rage and resentment within him, gradually consuming his rationality. Tianyun could distinctly sense the turmoil within his adversary's chakra, akin to an enraged beast poised to erupt. Were he a member of the Uchiha clan, he might have already awakened the three Tomo or even the Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, this was the path to instill fear in the shinobi world once more, to wield the power of the Blood Dragon Eye, renowned alongside the Sharingan. To irrevocably transform this realm. The voice resonated in his ears, incessantly stimulating his nerves. "Your Bloodpool clan is the mightiest lineage in this shinobi world." This incantation gradually shrouded his heart in darkness. Gazing at the youth before him, Tianyun extended his hand, seemingly inviting him to traverse the abyss of darkness together. The boy, head bowed and steps faltering, nonetheless approached Tianyun with hesitant resolve. As he closed the distance to a mere 2 or 3 steps, he unsheathed his kunai without hesitation, striking like lightning towards Tianyun's neck. However, Tianyun's reaction surpassed his expectations. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he vanished, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Concurrently, the boy swiftly shielded his sister, eyeing the reappeared Tianyun with vigilance. A flicker of confusion surged within Tianyan. His proposals, clearly aimed for the greater good, were met with such hostility. Why? What flaw lay within my counsel? His voice bore a hint of bewilderment and ire. Humph. Does one expect fortune to fall from the heavens? You merely seek to exploit us, to maneuver us into perilous endeavors. Furthermore, you are but a callow youth, lacking the authority to dictate our allegiance to Konoha. The boy retorted with a derisive laugh, unyielding in his response. Were you a figure akin to Senju Hashirama? Perhaps your words would hold weight, but you are merely a child even younger than myself. What right do you have to make such grand pronouncements? Tianyun's expression darkened in an instant as he glared at the young man, pondering within himself, how audacious. This boy shows me no respect whatsoever. Practically courting his own demise. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Tianyun abruptly altered his demeanor, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Very well. The wife of our esteemed first Hokage of Konoha is just behind us. You may approach her for her opinion. Furthermore, I genuinely require you to explain the situation to her. If you find it unsuitable, you may depart at your leisure. His words prompted a glance between the boy and his sister, who hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to follow Tianyun. After all, their curiosity about the wife of the first Hokage was piqued, and they yearned to understand her perspective on the matter. Chapter 34. Joining throughout their journey. He persistently sought to discern their whereabouts through various inquiries, yet the youth remained as unyielding as iron, revealing not a single word. Frustrated by the lack of progress, he turned to the young woman, asking how she came to know of the bounty on the Uzumaki clan and why she chose to inform them. This is a long story, she began, contemplating her response. Let us keep it brief, Tianyun interjected, eager to avoid an endless narrative devoid of substance. With her words interrupted, the young woman hesitated momentarily, gathering her thoughts before she began her explanation. It turned out that she was the very beggar whom Tianyun had compassionately aided during his last visit to the Land of Soup. Upon noticing the forehead protector atop his head, she immediately recognized his identity. While begging, she had overheard a conversation among several bounty ninjas discussing their impending mission to capture members of the Uzumaki clan. Realizing that Konoha and the Uzumaki clan were allies, she resolutely decided to convey this critical information to them as a means of repaying Tianyun's previous kindness. The trio hastened their pace and arrived at the shore, where numerous members of the Uzumaki clan were disembarking from their vessels. As they appeared, two individuals swiftly surrounded them. After Tianyun explained their situation, the two confiscated the siblings' weapons before allowing the three to proceed. Under Tianyun's guidance, they inquired around until they finally reached the location of Uzumaki Mito. At that moment, Mito was engaged in serious discussions with Elder Roku and others regarding pressing matters. After Tianyun briefed everyone on the situation, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, leaving not a sound to be heard. After a considerable pause, Elder Roku spoke gravely. This is indeed a predicament. We do not know how many bounty ninjas are lurking, waiting for us. As for my old bones, it matters little whether I perish, but we must ensure that the children remain unharmed. The current circumstances were undeniably dire, and their only reliance lay with the Senju clan's ninjas. However, this did not imply that the Senju ninjas were lacking in strength. Rather, the uncertainty of the enemy's numbers rendered it impossible for their current forces to adequately protect everyone. It was also unclear when the reinforcements would arrive. Prior to their decision to head to Konoha, they had already dispatched a messenger to inform Senju Hashirama, and Mito now hoped that the reinforcements would arrive promptly. I cannot decide on the inclusion of the Bloodpool clan into Konoha, she said, her tone laden with hesitation, clearly struggling with the weight of this decision. After all, this was not a mere trivial choice. It involved numerous complex factors and considerations. Integrating a clan into Konoha was no simple task, requiring a thorough assessment of various aspects, including the Bloodpool clan's background, strength, intentions, and their potential impact on Konoha. To acquiesce to their request without due diligence could lead to unforeseen consequences for Konoha. Yet, just as she grappled with her indecision, a voice from outside interrupted her contemplations. It matters not. Let them join. Several individuals simultaneously turned their heads, only to behold a figure striding confidently into the room. As they recognized the visitor's countenance, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. The newcomer was none other than Hashirama Senju, one of the founders of Konohagakure. His presence here was due to Tobarama Senju acquiring intelligence from other hidden villages, prompting him to summon Hashirama for support. The arrival of Hashirama infused the room with a warm aura, instilling a sense of reassurance among those present. Upon entering, Hashirama greeted each person in the room. His smile as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. The Uzumaki clan member, believing Hashirama had not overheard their previous discussion, began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the Bloodpool clan, detailing their origins and the reasons for their integration into Konohagakure. However, Hashirama raised a hand to interrupt, his gaze sweeping across the assembled company before he spoke softly. As long as one does not pose a threat to the village, I welcome you. Though brief, this statement revealed Hashirama's profound magnanimity and philosophy. He firmly believed that Konohagakure was a place of inclusivity. Anyone sincerely wishing to join this familial community, provided they did not endanger the village, should be embraced. Hashirama was renowned for his kindness and tolerance. He was always amiable and exuded warmth and goodwill, as long as no harm was intended towards the village. Conversely, should anyone dare to threaten Konohagakure, he would show no mercy, just as he did with Uchiha Madara. In the present day, Konohagakure was at the zenith of its power, its formidable strength instilling fear in other factions, making it unlikely that anyone would willingly engage in conflict over a few feeble and ailing individuals. Even if someone dared to challenge the authority of Konohagakure, it would likely occur after Hashirama's demise. The two individuals, who had long since abandoned hope, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Hashirama's words. They believed that with his presence, there would be no significant issues. However, unbeknownst to them, the Hashirama before them was merely a shadow clone. While his true self was engaged in philosophical discussions with several Kage back in Konohagakure. Moreover, the team tasked with their support had yet to arrive. After deliberation, it was ultimately decided that a single Senjin ninja would accompany Tianyin and return with the two individuals to their hiding place, providing detailed explanations to the others. Shortly thereafter, Tianyin and his companions watched the team depart, then turned to exchange glances with the two youths, silently signaling for them to lead the way. By the way, how did you manage to procure food after your escape? Tianyin suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued by how they managed to obtain provisions despite the bounty placed on them by the Land of Lightning. A girl beside him explained, we first used Jinjutsu to ensnare the shopkeepers in an illusion. Then, taking advantage of their distraction, we swiftly seized the food and made our exit. Upon hearing this, Tianyin's understanding dawned, yet he was soon left with further questions. However, such a method cannot be employed indefinitely, can it? Prolonged use is bound to arouse suspicion, and one might even summon ninjas for investigation. The young girl nodded, resignedly affirming that indeed, they dare not use it frequently and can only take occasional risks. After all, they had endured great difficulty to escape and had no desire to be captured again. Who could foresee the dire consequences of being recaptured? Tianyin deeply concurred. Given their present predicament, capture would likely result in either death or subjecting them to various experiments. Chapter 35. The Vulnerable. At that moment, Tianyin suddenly realized that he seemed to be unaware of the names of the two individuals before him. By the way, what are your names? I cannot keep addressing you as you indefinitely. I am Ya, and my brother is. The young girl began to introduce herself and the boy. However, before she could finish her sentence, the boy interjected, Chi. Tianyin smiled, finding the boy rather amusing, reminiscent of Uchiha's Ya. Their hiding place was not far from where they stood, and soon they reached the outskirts nearby. The area was densely wooded, clearly seldom visited by others, providing them with a perfect refuge. As they drew closer to their hiding spot, Tianyin increasingly sensed an unusual silence enveloping the surroundings. What should have been a vibrant forest was now eerily quiet, with not even a single bird call to be heard. Only the rustling of leaves as they moved through the trees. What is going on? Since earlier, I have not seen any living creature, not even a bird in sight. Tianyin's gaze swiftly swept around, his confusion deepening, and he could no longer contain his curiosity, finally voicing it. In such circumstances, the only explanation he could fathom for this bizarre phenomenon was that someone had previously passed through here, startling the forest inhabitants. Given that bounty ninjas have been roaming about recently, it is rather fortunate we are able to find food at all. After all, when we first escaped, we could only barely survive on tree bark and roots. The boy's voice was remarkably calm, as if he were discussing something trivial rather than a matter of life and death. Tianyin opened his mouth, wanting to say something to console the boy before him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he found himself unable to articulate them, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, after several attempts to speak, he managed to force out a simple apology. I'm sorry. However, the boy did not react much to Tianyin's apology. He merely shook his head slightly and fell silent, as if all of this was within his expectations. For a moment, the atmosphere was shrouded in a suffocating silence. Although Tianyun and the boy were mere steps apart, a barrier seemed to exist between them, creating an indescribable awkwardness. As the tension thickened, Tianyun felt compelled to break the silence. He took a deep breath, preparing to say something to ease the uncomfortable stalemate when, unexpectedly, the boy pointed towards a small hill in the distance and spoke first. "That is where we will temporarily conceal ourselves." Upon hearing this, Tianyun quickly followed the direction of the boy's finger and noticed a modest hill, around 5 or 6 meters high, standing quietly not far away. It appeared unremarkable. Above, a tangle of weeds flourished, dotted with a few malnourished trees, their leaves sparse, casting an air of desolation. Not far away, a narrow stream, 3 meters wide, shimmered under the sun, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles below. Tianyun and the youth, Chi, approached a cave, and before they drew near, they could hear the faint cries of children and the resigned sighs of adults emanating from within. Upon entering the cave, Tianyun beheld over 20 middle-aged men and women, alongside 7 or 8 children, all gaunt and weary, their eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. "Who are you?" A group of emaciated men shielded the women and children, wielding broken weapons and stones. The women clutched their children tightly, seeking refuge behind the men. "It's me. They are not enemies." She stepped forward, arms wide open to draw the attention of his kin. Recognizing their own, the men did not lower their weapons, and she approached to clarify the situation. Surveying the damp cave, Tianyun noted that only the women and children rested on a bed of hay. He had never witnessed such a grim tableau. Strangely, there were no elders in sight, though. Considering the harshness of life in both Hell Valley and here, it was no surprise that the elderly struggled to survive. He retrieved some rations from his backpack and offered them to the nearest child. The child hesitated briefly before accepting the food and devouring it ravenously. Seeing this, the other children gathered around, their eyes filled with longing, compelling him to share all his provisions. After receiving the food, the children hurried to their mothers, offering the rations. But the women shook their heads, indicating they were not hungry, and urged the children to eat for themselves. As Chi explained the situation, he observed Tianyun's every move. And only after the explanation was complete did he slowly approach Tianyun. "We are truly grateful. It has been ages since we have had a proper meal," he expressed. Tianyun, returning his gaze, sighed deeply before turning to Chi and softly said, "Lead us to meet your leader." He gently patted the boy's shoulder, seemingly offering encouragement and comfort. Together, they followed Chi deeper into the cave, where the air grew increasingly damp and oppressive due to the sultry weather. After traversing a distance, they finally arrived at the cave's depths, where an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged against the wall. Beside him stood a robust man, appearing healthier than the others outside. The elderly man's head, which had been bowed, slowly lifted, and upon recognizing Chi as the leader, a flicker of surprise crossed his wrinkled face, though it quickly faded into calmness. In a feeble voice, he inquired, "Chi, why have you only now returned? We were already considering leaving this place. Who are these individuals behind you?" Typically, they do not linger in one place for too long. This is not merely to evade pursuit, but more significantly, to seek out areas abundant in sustenance. After all, in such an environment, acquiring food is exceedingly challenging. At that moment, however, the man standing to the side had already descended into a heightened state of tension the instant they entered the room. His gaze remained fixed on 7 and the individuals behind him, his vigilance unwavering. In response to the inquiry posed by the elderly man with white hair, 7 let out a resigned sigh and proceeded to elucidate the circumstances once more. The elder, with his eyes closed as though in slumber, was, in truth, contemplating the veracity of 7's words. He pondered internally what compelling reasons the Leaf Village could possibly have to invite them. If they truly possessed the requisite strength, it would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 36 Departure. At present, they were merely surviving, utterly incapable of providing any substantial benefit to Konoha, lacking significant combat prowess. Apart from their unique bloodline limits, they possessed nothing that Konoha would covet. Contemplating this, the elder found himself in a state of indecision, for he bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of his clan. Although their current existence was less than desirable, it still afforded them a degree of freedom. Journeying to Konoha might offer better protection, yet it could also expose them to greater peril. "You need not worry. Joining is a directive from the Hokage himself. And you may rest assured," remarked a ninja from the Senju clan, seemingly perceiving the elder's dilemma with a tone of indifference. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing a flicker of skepticism, and he hesitantly inquired, "What about the bounty from the land of lightning?" Concern tinged his voice, as that bounty was intrinsically linked to the safety of his entire family. The Senju ninja shook his head slightly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. "That matter rests with the Hokage. It is beyond our purview." Such considerations were beyond their reckoning, belonging instead to the higher echelons. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind, finding himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Every choice felt like a double-edged sword, ensnaring him in profound turmoil. In truth, you need not ponder excessively. Whether you go to Konoha or not, you may ultimately face extinction. Rather than languishing in despair, it would be wiser to venture to Konoha and take a chance. Perhaps you might reclaim your former selves. Only through strength can one survive. If you remain undecided, consult your clansmen to see if they are willing to fight for the restoration of past glories or prefer to continue living like rats. Tianyun could not help but furrow his brow and interject, "If you choose to flee and hide like rats, you might as well not have come out at all." Indecisiveness baffled him. He could not fathom why these people sought to place him in a position of leadership. If it were up to him, he would act decisively. The man beside the white-haired elder, witnessing his leader being pointed at, felt a surge of anger rise within him, ready to take action. "You are right. It is time to take a risk. Chong, go and inform the clan that we shall join Konoha." The elder stopped the man, opening his eyes to gaze intently at the 6 or 7-year-old child before him, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. "When did I find myself lacking the fighting spirit of a mere child? Am I truly incapable?" "Indeed," replied the man known as Chang, nodding as he departed to notify the clan, while Chi followed suit. Soon, cheers erupted from outside. Chi watched the jubilant clansman, a weight lifted from his heart, breathing a sigh of relief. Before long, the entire clan busied themselves with preparations for the impending journey. Each face radiated a blend of tension and excitement. This was an unknown expedition, and none could foresee what awaited them ahead. Standing outside the cave, Tianyun silently observed the gathered Bloodpool clan, their numbers not exceeding 30. Most were young men, with only 7 or 8 women and children present. A deep sigh escaped him, and a wave of sorrow surged within his heart. In the world of ninjas, there existed many formidable clans known for their bloodline limits and secret techniques, each with a glorious history and immense power. Yet, due to internal strife, power struggles, or other reasons, they ultimately succumbed to decline or even extinction. This was especially true for the Hidden Mist village, where the Blood Mist policy treated people as mere pawns, though the Kagaya clan was an exception. As he traveled, Tianyun attentively observed the emotions of his clansmen. However, their eyes reflected little beyond anxiety for the unknown and hope for Konoha. "One day, I shall restore my clan to its former glory. I will ensure those who have harmed my kin pay dearly, particularly those from the land of lightning," he vowed. His gaze then fell upon an elderly man, forcefully bound at the back. The old man appeared frail and aged, prompting curiosity about how he had managed to survive in such harsh conditions. "Hee. I am not as old as I appear. I am merely in my 30s, the elder explained, perhaps sensing the intensity of Tianyun's gaze. Tianyun was taken aback, astonished by the man's youthfulness. "It is due to the scarcity of food and my need to plan our route that I have become this way," the elder continued, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I can feel that my time is limited, but as long as my kin can join Konoha, I shall find peace." His words brimmed with hope for his clan's future and the fulfillment of his mission. The elder's shoulders trembled slightly as he looked down. "Things will get better," Tianyun whispered, his voice as gentle as a breeze, as if only he could hear it. The group moved at a leisurely pace, the surrounding environment gradually growing silent. Suddenly, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted into Tianyun's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. The odor was subtle, dissipating with the slightest breeze. A sense of unease tightened in his chest as he turned to survey the Bloodpool clan behind him, then glanced at the Senju ninja at the rear of the group. Exchanging a knowing look, Tianyun halted the advance of the others. "Let us take a moment to rest and eat before we continue," he suggested. The group came to a stop, several women already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Tianyun produced military rations and offered them to the weary. He then joined the Senju ninja near the silver-haired man. There may have been a battle ahead. We cannot be certain if anyone is still present. If we take a detour, as he concluded his sentence, he subtly cast a glance back at the others. The implication clear. Standing not far away, Chi watched the discussion unfold, his fists tightening as he felt a surge of indignation at the sensation of lives being dictated by others. Yu gazed at her elder brother's expression of shame and anger, promptly reaching out to grasp his hand. A wave of warmth surged through her as she turned to meet the concerned gaze of Ya. She exhaled deeply, a gentle smile illuminating her face as she offered him a reassuring look. Meanwhile, Tianyun resolved to venture alone, following the trail of blood with an air of determination. Confident in his ability to navigate freely with his space ninjutsu. Before his departure, the ninja from the Senju clan had repeatedly cautioned him to flee if the situation became dire, urging him not to overestimate his capabilities. He treaded cautiously through the forest, his steps light and deliberate, wary of making even the slightest sound as he drew nearer. Chapter 37. A formal induction. The pungent scent of blood grew increasingly intense, forcing him to suppress his gag reflex as he perched upon a tree, eyes widening at the scene below. The trees appeared as though they had been violently snapped in two, each trunk severed at the waist, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of numerous ninjas. Some had been impaled by the splintered wood, while others had been mercilessly crushed into a pulp, the ground saturated with crimson. The horrific tableau evoked a sense of dread, the stench of death permeating the air, sending shivers down his spine. Tianyun gazed at the fallen, contemplating silently. By the looks of it, they must have encountered an ambush by ninjas while passing through here. I wonder if more traps lie ahead. It was evident that these individuals had fallen victim to Senju Hashirama. Even if merely a shadow of his formidable self, they were no match for these feeble bounty ninjas. Yet, Tianyun's primary concern now is whether additional foes awaited them. Should the numbers be substantial, their meager band would likely stand little chance. After confirming that no survivors lingered in the vicinity, Tianyun swiftly regrouped with his companions, relaying the grim observations in meticulous detail. After deliberation, they resolved to alter their course, opting for a more circuitous route to circumvent any potential ambushes. The members of the Bloodpool clan, their stamina severely limited, found themselves moving in fits and starts, progressing slowly. After a lengthy and arduous journey, they finally reached Konohagakure 3 days later. As they approached the village gates, they were immediately halted by the guards. The sentinels studied the peculiar assembly with curiosity. Alongside the ninjas of the Senju clan stood a ragtag group of tattered, weary individuals, resembling beggars. This unusual amalgamation was a sight the guards had never before encountered. Following a thorough verification process, the guards permitted them entry into the village. Upon entering Konohagakure, they began to glance around with intrigue, marveling at this unfamiliar locale. Passers-by and street vendors cast curious glances at this odd gathering, whispering amongst themselves and occasionally pointing at the Bloodpool clan. A few young children, evidently frightened, clutched their mother's hands tightly, unwilling to let go. Before long, they arrived in front of the Hokage building. Except for the white-haired man and the strong one, the others remained quietly downstairs, awaiting the return of the former. Inside the Hokage's office, Tianyun and his companions gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. There, Senju Hashirama sat at his desk, diligently attending to paperwork. His figure appearing particularly imposing in the sunlight, his dark hair billowing as if caught in a gentle breeze. Upon hearing the door creak open, Hashirama lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Tianyun and his companions. A warm smile graced his face, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight of spring, radiating warmth and kindness that instantly endeared him to those present. You have returned? Which of you is the leader of the Bloodpool clan? The voice of Senju Hashirama was gentle yet resonant, imbued with a reassuring strength. He observed 2 individuals before him. Although he felt that the younger man ought to be the clan leader, he nonetheless inquired for confirmation. Tianyun nodded and proceeded to introduce Lord Hokage. This is the leader of the Bloodpool clan, and this is his assistant. They are now bidding farewell to their past and becoming part of Konoha, with the leader naturally at the forefront. The leader of the Bloodpool clan and his assistant stepped forward respectfully, bowing deeply to Senju Hashirama in unison. We pay our respects to Lord Hokage. Upon witnessing this, Hashirama rose, swiftly approaching the two and gently assisting them to their feet. His gestures were tender and unpretentious. There is no need for such formality. Konoha will now be your home. I shall have someone escort you to your designated residence, which will belong to you henceforth. Hashirama said with a warm smile. The 2 men straightened and regarded him, as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon Hashirama, illuminating him with a divine light. The leader's eyes misted slightly, and he endeavored to steady his emotions. Once he felt the moment was right, Hashirama turned to retrieve a document from his desk and presented it to the leader of the Bloodpool clan, elucidating the details of their designated quarters. The leader and his assistant examined the document closely, their faces brightening with joy. They expressed their profound gratitude for Hashirama's arrangements, vowing to repay Konoha's kindness with diligent efforts. Ultimately, under the guidance of a shinobi, the leader and his assistant departed from the Hokage's office, en route to their new abode. Meanwhile, Tianyun remained behind, as Hashirama wished to inquire about the events that transpired on their journey for a clearer understanding of the situation. Uncle Hashirama, how is the Uzumaki clan faring? After completing his report, Tianyun hesitated momentarily but resolved to voice his question. Hashirama lifted his gaze to Tianyun, then returned his attention to the document in hand, responding with a slight smile. You certainly care for your sister Mido. Rest assured, all is well. She is currently overseeing the construction of the Uzumaki quarters. If you wish, you may go and visit her. However, the reality was far more complex than Hashirama had suggested. Upon the arrival of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, the eyes of various clans were filled with suspicion. After all, no one desired to see their hard-earned village diminished by another. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan, being kin to the Senju, possessed unique sealing techniques and formidable chakra, which undoubtedly instilled a sense of unease among the other clans. During the deliberations regarding the acceptance of the Uzumaki clan, the atmosphere was palpably tense, akin to a taut string that might snap at the slightest provocation. Various factions covertly vied for dominance, striving to safeguard their interest and status. At that moment, an elder from a shinobi clan stepped forward, his voice grave and resonant. Although the Uzumaki clan wields considerable power, their arrival will undoubtedly disrupt the existing equilibrium of the village. The words echoed within the conference room, transforming the previously boisterous atmosphere into a profound silence. While some individuals raised their thumbs in approval, we must approach this matter with utmost caution, ensuring that no potential threats jeopardize the safety of Konoha. To put it plainly, their arrival would result in the division of a substantial share of our interests. Who shall compensate for these losses? The cake is finite. The more individuals partake, the lesser each shall receive. It is a rudimentary arithmetic problem, yet it has caused the scales in many hearts to tilt. The elder's remarks stirred the waters, prompting a flurry of discussions among the assembly. Chapter 38. The commercial district. The individuals present were divided into two factions. Some advocated for the acceptance of the Vortex clan, believing that it would usher in a new strength for the Hidden Leaf village. These proponents were predominantly ordinary jonin, lacking any clan affiliations, content with completing missions for monetary gain. For them, the addition of a formidable ally signified enhanced security. Conversely, others voiced their dissent, apprehensive that such an inclusion could invite trouble upon the village. This group primarily comprised members of the shinobi clans who, being tied to their own families and vested interests, were naturally reluctant to see their share of prosperity diminished. Amidst the stalemate, Senju Tobarama stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming chakra that surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, enveloping the surroundings. The potency of this chakra was so palpable that every individual present could distinctly feel the pressure it exerted. They were enveloped by an invisible weight, as if bearing a burden of 1,000 pounds upon their shoulders, causing their breaths to grow slow and labored. This pressure was not a mere physical manifestation, but rather an emanation of profound fear and reverence from within, leaving only a select few unmoved. His gaze was as sharp as a cold star, reflecting a keen intelligence. As he surveyed the crowd, each person involuntarily shuddered, as though he could pierce through to their innermost thoughts. Esteemed colleagues, I have not convened you today to solicit your opinions, but rather to impart a decision. Senju Tobarama's voice rang out, cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. I have never proposed sharing your interests with them. The directness of Tobarama's words did not invoke embarrassment among the assembly, nor did it prompt immediate rebuttals. Instead, they chose silence, patiently awaiting his subsequent pronouncement. Observing their reaction, Tobarama signaled to a ninja from the Senju clan beside him, who understood the cue and swiftly produced a meticulously crafted map, unfurling it before the gathering. This map was exquisitely detailed, marking the locations of various clans along with the surrounding terrain and environment. At the center of the map lay a conspicuous blank area, encircled in red. Tobarama pointed to this marked section and declared, "Here, we have deliberated with the daimyo regarding the establishment of a large-scale commercial district. This district will become the commercial hub of the Hidden Leaf village, and I need not elaborate on the wealth it shall generate." Though the clan leaders maintained calm exteriors, tumultuous thoughts churned within. He paused, then continued, "Naturally, each of you will have the opportunity to acquire your own shops within this commercial district. How you choose to utilize these establishments, whether to operate them personally or lease them, will rest entirely on your discretion. The construction will be overseen solely by the Senju clan in conjunction with the daimyo. Your sole responsibility will be to utilize the facilities once completed. Upon uttering these words, the gazes of the clan leaders converged upon the encircled area, each calculating the vast potential of this land, envisioning the considerable number of structures that could be erected. More importantly, it is situated in the very heart of Konoha village, undoubtedly a prime location. There is little doubt that this area will one day become a place where every inch is worth its weight in gold. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan has already settled here. It would be unthinkable to drive them away. Their current disturbances are merely attempts to extract greater benefits from this incident. Simultaneously, we shall establish a new department specifically tasked with overseeing the village's barriers. This department will be managed by the Uzumaki clan. Of course, if other clans wish to join, they are welcome, but any missteps could lead to significant repercussions. This is undeniably a great temptation, as it not only grants them property in the commercial district but also creates an entirely new department. Thus, their existing power remains intact while providing them an opportunity to engage in new matters. However, there lies a hidden complexity, although they may choose to join the new department. Should they falter in their duties, the consequences could be dire. In the end, all clans departed with satisfaction, and the Uzumaki clan firmly established their roots in Konoha village. Senju Tobarama stood alone in the empty conference room, a faint smile gracing his lips as he contemplated. These provisions were always intended for them. But no matter, I shall have them pay land management fees and impose taxes on the commercial district. This way, we can recoup some funds. Closing his eyes, he began to envision the future development blueprint of Konoha village. He had long intended to establish a commercial area within the village, as it was essential for the villagers to have a place to spend, rather than relying solely on mission rewards. Long before the likes of Tintin returned to Konoha, various clans had learned of additional shinobi clans intending to join Konoha and had sent representatives to wait at the village entrance. However, when they discovered that the newcomers resembled little more than beggars, their concerns swiftly dissipated. The Bloodpool clan? That name seemed vaguely familiar. Within the Uchiha compound, numerous elders gathered, seated together with the current clan leader, discussing the reports from their subordinates. The clan leader furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion. Clan leader, have you forgotten? They are the ones who were wrongfully accused by the Lady of the Land of Lightning and hired us to escort them to Hell Valley. An elder interjected, his voice laced with disdain for that particular clan. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan leader pondered for a moment. Then his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. I remember now. Indeed, that is the case. In that event, there is no need to grant them anything. They are but insignificant ants. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the reporter to take their leave. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan leader and the elders resumed their discussions on how to secure the central area of the commercial street. This region is the very core of the commercial district, the true locus of wealth. Whoever can dominate this area will hold an absolute advantage in the world of commerce. Meanwhile, other clans, upon learning that it was a nearly extinct group of ninjas, paid little heed to their plight. After all, such families posed no significant threat to them. Or rather, this clan was hardly worthy of comparison. On the other hand, Tianyun followed the directions provided by Senju Hashirama, making his way onward until he arrived at a distant area to the left of Konoha Rock. There, he observed from afar the Senju and Uzumaki clans busily transporting various materials, while the architects directed the work, creating a scene bustling with fervor and activity. Chapter 39, The Gift in an Open Area. Uzumaki Sueho was engaged in a fervent discussion with the sixth elder. They occasionally leaned in to whisper to one another, while at other times, they gestured towards a specific corner of the construction site, seemingly deliberating on matters of significant importance regarding the ongoing project. Meanwhile, Tianyun strolled through the site, greeting the ninjas of the Senju clan with a warm smile. As he walked, he exchanged pleasantries with acquaintances and eventually paused a short distance away from Uzumaki Sueho and the sixth elder, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their discussion. We absolutely cannot forego the construction of the walls. The sixth elder's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with a hint of anxiety. If enemies were to infiltrate, we would be doomed. His bewilderment regarding the decision against erecting walls was evident. He believed that walls would not only serve as an effective barrier against intruders but also distinctly demarcate the living areas of various clans, providing a clear differentiation. However, Uzumaki Sueho held a contrasting perspective and patiently elucidated. It is not that we cannot build walls, but rather that we must adhere to regulations. Trust me, this approach is undoubtedly the right course of action. As she spoke, she handed the design blueprint to the sixth elder. He accepted it and scrutinized the plans intently. After a moment, he reluctantly nodded in agreement, signaling his consent to proceed with this plan. Curious, Tianyun leaned closer to examine the design. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the proposal entailed eliminating the original walls, allowing each household to construct its own courtyard wall instead. Is this a villa district? Tianyun pondered silently. Nonetheless, it appeared that even ordinary families could reside in these clan settlements, and some smaller families were already showing signs of population growth. At that moment, Uzumaki Sueho turned her gaze toward Tianyun. She reached out to ruffle his hair, and then cast him a reproachful glance, saying, "Little Tianyun has returned without a word." Tianyun discreetly evaded her hand, smiling as he replied, "I didn't want to interrupt your discussion." He then offered a greeting to the sixth elder, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. With the blueprint in hand, the elder turned to depart, presumably to oversee other tasks. Uzumaki Sueho then scrutinized Tianyun from head to toe. Relieved to see that he bore no injuries, she inquired about the state of the Bloodpool clan. "How are they faring?" Upon hearing her question, Tianyun's smile faded, and he solemnly recounted everything he had experienced, as well as the current situation of that clan. After listening, Uzumaki Sueho lapsed into silence for a considerable time. She could not fathom what might have become of the Uzumaki clan had they not arrived in Konoha. Would they, like the Bloodpool clan, be forced to hide and live in a state of perpetual survival? This thought stirred a myriad of emotions within her. Tianyun, observing her lost in contemplation, chose not to disturb her, instead standing quietly by her side. After a brief while, Uzumaki Sueho emerged from her reverie. Noticing her return to the present, Tianyun decided it was time to bid farewell and take his leave to rest adequately. After bidding farewell to the swirling waters, Tianyun pondered for a moment and resolved to seek out Senju Hashirama and Tobarama for a conversation. As he walked, he contemplated that since he was heading to find them, it would be a splendid opportunity to casually engage with them, especially since he had no pressing matters at hand. Idleness would be a waste of time. As he meandered along, a cool breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Glancing around at the bare trees, he suddenly realized that autumn had indeed arrived. The weather was gradually turning cooler, and the chill was becoming increasingly palpable. He tightened his clothing and continued on his way. Autumn is nearly upon us, Tianyun mused. Reflecting on how swiftly time passes, he couldn't help but reminisce about the moments he had experienced since arriving in this world. Unbeknownst to him, this marked the 7th autumn he had spent here. Not far ahead, he noticed a family of 4 gathered by the roadside, their laughter and joy creating a warm atmosphere. Tianyun was drawn to this heartwarming scene, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Ultimately, he relinquished his intention to seek out Senju Hashirama and Tobarama. Feeling that his current mood was ill-suited for such a visit, it would be better to wander alone and unwind. Before he knew it, Tianyun found himself in a grove. Due to the season, most trees had shed their verdant attire, now adorned in hues of yellow and brown, with many leaves having fallen. The ground was carpeted with leaves, resembling a golden tapestry that crunched softly beneath his feet. He meandered to the base of a large tree and casually settled down beside it. Closing his eyes gently, he reveled in the gentle embrace of the sun's warmth. A soft breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness that enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort and contentment. Time slipped away quietly in this state of bliss, and before he realized it, the sun had begun its descent. The evening glow bathed him in a golden hue, akin to a delicate veil. Slowly, he opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and stood up, preparing to return home. On the way back, he recalled the small gifts he had purchased in the Land of Water. Initially intended for a special occasion to present to Senju Hashirama and Tobarama, he now felt that the moment had arrived. Thus, he retrieved the meticulously prepared gifts from his bag, holding them carefully in his hands. As he approached his doorstep, an enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafted towards him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon opening the door, the familiar sight of the dining room greeted him, with a sumptuous array of dishes laid out on the table. 2 familiar figures were seated at the table, Senju Hashirama and Tobarama. They turned to him, with Hashirama smiling warmly. "Welcome back, little Tianyun." Feeling a bit bashful, Tianyun scratched his head before placing the gifts on the table, saying, "These are for you. Nothing particularly extravagant, I assure you." With a look of delight, Hashirama eagerly picked up the gifts, unable to contain his excitement as he began to unwrap them. Konoha's Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly exasperated by his impatience. Yet he nonetheless reached for a gift. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming platter of dishes. Her eyes immediately fell upon the assortment of packages scattered across the table, prompting her to inquire with curiosity, What are these? Upon learning that they were gifts from Tenyu, a joyful smile illuminated her face. With a heart full of delight, she eagerly accepted one and, filled with anticipation, opened it to reveal a garment. She examined the clothing carefully, though it appeared somewhat small. Yet, one could hardly blame Tenyu, as he was unaware of Uzumaki Mido's precise measurements and had to rely on his instincts for the purchase. Chapter 40. Athena Mido, have you recently gained some weight? Otherwise, how could you possibly not fit into this beautiful dress? Senju Hashirama remarked, glancing at the ornament in his hand, then at the exquisite garment held by Uzumaki Mido, a hint of envy lacing his voice. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Mido was initially taken aback. Then she held the dress against herself and confirmed that it indeed felt a tad snug. However, rather than feeling discontent, a playful smile crept upon her lips, her expression radiating a teasing charm. This smile left Hashirama momentarily perplexed, yet he quickly grasped the underlying sentiment. Mido compared the dress in her hands to the ornament held by Hashirama, seemingly weighing their worth. Finally, she turned to him with a smile that spoke volumes, though her lips remained sealed. This little gift is quite lovely, Hashirama remarked, crouching in a corner, his tone reminiscent of a bashful bride. Mido burst into laughter, while Tobarama merely shook his head, a smile gracing his features as well. The restaurant echoed with joyous laughter, a sound so vibrant it seemed to transcend the very walls, uplifting the spirits of all present. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the windows, gently illuminating the classroom and infusing the space with a comforting warmth. Tianyan stepped into the familiar classroom with a buoyant stride, making his way directly to his seat. In the days to come, he would remain in this haven of books, preparing for the trials that awaited him, including his imminent participation in the First Shinobi World War after graduation. Just as Tianyan settled into his chair, a sudden voice erupted from behind him. Tianyan, you actually returned? I thought you had vanished. The boisterous exclamation reverberated like thunder in Tianyan's ears. Before he could react, he felt as though he had been charged by a ferocious bear, his body lurching forward, nearly toppling to the ground, struggling to regain his balance. Tianyan barely caught his breath before being enveloped in a fervent embrace that nearly stole the air from his lungs. Darkness momentarily clouded his vision, and he fancied he saw the Sage of Six Paths beckoning him towards another realm. Just as he felt the grip of suffocation approaching, Uchiha Natsuki timely intervened, pulling Senju Haku away, thus liberating Tianyan from her overpowering grasp. Haku, how on earth have you become so strong? Tianyan exclaimed, astonished, for he distinctly remembered Haku's strength being far less formidable. In such a brief span, her power had seemingly doubled, leaving him feeling as though his bones might shatter. Ha! I have mastered the clan's chakra techniques. I have undergone a transformation. I no longer regard anyone here as my equal, Haku declared triumphantly, her pride radiating as she sat. Confidence and arrogance etched across her features, her nose held high as if to flaunt her newfound prowess to the world. However, the others in the classroom showed no interest in his self-aggrandizement. They merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their own pursuits, completely disregarding him. At that moment, Tianyan stealthily leaned towards Qianshu's ear and whispered, Who? Next time you say you're not targeting anyone, just know that everyone present here is worthless. Qianshu was taken aback, not expecting Tianyan to incite him to utter such words. He hesitated, feeling that such a statement might provoke discontent among the others, yet simultaneously, a flicker of vanity was ignited within him by Tianyan's words. Isn't that inappropriate? Qianshu murmured, still somewhat apprehensive about being besieged by a group. That's all you are. Consider this a gift. Tianyan seemed to sense his unease and produced two gifts from behind him, handing one to Qianshu and the other to Uchiha Sia. The two, intrigued, accepted the gifts and upon opening them, discovered some everyday items, nothing particularly precious. However, when they unveiled the lower layer of the gifts, they found an art book featuring Athena. Both had never encountered such a thing and were instantly captivated. Driven by intense curiosity, they could no longer contain their impulses and slowly opened the mysterious tome. As the cover was flipped, their eyes widened in astonishment, completely enthralled by the contents within. It felt as though they had entered an entirely new world. After all, children in the world of Naruto often mature quickly. Just as they were immersed in this novel realm, Tianyan noticed their unwavering gaze and was drawn to take a closer look himself, albeit with a critical eye. Just as they were engrossed in their examination, the teacher unexpectedly entered the classroom. The teacher was astonished to find these three students so remarkably quiet, a stark contrast to their usual boisterous nature. Although he was aware that Tianyan would be attending class today, he had not anticipated such tranquility. Therefore, he quietly approached them, curious to discover what could captivate them so profoundly. In the midst of his fascination, Tianyun suddenly sensed a dimming of the surrounding light. Instinctively, he looked up, only to find himself face to face with the teacher, their proximity so close that it felt as though they might kiss. Oh no! Tianyun yelped in surprise, leaping backward and inadvertently pulling Qianqihu along with him. Poor Qianqihu, who had been sitting steadily on his chair, was caught off guard by Tianyun's sudden tug, causing him to lose his balance and tilt backward uncontrollably. In a reflexive attempt to steady himself, he reached out for Uchiha Xia, hoping to regain his equilibrium. But with such an abrupt shift, how could Uchiha Xia alone support both of them? There was nothing nearby for him to grasp. His hands flailed in the air, fortuitously seizing the teacher's sleeve. With a sudden sound of tearing, the teacher's sleeve appeared to be violently ripped apart, pulling half of the garment along with it. The inner clothing was instantly laid bare, adorned with a childish design. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere became profoundly awkward. Time seemed to suspend, and the air felt as though it had solidified. The previously raucous environment was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving only a heavy stillness in its wake. Tianyun, rubbing the back of his head, wore a grimace on his face as he gradually rose from his seat. Upon realizing it was the teacher, he continued to touch the back of his head while casting his gaze out the window, his movements appearing somewhat stiff. Chapter 41. The Silent Corridor. Meanwhile, Senju, initially poised to voice a loud exclamation, found himself enchanted by the intricate patterns adorning the teacher's attire, erupting into an unexpected fit of laughter that echoed through the quiet atmosphere as if breaking an unspoken taboo. Uchiha Xia, with an air of nonchalance, gradually distanced himself from Senju, his face betraying a struggle between laughter and restraint, lending a touch of humor to the scene. Senju's laughter resonated loudly in the empty classroom, yet he remained blissfully unaware of its volume, continuing to chuckle to himself. Once his amusement subsided, he turned to find Tianyun and Uchiha Xia standing together at a distance, casting upon him a peculiar gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Senju sheepishly touched his nose and hastily shoved the incriminating photographs into a drawer, aware that if discovered, their trio would face dire consequences. He then retrieved a book from the drawer, feigning seriousness as he pretended to immerse himself in its contents. However, after a brief period, he sensed the impropriety of his actions and looked up, adopting a grave expression as he addressed the teacher. Actually, I reconsidered and found it not so amusing, he stated. Glancing at the two, Tianyun silently gave him a thumbs up, mouthing, awesome. You three, go stand outside. The teacher's voice thundered, veins bulging on his forehead as if on the verge of eruption. His furious shouts startled the trio, who scampered out like frightened rabbits. As they vanished from sight, the teacher's fury slightly subsided, yet he remained gritting his teeth, wishing he could obliterate them instantly. Outside, Tianyun and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Their subdued chuckles, though quiet, were too loud in the hushed corridor, eliciting the teacher's ire once more as he prepared to lecture. Tianyun felt a chill breeze pass over him, sending shivers down his spine, prompting him to quickly urge the others to stifle their laughter. Stop laughing. Is it that funny? I certainly don't think so. He feigned an air of righteous indignation to mask his inner trepidation. His voice boomed with conviction, making it seem as though he were a model student, even though he had been the first to laugh. You three, hold your chairs above your heads. If you dare put them down, I will summon your parents tomorrow. The teacher stood at the doorway, his face flushed like a ripe apple, fury radiating from him as his voice thundered like a tempest. He felt as though smoke might billow from his head, envisioning frying an egg atop it. Reluctantly, the three raised their chairs, standing in the corridor like misbehaving schoolchildren. The other students inside observed their plight, erupting into laughter, some even sketching their comical poses with pens. After class, the teacher approached them with heavy steps, his gaze complex as he looked at the three of them, as if he had a multitude of words to express. At that moment, the ever-curious Qianqiu Taimei happened to pass by and casually inquired, "What is going on?" Upon seeing him, the teacher seemed to have found a confidant and immediately opened up, recounting his thoughts with great fervor. You have no idea, the teacher's voice echoed in the corridor, leaving Qianqiu Taimei unable to interject, feeling as if he were caught in a whirlwind, with countless flies buzzing around his ears. He shot a stern glance at the three, then turned away, a sycophantic smile creeping onto his face. Yes, I will certainly discipline them well, rest assured, I will, he assured. The teacher spoke for over 20 minutes before departing, satisfied. Qianqiu Taimei turned to the three, who promptly lowered their heads like guilty children, afraid to speak. You all, he intended to scold them, But upon seeing their innocent faces, his heart softened, and he sighed. "Never mind, let us head back." Upon hearing this, the three felt as if a great weight had been lifted, their faces lighting up with joy as they hurriedly replied, "We will definitely be more careful next time." With that, Qianshu grabbed the other two and dashed away like a gust of wind. Tianyun, without hesitation, threw the gift he had originally intended for Qianshu Taimei towards him. As Qianshu Taimei reached out to catch it and opened it, he discovered it was a box of cigarettes. He shook his head in resignation, a slight smile appearing on his lips. This kid. After wandering aimlessly on the street for a while, the three unknowingly found themselves at the training ground. As soon as Tianyun arrived, he was eager to train with his platinum star, simultaneously practicing his coordination with it. However, before long, he suddenly realized that the other two had vanished. Puzzled, he wondered where those two had gone and decided to use his perception ability to locate them. After a thorough search, Tianyun finally discovered the missing duo. They were hiding behind a large tree, engrossed in a photo book of Athena. Tianyun was left speechless upon seeing this. "I have an early class, and you two are here indulging in a photo book of the little emperor. Do you even want to get stronger?" His frustration grew, and he swiftly strode over, snatching the book from their hands. At that moment, Tianyun felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have given them the book in the first place. Initially, he had merely wanted to see their reactions to the contents of the book, perhaps blushing faces or the like. But who could have anticipated that they would become so utterly engrossed? Facing Tianyun's reproach, Qianshu stubbornly retorted, "How could that be? We are not looking at the little emperor. We are studying the golden armor depicted within. Look how impressive it looks. It seems extraordinarily formidable. Why don't we try making a few ourselves?" As he spoke, he cast a discreet glance at Uchiha, seemingly urging him to continue the fabrication. Uchiha promptly chimed in, affirming with enthusiasm that, although the book contained only a single mention of the golden cloth, it indeed felt exceedingly impressive. This creation, aside from its aesthetic appeal and weight, serves no practical purpose. Without Athena's blessing, it is merely a superficial ornament. Surely, one cannot expect the Sage of Six Paths to bestow his protection. Even if he were to grant his favor, the energy would be negligible. It would be far more effective for me to extract it myself. Tianyun pondered this and realized that the idea was utterly unfeasible, as he held little faith in the Sage of Six Paths' protection. Chapter 42. The Corner. Ultimately, even with the protection of the Sage of Six Paths, it would prove of little significance. It would be far more advantageous to rely on one's own luck. Very well, the books are confiscated. Should you triumph over me, they shall be returned. Tianyun tossed the books into a realm of his own creation, observing the despondent expressions on their faces. He felt compelled to offer them a glimmer of hope. Concurrently, he noted their reactions, seemingly rendered disoriented and crestfallen by the loss of their tomes. Thus, to instill some motivation in them, Tianyun granted them an opportunity, allowing a flicker of hope to emerge. "All right, come on." Though initially disheartened by the absence of the books, upon hearing Tianyun's words, the two immediately transformed, brimming with determination as if they had rediscovered their confidence and courage. However, reality often harbors cruelty, despite their utmost efforts. They were swiftly subdued, left battered and in disarray upon the ground. They yearned to weep, but their eyes were bereft of tears, grappling with confusion as to why they faltered just as they nearly struck Tianyun. Yet, in the next instant, he vanished like a specter, leaving no trace behind. This spectacle was not unfamiliar to them, for they were acutely aware of Tianyun's teleportation skill, which possessed a cooldown of 2 seconds. Therefore, they seized this moment, launching an unrelenting assault without hesitation. Yet, every time they appeared poised to land a hit, Tianyun would materialize like a phantom at a distance, seemingly inviting them closer, only to evade with astonishing speed. Of course, as Tianyun became increasingly proficient in his teleportation technique, the cooldown would diminish, eventually vanishing altogether. Moreover, as long as his chakra remained sufficiently abundant, he could achieve limitless teleportation. While both teleportation and body flicker techniques enable instantaneous movement, they are fundamentally distinct. The body flicker technique creates an illusion of disappearance through remarkable speed, rendering one imperceptible to the naked eye. In contrast, teleportation involves instantaneously entering an alternate space, only to emerge in another location, thereby constituting a spatial transition. In essence, as long as Tianyun's mental fortitude and chakra are sufficiently formidable, he could teleport to any location, undeniably a potent ability. Presently, his effective teleportation range is approximately 10 meters. Naturally, this is but a reflection of his current capabilities. As his strength continues to ascend, this range is likely to expand further. Don't be disheartened. You are but a hair's breadth away from striking me. Tianyin appeared before them with a mischievous grin, his self-satisfied demeanor provoking a strong desire to deliver a solid blow to him. As the sun began its descent, Tianyin cheerfully bid farewell to the two. After taking a few steps, he turned back, retrieving the books to hand them over, while imparting a few parting words. Read sparingly. In youth, one may not appreciate the value of gold, only to lament in old age upon the empty snow. With a casual pat on their shoulders, he turned and dashed away. As they gazed at his departing figure, the two exchanged glances, uncertain of its meaning. Tianyin sprinted through the door, only to find the room desolate, devoid of any presence. In the past, the Vortex Water Guardians would have remained at home. But now they were preoccupied with overseeing the construction of the Vortex clan stronghold, leaving no time for domestic affairs. Meanwhile, Shinja Hashirama had set off early that morning for the capital to deliberate pressing matters with the daimyo. As for Shinja Tobarama, he was either buried in work within his office or engrossed in research in the laboratory. Thus, Tianyin had no choice but to prepare his own meal. After finishing his meal and tidying up the dishes, he made his way to his laboratory, a place he had diligently negotiated to acquire from Shinja Tobarama. Here, Tianyin could fully unleash his imagination and creativity, inventing epoch-defining devices such as light bulbs and batteries. "Ha, it's lit. I finally succeeded," Tianyin exclaimed with exuberance. If he could promote this invention, he would not only amass considerable points but also earn a handsome sum of money. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, his smile growing ever brighter. At that moment, his gaze was fixated on the gleaming light bulb on the table, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. It is worth noting that in this era, electricity had yet to permeate daily life, even if it were available. It was not accessible to the average person. Now, if he could find a way to establish a power station and make electricity more affordable, he would reap both wealth and points. Just as he indulged in dreams of the future, Shinja Hashirama encountered an unexpected ninja. A man with long hair and a masked face blocked his path. Curiosity piqued, he halted. Ever since his confrontation with Uchiha Madara, few had approached him with hostility. He observed the stranger, refraining from making a move, while the other regarded him with equal caution. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence, punctuated only by the distant chirping of birds. Why do I feel as though fate is beckoning me? The man was Kakuzu of Takigakure. Since he had intercepted Shinja Hashirama, he began to regret his actions. Hashirama exuded an overwhelming pressure that sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Kakuzu's brow. Why me? He pondered, recalling recent events. Takigakure, situated within the land of waterfalls, was the 6th ninja village established. The strength of its ninjas could rival that of the 5 great hidden villages. The current village leader was a formidable figure of shadow-level prowess, but age had significantly diminished his capabilities. Kakuzu, being the strongest among the younger generation, even hinted at surpassing his predecessor, which instilled a sense of dread within him, fearful of losing his status. Consequently, he incited the villagers to believe that Hashirama's failure to invite them was a sign of contempt, ultimately using the village's safety as a pretext to send Kakuzu on a solo assassination mission against Hashirama. However, Kakuzu had not anticipated that he would be detected the moment he approached. "Why do you wish to take my life?" Shinja Hashirama inquired, unable to restrain himself as he observed his opponent's silence and inaction. "It is because you dismiss our Takigakure village that your demise is now inevitable," Kakuzu shouted, brandishing a kunai as he charged forward to launch an assault on Hashirama. "Have I been betrayed by my own village? Moreover, a single kunai cannot bring about my end." Hashirama mused, effortlessly parrying the attack. Chapter 43. Let us speak from the heart. Even though Kakuzu was aware that he had been dispatched to meet his demise, he nonetheless launched an attack, harboring a faint appreciation for his opponent. Subsequently, he conjured a wooden doppelganger to engage in combat, though he merely toyed with the confrontation, refraining from inflicting any lethal harm. Meanwhile, he continued his retreat into the distance, while Kakuzu defended against the wooden clone's onslaught, all the while observing Shinja Hashirama's departure. A slight sigh of relief escaped him. He feared that a momentary lapse on Hashirama's part could spell his end. Ultimately, while he did receive a thorough beating from the wooden clone, at least he had survived. Furthermore, he could boast about having crossed blades with Shinja Hashirama. Before long, the wooden doppelganger transformed into a lifeless wooden figure, and Kakuzu, bearing his injuries, vacated the scene in search of a concealed refuge to recuperate. After a day of recovery, he returned to Takigakure. The village chief was visibly taken aback upon witnessing his return, upon learning that Senja Hashirama had not been slain. A glint of cold light flashed in the chief's eyes, prompting those around him to discreetly distance themselves. He had returned alive? And he had failed to kill Hashirama? What a predicament this was. Listening to the murmurs surrounding him and sensing the murderous intent in the chief's gaze, Kakuzu felt a profound disappointment in the village. He was subsequently imprisoned, and as he gazed out of the window, he resolved to escape that very night, intent on pilfering the forbidden techniques of Takigakure. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a malevolent specter from the abyss. As night fell, Kakuzu's figure vanished from the prison, only to reappear in a secluded cave. He swiftly dealt with the guards stationed at the entrance and cautiously ventured inside. The space was modest, scarcely exceeding 10 square meters. Surveying his surroundings, he noted a solitary 1-meter-high pillar standing at the center, atop which rested a box. Aside from this, there was nothing else within, though the area surrounding the pillar was fraught with traps. Evading these mechanisms, Kakuzu approached the box with care and gingerly opened it. Inside, he discovered a scroll, no other items, not even a seal. This was not due to a lack of vigilance on their part, but rather because their village was established within a vast cavern. Securing the entrance sufficed to defend against the majority of intrusions. As he examined the cultivation method inscribed on the scroll, he immediately commenced his training. Upon realizing that a heart was required, he contemplated the higher-ups. Let us test the potency of this forbidden technique on those fools. The thought of their anguished expressions stirred a tumultuous excitement within him. As dawn broke, a piercing scream erupted from the home of a high-ranking official, rousing the surrounding residents from their slumber, who rushed outside to investigate. Within the household, apart from a servant who did not reside there, all had perished, and it was this servant who had uttered the earlier scream. As the other ninjas entered, their faces betrayed sheer terror upon witnessing the scene. There, in the high-ranking official's chest, gaped a gaping wound, the heart mysteriously absent. The family of the deceased wore expressions of horror as they too met their demise. The ninjas present hastily retreated from the dwelling, not out of revulsion at the sight, but to secure the exits and pursue any potential assailants. Soon after, the ninjas of Takigakure commenced a thorough search of the village, ultimately discovering multiple high-ranking officials brutally slain within their homes, the village leader among them. Furthermore, the families had been mercilessly slaughtered, sending a chill through their hearts as they rushed toward the forbidden area. From a distance, they beheld several figures sprawled on the ground. Ignoring the fallen ninjas, they proceeded directly into the forbidden zone. Instantly, they spotted a box containing forbidden jutsu lying on the stone platform, accompanied by a heap of ashes, which incited furious cries within the cavern. Who could have destroyed our Takigakure-esque forbidden techniques? This villain not only murdered numerous high-ranking officials and the village leader, but also obliterated our sacred jutsu. They were resolute. He must be found, and he would suffer a fate worse than death. The ninjas, fueled by rage, executed their body flicker technique with unprecedented speed, while they scoured for the perpetrator. Kakuzu had long since vanished, and soon they learned of his disappearance. Enraged, they issued a bounty for his capture. With the elite of Takigakure annihilated, internal strife soon erupted within their ranks. Meanwhile, Senja Hashirama was engaged in pleasant discourse with the daimyo, blissfully unaware of the turmoil befalling Takigakure. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Senja Hashirama's departure for the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo had dispatched emissaries to Kanahagakure to strategize the development of a commercial district, the specifics of which would only be revealed upon completion. One day, the three of them gathered together, a rare occurrence, and began to chat as usual. Suddenly, Tenkyu burst into the room, clutching a hand-cranked generator, a light bulb, and a battery. The room fell silent, their conversations halted as all eyes turned toward Tenkyu, expressions of confusion adorning their faces. The sight of the objects in his hands only heightened their curiosity, leaving them puzzled as to his intentions. With palpable excitement, Tenkyu placed the generator and battery on the table, affixed the light bulb to the generator, and began to crank the handle. To their astonishment, the bulb flickered to life with his movements, and before long, it shone steadily, emitting a soft glow. Although this illumination paled in comparison to modern light bulbs, for those accustomed to candlelight, it was nothing short of extraordinary. The initial bewilderment of the trio transformed into enthusiasm and curiosity within mere minutes. Is it truly brighter than a candle? They marveled. But must one continuously crank that device? Senja Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the bulb and observed Tenkyu's relentless cranking. "Isn't that a bit cumbersome?" "It is not troublesome at all," Tenkyu replied. "This device, known as a light bulb, merely requires the conversion of mechanical energy into electrical energy to emit light." Tianyin stood nearby, elucidating the principle behind the illumination of a light bulb. Senju Tobarama, observing the hand crank generator, wore a serious expression as he pondered something in his mind. If it were to be magnified and placed in the river, could it not generate power indefinitely? After contemplating this notion, he turned to Tianyin with an inquisitive gaze, prompting the attention of the other two as well. "While it is theoretically possible," Tianyin replied, "the two environments differ significantly, and I am uncertain when such a feat could be realized." Surprised by the inquiry, Tianyin could not help but commend Senju Tobarama for his remarkable intellect. However, despite the similarity in operational principles, the environments and internal mechanisms of the devices were inherently distinct. Chapter 44. The Consortium. "If you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall find a way to address them. This invention has the potential to significantly transform the ninja world, and I shall accompany you in the experimentation process." Senju Tobarama sensed that this would be a groundbreaking invention for the shinobi realm. Moreover, they could monetize this innovation, thereby bolstering the strength of Konohagakure. Electricity is arguably the most remarkable invention in the world. "Xiao Tianyin, do not feel overwhelmed. Take your time," spoke Uzumaki Mito gently, as he set down the items in his hands. Senju Hashirama, standing beside him, assured that any issue could be brought to him, and if it were within his capacity, it would be resolved without difficulty. Tianyin nodded vigorously. In the following days, he and Senju Tobarama conducted experiments in the laboratory, occasionally constructing a river in the forest for their trials. As a month passed, the two finally succeeded in building a hydroelectric dam. Had it not been for Senju Tobarama's lack of knowledge in this field, he could have accomplished it alone in just a few days. Upon sharing this splendid news with Senju Hashirama, Hashirama was so exhilarated that he could not sleep through the night. Early the next morning, he insisted on taking both of them to witness the results. Upon seeing the dam and the row of glowing bulbs above it, he eagerly grasped Senju Tobarama and inquired, "Can this be utilized by the entire Konohagakure? How long will it last? What is the cost of construction?" In response to Hashirama's barrage of questions, Senju Tobarama succinctly explained, and upon hearing that it would suffice for their current needs and was economically feasible, Hashirama's heart swelled with joy. The three immediately began discussing how to expand the power plant throughout the ninja world. The primary concern remained the issue of land. The majority of land was under the ownership of the feudal lords, leaving the shinobi clans with a pitifully small portion. Ultimately, the three unanimously agreed to enlist the feudal lords' cooperation. Senju Hashirama promptly decided to set off for the feudal lord's residence, but Senju Tobarama intervened. "Brother, allow me to go this time." Hashirama regarded his younger brother, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he perceived a multitude of complex emotions. This matter was pivotal for the future development of Konohagakure, necessitating the utmost diligence. After much contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement, and Tianyin chimed in, "Uncle Tobarama, we can offer some benefits to the feudal lords of other nations, allowing them to become our protective shield, with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire already on their side. Binding the other feudal lords together would significantly reduce the number of adversaries in the ninja world threatening their enterprise." In his plan, the Senju clan would establish a consortium dedicated to selling electrical appliances and constructing power stations. They would then offer a share of the profits to the feudal lords, leaving the ninja villages with no justification to attack their power plants. Even if there were attempts to do so, the feudal lords would command a halt, for the villages would be reluctant to be exploited by Konohagakure. The feudal lords, unwilling to see their interests harmed, would ultimately foster divisions among themselves. Naturally, the families within the village would not be left idle. He intended to send some non-ninja family members to other nations to establish branches. Let them be responsible for the sale of electrical appliances, while also allowing them to remain as consultants. However, they will wield no real power, merely serving as figureheads. Each year, they will receive a share of the profits, thus binding them to the enterprise. Should they falter in any aspect, they will be replaced, making it clear that their shortcomings could lead to familial succession. Additionally, a manager must be elected within the country to oversee the power stations, tasked solely with ensuring that 80% of the profits are remitted on time. Why 80%? Because the innovation originated from us. Their role is merely to manage and collect funds. How they manage is of no concern to Konoha. When issues arise, the local manager will be sacrificed to deflect blame. Following the resolution of the situation, a new manager will be elected. This way, profits are secured, and in the event of problems, they remain unaffected, a true win-win scenario. During the days that Senju Tobarama journeyed to the daimyo's residence, Tianyun resumed his usual life. That afternoon, as Tianyun and his companions walked along the path to the training grounds, a beautiful young girl waved at them from a distance. Hey, someone is beckoning to us. But it must be directed at me. Alas, being too handsome is a burden, he mused, poking his companions excitedly, yet with a hint of resignation. Tianyun rolled his eyes, while Uchiha Siya, with no extraneous gestures, simply produced a mirror for him. As the trio approached the girl, they noticed a faint sadness etched on her face. Ignoring the other two, she directly addressed Tianyun, asking, "Could you come with me? I need to discuss something." Tianyun, unable to recall any prior acquaintance with her, nevertheless nodded in agreement. Senju Hiruzen watched in bewilderment as the two stepped aside, feeling as if he had just learned that a perpetually struggling friend was, in fact, a wealthy heir destined to inherit a fortune, an unpalatable revelation. Uchiha Siya, observing Hiruzen's expression, shook his head and sighed, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Who are you?" Tianyun inquired, his body tense, prepared for any unforeseen developments. "I am Ya," the girl replied, momentarily taken aback by his question, yet she soon divulged her identity. It appeared she had recalled her transformation, revealing her blood dragon eyes. Tianyun regarded the lovely girl before him and her eyes, mentally retracing his memories of the former Ya. He realized she was no longer the same person, yet he harbored questions. What could she possibly want from him? "Do you need something from me? The clan leader has passed away, and we have few friends in Konoha, so I hope you can attend his farewell," Ya said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Tianyun involuntarily recalled the image of the venerable figure with white hair. "Alas, very well, I shall attend," he responded, his expression filled with sorrow. Upon learning from Ya, Tianyun discovered that the clan leader had departed after witnessing the completion of the Blood Pool's stronghold, his face adorned with a blissful smile as he left. It was difficult for Tianyun to fathom the extent of the leader's joy upon seeing his kin provided with a sanctuary, a happiness so profound that it lingered even as he took his leave. With a heavy heart, Tianyun made his way to the funeral site, only to find, apart from himself, Senju and Uchiha Siya, that no other members from the clan had attended. However, this was hardly surprising. After all, a once thriving ninja clan in decline would naturally evoke little concern. After the funeral concluded, Tianyun resolved to wander around the stronghold, seeking to observe its condition. Chapter 45, The Game of Life 0. The encampment exhibited no apparent flaws. In fact, Senju Hashirama had even generously funded the purchase of furniture and provisions to ensure they would not suffer from hunger or cold before earning their livelihood. He strolled through the encampment, absorbing the ambience, which imparted a sensation akin to resurrection. At that moment, the current clan leader, Chong, approached him. They walked side by side, exchanging occasional remarks, yet their dialogue bore an awkwardness that rendered it somewhat stilted. Despite Tianyun's efforts to engage Chang in conversation, their topics invariably felt forced and unnatural. Ultimately, Tianyun excused himself after a brief while. Encountering Yu along the way, they exchanged nods and subsequently parted ways. As he turned to leave, Chong observed Tianyun's retreating figure, contemplatively murmuring, "I did not take a liking to you." This statement seemed to be a soliloquy, yet it also conveyed a subtle sense of disappointment. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Chong, softly responding, "It matters not, as long as he is present." This figure evidently harbored deeper intentions regarding Tianyun's arrival. Their invitation to Tianyun for the funeral was not merely an act of respect for the deceased. It was primarily motivated by their awareness of his connection to Senju Hashirama. As long as Hashirama remained alive, they could leverage Tianyun's relationship to safeguard themselves from excessive oppression by other clans in Konoha once they gained strength. Chong fell silent for a moment before gradually articulating, "I apologize, this is a matter of survival." Though succinct, this phrase encapsulated their helpless predicament and the strategies they adopted for the sake of their clan's interests. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama affirm that all was well, Tianyun swiftly returned to his quarters and accessed the system for an update. Alter the fate of the Blood Pool Clan 200, enable electricity for daily use 50. Create light bulbs to replace candles 50, establish a corporation 70 points, 370 shards, 0, only 3 opportunities. Are they skills or items? Tianyun closed his eyes, contemplating in his mind, realizing that he did not lack for skills but rather yearned for a weapon. Resolutely, he decided to draw for a weapon. As the familiar celestial effect enveloped him, Tianyin pointed to 3 items, and a flash of golden light ensued, revealing 3 floating objects before him. Universal Capsule 1, Encyclopedia 1. Flight Propulsor 1. Tianyin gazed at the items in silence. Perhaps it was his nature to be somewhat melancholic. Universal Capsule modified a portable tool invented by Dr. Briefs from the Dragon Ball world, capable of generating houses, vehicles, etc. Rating, an essential for aesthetics. Encyclopedia modified chronicles most scientific inventions. Anyone literate can transition a Stone Age civilization directly into an information age. Rating, a book that can alter destiny. Flight Propulsor modified a device from Attack on Titan, enabling rapid traversal and leaping between buildings. Rating, of little use. These items could not be deemed entirely useless. However, their practical applications were rather limited. Tianyin could only place his hopes in the encyclopedia, wishing that the knowledge contained within would yield him a bountiful array of points. Power plants sprang up swiftly across various regions, with a plethora of technological products being launched, only to be succeeded shortly thereafter by new generations. In the land of wind and solar power generators were constructed one after another, while in the land of thunder, they directly harnessed lightning to convert it into electricity. Nations commenced a technological explosion, birthing an array of innovative products and the establishment of numerous conglomerates. However, the shadow of Tianyin loomed behind most of these enterprises. After all, should everything be concentrated in Konoha, it would undoubtedly provoke a collective backlash. The feudal lords were not foolishly greedy. If all wealth flowed to Konoha, not only would the daimyo of the Fire Country lose sleep, but others would as well. Tianyin also purchased several plots of land from the daimyo of the Fire Country for raising cattle and mining various ores. During this period, he utilized his points to draw numerous prizes, though most items were merely collectibles like Luffy's straw hat or Chopper's ring. Nevertheless, he did acquire some noteworthy items, including a formidable blade from the pirate world, Chioshui, and the flight technique from Dragon Ball, Yukongshu. Tianyin, this outfit is truly splendid. Senju Hoko gazed at the garment crafted from pure gold, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This attire was designed by Tianyin, modeled after the armors of the Gold Saints. With a total of 15 sets produced, 12 were gifted to the daimyos of various nations. The remainder was designated for Senju Hoko and Uchiha Sia, while the final set remained undecided on its recipient. Regardless, it was easy to produce more, merely claiming to be limited editions. Silver and bronze armors were also introduced, albeit in limited quantities. These items were fundamentally extravagant, yet impractical. Uchiha Sia remarked on the contents of the box, stating that aside from their aesthetic appeal and weight, they served little purpose. This was essentially a means to swindle the gullible out of their money. Tianyin replied nonchalantly while leaning against a tree. The 3 of them no longer bore the innocence of youth. Rather, they exuded an increasingly handsome demeanor. Now that they were over 10 years old, their strength was a mystery. Let us go. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Feeling somewhat bored as mealtime approached, Tianyin waved his hand, and the trio made their way toward a restaurant in the commercial district. This establishment was a branch from the capital of the Fire Country, where the average person would find it difficult to afford even a single meal. However, Tianyin was now the wealthiest individual in the Fire Country. In the past, people only spoke to him because they saw him as the adopted child of Shinja Hashirama, but now, merely standing there attracted countless individuals eager to curry favor with him. Despite this newfound attention, he remained grounded, investing substantial amounts of money into recruiting talent within the ninja world. Understanding that only by mastering the latest and most powerful technologies could one truly stand atop the world. Additionally, he allocated considerable funds to Shinju Tobarama for the development of ninjutsu, generously providing whatever was necessary. It was during a casual stroll that Senju Hoko inadvertently spotted several familiar figures lurking in an alley. He tugged at Tianyun's sleeve, who followed Hoko's gaze. There, hiding around the corner, were Uchiha Kagami and his companions, peeking out curiously. The duo of Senju and the 2 others often found themselves in the company of Tinyan, who were well aware of Saratobi Hiruzen and his companions, having even engaged in training bouts with them. As Tinyan approached, the group, including Shimura Danzo, seemed overly engrossed in their activities, failing to notice their presence. Upon reaching behind them, Tinyan followed their gaze and discovered Saratobi Hiruzen seated within a restaurant, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. "Who is she?" Tinyan inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Startled, Danzo and the others quickly turned their heads, and upon recognizing Tinyan, hastily covered his mouth and discreetly pulled them aside. They cautiously peeked to ascertain whether Saratobi had noticed them, and only after confirming that he had not did they exhale in relief. What brings you here? Chapter 46. The Master of Self-Destruction. What on earth does this mean? How could we possibly be here? This is hardly an extraordinary place, Qian Shouhu exclaimed, while Tianyan reached out, grasping the back of his collar, effortlessly tossing him aside. We are merely wandering about. That woman is, Tianyan said, casting a glance at them and raising an eyebrow, the implication unmistakable. The others promptly understood, revealing lewd smiles and nodding in agreement. Confirming his suspicions, the group then quietly crouched by the wall, observing the rendezvous of the two. As Saratobi Hizashi and his companion arrived at the location, they sensed several pairs of eyes on their backs, causing Hizashi's lips to twitch. Nonetheless, the importance of the date took precedence, and he chose to ignore them. Tianyan. Has Brother Hizashi actually found a partner? This cannot be, Qian Shouhu queried from the side. In his recollection, Hizashi was always engaged in missions or frequently associating with Shimura Danzo, seemingly unattached. How could he have found a partner? His gaze frequently flickered between Saratobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, scrutinizing them. Shimura Danzo, feeling the weight of the gaze, couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was just Hizashi who had a partner. Was there also a betrothal for Yuzebosia? The others had partners as well. Tianyan cast a peculiar glance at him before delivering a bombshell revelation. It was hardly a secret, yet he spoke as if it were a monumental affair. Qian Shouhu's eyes widened as he turned to the stoic Yuzebosia, his expression laden with inquiry. He couldn't comprehend how, all of a sudden, he alone found himself without a partner while everyone else had someone. The others, sensing his gaze, turned to him, contemplating before nodding in affirmation, confirming Tianyan's words. Yuzebosia casually explained the situation regarding his fiancée, whom Tianyan had met before, a fellow clansman who bore a resemblance to Yuzebo Izumi. But why am I the only one left out? Qian Shouhu exclaimed, his defenses crumbling, struggling to accept the reality, even feeling as though the world had turned false. Fear not, for I too am single, Tianyan consoled, noticing his dismay. Moreover, look at them. Being in a relationship requires purchasing gifts, and once married, one must tend to children. For the sake of family, one needs to rise early and toil late, returning home early, unlike us, who can go wherever we please. As Tianyan spoke, Qian Shouhu abruptly lifted his head and seized him. Tianyan, anticipating a bout of madness, prepared to subdue him, only to hear. That woman who came looking for you last time, was she not your partner? A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, yearning to hear Tianyan deny it. For at least that would mean he was not entirely alone. Tianyan was momentarily taken aback by the question, recalling the incident from years ago when you sought him out. Then shook his head. Alas, it is the fairer sex that influences my speed in drawing the blade. I knew it all along. Even individuals such as Danzo and Summer, who exhibit a rather stoic demeanor, have found their companions. However, before Tianyan could finish his thought, he was promptly silenced by Uchiha Hiya and Shimura Danzo, who dragged him aside and subjected him to a flurry of punches and kicks. Make it count. The medical expenses are on me, he managed to utter, clearly exasperated. Before long, Senju Hiruzen, sporting a pair of panda eyes, trailed behind them. Yet, it wasn't long before his reckless nature got the better of him. Oh, if it were me, I certainly wouldn't let this pass. He began to voice his opinions rather audibly, attracting the attention not only of passers-by but also of Saratobi Hizashi and his companion, who were ahead. Upon hearing his remarks, Hizashi's temper flared, unable to contain himself. He turned around, seething with indignation. How long do you intend to follow us? The outburst startled Tianyan and his companions, prompting them to hastily retreat. While People Lake stifled a laugh at the unfolding scene, they found refuge in a secluded corner. And Tianyan cautiously peeked back to confirm that Saratobi Hizashi had not pursued them. Hizashi? Really, it was just a few words, muttered Senju Hiruzen, leaning against the wall, only to feel a chilling gaze encircle him. Upon raising his head, he found himself surrounded by the others, and before he could react, they showered him with playful affection. Samuchi Kishino stood by, keeping watch and preventing any escape attempts. Moments later, Tianyan and his companions had Hiruzen tightly bound and brought him to a grand hotel. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback by their appearance and prepared to reprimand them, but upon recognizing Tianyan as the leader, he quickly donned a welcoming smile. Ah, Master Tianyan, here for a meal with friends? Tianyan dismissed the sycophantic grin and produced a membership card from his backpack. This very card was one he had suggested the affluent fool purchase for himself, a notion that had since been imitated by others. The card in his possession was a prestigious VIP one, gifted to him by the restaurant's owner. The usual, he declared, leading the way upstairs, with the others trailing behind. The restaurant boasted 7 floors. While not towering compared to others, it was the highest establishment in Konoha during this period. They ascended to the top floor, which housed but a single room. Upon opening the door, they were taken aback by the opulence before them. The room featured immense floor-to-ceiling windows, a cabinet brimming with fine spirits, and a floor crafted from unknown stone tiles that gleamed brightly, reflecting their silhouettes. The chandelier above was a magnificent display of wealth, its value unmistakable. As the group approached the windows to gaze outside, they noted that the view was reminiscent of looking down from Hokage Rock, which dampened their enthusiasm. They randomly selected a seat, but due to the expansive table, it felt as though they were gathered from distant lands to share a meal, separated by great distances. As they took their seats, the grand door swung open, and several waiters entered, bearing an array of exquisite dishes that instantly captivated the guests. Once the meal was served, they eagerly began to indulge, leaving the thousand-hand guardian to watch longingly as they feasted. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Kyo who, unable to bear the sight, untied his restraints. Before long, the group had finished their meal, reclining comfortably in their chairs, and naturally, a sense of bravado ensued. The conversation erupted into spirited banter, particularly from Shimura Danzo, who boasted of single-handedly overcoming a dozen rogue ninjas, each possessing the strength of a chunin. He recounted his calm demeanor in the face of danger as he vanquished them all, while Uchiha Kagami observed with a smile, enjoying their tales of bravado. Amid the chatter, someone uncorked a bottle of wine, and Tenkyu had additional appetizers brought forth. The discussions flowed from ninjutsu to enchanting beauties, and then to the intricate relationships between villages, nearly culminating in a sentiment that this world ought to be different. Chapter 47. The reversal of the heavenly gang as the night quietly descended. Several individuals found themselves immersed in the intoxicating effects of alcohol, completely oblivious to the fact that they had become thoroughly inebriated, akin to a heap of mud. Tianyun, however, had refrained from overindulgence, observing his companions as they struggled to articulate their words, yet still insisted they were not drunk. With no choice but to act, Tianyun, alongside Uchiha Kagami and the slightly tipsy Kurama, took it upon themselves to escort these inebriated souls back to their homes. Once the others were comfortably settled, only the drunken Senju and the trio of Tianyun, Uchiha Kagami, and Kurama remained. After delivering a glass of water to the still inebriated Kido Munin, Kurama was advised by Tianyun to return home. Since the residences of Tianyun and Senju lay along the same path, Tianyun decided to send Uchiha Kagami home first, taking the responsibility of ensuring Senju reached his abode safely. "I will undoubtedly become the most formidable ninja," Senju mumbled incoherently, leaning against Tianyun's shoulder like a puddle of mud. "Ah, indeed, you will," Tianyun replied, though he added with a hint of exasperation. "But if you continue to blow warm air in my ear, your chances of becoming the strongest ninja will dwindle." As Tianyun supported Senju, he felt the warmth of the breath against his ear, causing a slight itch. The corners of Tianyun's mouth twitched, and he fought the impulse to discard Senju as one would throw away refuse, speaking with a hint of irritation. After a prolonged walk, he finally arrived at the doorstep of Senju's home. He gently raised his hand and tapped on the door with his knuckles, producing a crisp sound. Before long, faint footsteps echoed from within, and Senju's father slowly opened the door, stepping outside. Upon seeing Tianyun and his son, a gentle smile immediately graced his features. "Ah, little Tianyun, you have worked hard." His voice was warm and kind, imbued with a sense of boundless affection. "Would you like to come in for a moment and enjoy a cup of tea to quench your thirst?" As he spoke, he turned to re-enter the house, presumably to instruct his wife to prepare a pot of fine tea. Tianyun gazed at this man, a surge of unfamiliar emotions washing over him. He recalled the first encounter with Senju's father, who had been stern, serious, and imposing. Yet now, that once austere countenance was softened by a smile, revealing an unexpected warmth and gentility. "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I shall refrain from entering," Tianyun replied with a smile. "I must also return home to rest. It was a delightful gathering today. However, I have classes tomorrow, so I cannot stay out too late. I assure you, I will visit again when the opportunity arises." Senju's father appeared somewhat disappointed but nodded in understanding. "Very well then, do make sure to come next time." He extended his hand to support Senju, helping him to lean against his side. At that moment, Senju suddenly broke free from his father's grasp with a surprising force, swaying slightly before managing to steady himself. His fingers pointed directly at the opponent's nose, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his face. Before he spoke, "Old dang. After all these years of calling you father, why not address me as such just once today?" The moment these words escaped his lips, both Tianyun and Qianqiu were momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a declaration from Qianqiu. Tianyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Qianqiu, who remained utterly unfazed by his own words, his expression remarkably earnest. An eerie silence descended upon the scene, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Qianqiu's father's countenance gradually darkened, his brows knitting tightly together as his gaze grew stern, fixating on Qianqiu as though attempting to see through him. Noticing the change in his father's expression, Tianyun inwardly cursed his luck and hastily interjected, perhaps it was the drink. I felt like I dozed off just now. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me out, farewell." Without waiting for Qianqiu or his father to respond, he turned and hurried towards the door, his steps quickening as he sought to escape the awkward situation. Observing this, Qianqiu's father forced a smile and escorted Tianyun outside, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "All right, take care on your way." He then watched as Tianyun's figure vanished into the night. Once outside Qianqiu's home, Tianyun exhaled deeply, silently praying that Qianqiu had enough resilience to weather the night unscathed. However, later that evening, he heard haunting cries emanating from Qianqiu's home. Sounds that could bring sorrow to the listener and tears to the eyes, persisting until dawn. It was not due to a cessation of noise, but rather the arrival of daylight. Thus, the matter concluded, with no incidents for others, save for Qianqiu, who fell from his bed while asleep and spent a week recuperating in the hospital. On this day, Tianyun, as was his custom, found himself dozing off in class. He could not fathom why he felt such an overwhelming urge to sleep upon entering the classroom. Qianqiu Taimei entered, surveying the raucous students before clearing his throat several times. The students promptly returned to their seats, and once settled, Qianqiu Taimei spoke earnestly, "Cough, cough, this time. The school has decided to take you outside the village for a 2-day survival test. This is primarily to hone your ability to respond to unexpected situations, while also assessing your capabilities." The drowsy Tianyun instantly perked up. Conducting a test not far from Konoha was a recognition of their class's strength. As their skills were not to be underestimated, trivial matters would not be directed at them. The rules were quite straightforward. Teams of 3 would be formed, and upon the commencement of the test, maps would be distributed. The objective was to locate the buried items indicated on the map. Throughout the exercise, there would be periodic ambushes by ninjas disguised as enemies, and being defeated would result in disqualification. However, Qianqiu Taimei did not disclose the strength of the disguised ninjas. Tianyun found himself intrigued. Ever since the establishment of the group, Konoha had experienced rapid development. Various clans had amassed considerable wealth to train more shinobi, allowing these warriors to forego the relentless pursuit of missions and instead devote more time to mastering diverse jutsu. The equipment in Konoha had also undergone significant reform, resulting in a substantial enhancement of its overall strength. Previously, one could only leave the village by attaining the rank of genin. Yet now they were organizing students to venture outside for testing. It is evident that this scheme originates from that old coin, Senju Tobarama, with ulterior motives, Tianyun mused internally. Meanwhile, in a secluded laboratory, Senju Tobarama sneezed, causing the experimental materials in his hands to be rendered utterly useless. Chapter 48. Returning the wandering ninja home yet. He remained unfazed, instead picking up a nearby report document to peruse. The content detailed the plan for the upcoming field test, and his intention was clearly to assess Tianyun's progress and strength. To facilitate this, he had specifically summoned a jonin to serve as their opponent. On the day of departure, excitement radiated from the group. It was their inaugural venture beyond the village. Upon reaching their destination, they commenced the formation of teams, with Tianyun and his 2 close friends naturally joining forces. Senju Taimei observed that they had already secured their teammates and proceeded to distribute maps to each team. Upon receiving the map, Tianyun was taken aback by the considerable distance they needed to cover. It would take no less than 5 or 6 hours to arrive. Senju, noticing Tianyun with the map, eagerly approached with a sycophantic expression. "Tianyun, why not let me guide you? Can you even read that?" Tianyun felt a pang of uncertainty. After all, if he were directionally challenged and led them astray, their mission would undoubtedly fail. "Trust me," Senju asserted, puffing out his chest and slapping his palm against it with a resounding thud. Tianyun glanced at Uchiha, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. But you must pay careful attention," Tianyun cautioned as he handed over the map, offering a reminder. Shinju seized the map with a beaming smile. Rest assured, trust me. It will be fine. Wait, what is this for? Tianyun exclaimed, bewildered, as he gazed at the setting sun in the distance. According to his calculations, they should have reached the vicinity of their task before sunset, yet they were being led to an unknown location, surrounded by forests and mountains. Tianyun examined the map and confirmed that it was indeed upright and had not been switched. However, the surrounding landscape starkly contrasted with what was depicted on the map. Are you telling me you can read this? Tianyun felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, a ninja lurking in the shadows behind them wiped the sweat from his brow. On the other side, the ambushing ninjas waiting for Tianyun's group were crouched in silence, their legs growing numb, yet they remained utterly still. They believed Tianyun and his companions were hiding, waiting for them to reveal themselves, as they could not fathom that 3 individuals would be incapable of finding their way. At that moment, the trio was retracing their steps, with Shinju trailing behind like a child who had erred. They had not taken a wrong turn initially, rather. They had veered off course and found themselves at the rear of the task location. The destination lay behind them, necessitating their return journey. Stop. Tianyun's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and he swiftly gestured for his companions to do the same. Concurrently, a spatial rift opened in his right hand, from which the hilt of a knife gradually emerged. However, this was visible only to him, as it belonged to a different dimensional space, rendering it invisible to the others. As Tianyun and his companions halted, the leaves ahead began to tremble violently. Before the 3 individuals, several figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Tianyun and his companions. Clearly, they had not anticipated encountering 3 children in such a desolate place. The attire of these individuals appeared somewhat tattered, suggesting they had endured a protracted journey, and notably, they bore no headbands indicative of a ninja's identity. It is worth noting that even within the hidden villages of the Land of Rain, each possesses its own headbands, albeit not particularly renowned. They appeared to be wandering ninjas of rather modest prowess. Though Tianyun expressed such sentiments verbally, his gaze was rife with vigilance. The condition of their clothing hinted at their lack of strength. Had they been formidable, their living circumstances would have undoubtedly reflected it. Much like the monk, Hike, who had recently emerged, striving to establish a small nation and even contemplating a coup. The group settled on the branches, warily observing Tianyun and his companions. Particularly astonished when they beheld the emblems of the Shinju and Uchiha clans, their faces momentarily betraying a look of disbelief. However, this astonishment was swiftly supplanted by avarice, as they realized that these 3 children were devoid of any visible allies from the hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, the children appeared young, suggesting their strength was likely not formidable. If we eliminate these 3 and subsequently deal with any other potential Leaf Ninjas, we can escape to another country, and this incident will remain undiscovered. One of the wandering ninjas mused, a sentiment seemingly echoed by the others. Yet, Tianyun and his companions were not inclined to grant these wandering ninjas the opportunity to strike. Just as the adversaries were lost in their dark scheming, Tianyun suddenly launched his assault. He swiftly retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, each affixed with explosive tags, and without hesitation, hurled them towards the wandering ninjas. The shuriken soared like lightning, reaching the rogues in the blink of an eye. The wandering ninjas were utterly unprepared for Tianyun's decisive strike, and they were further taken aback by the explosive tags attached to the shuriken. Faced with this unforeseen onslaught, they scrambled in panic to evade the attack. Uchiha Xia had already prepared a fire technique, sending a colossal fireball toward 2 of them, just as they were about to form hand seals for defense. Tianyun had already positioned himself behind them. Gripping the hilt of his blade concealed within the space, he forcefully drew it forth, the edge imbued with wind chakra, rendering the weapon exceedingly sharp. With a flash of cold light, 2 of the wandering ninjas were instantly severed in 2. Meanwhile, Shinju Husho engaged in close combat with 2 other wandering ninjas, dominating the encounter with overwhelming force. In no time, they bore multiple wounds across their bodies. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the forest, intermittently punctuated by the clashing of weapons and the explosions of ninjutsu. One wandering ninja felt a blade pierce through his chest from behind, only to be slowly withdrawn, and as his body sank to the ground, Tianyun's cold visage appeared behind him. The blade in his hand glistened with blood, trickling down its length before ultimately dripping onto the ground. After dispatching his final foe, he turned to face the other 2, who had also vanquished their respective adversaries, bearing little more than a few stains of blood and no significant injuries. It seemed that these ninjas were not as formidable as Tuesday Chinsho, who, scratching his head in disbelief, noted that Tatu was merely a child of the Saratobi clan in their class. After all, they were just a band of wandering ninjas. Uchiha Xia leaned against a nearby tree, nonchalantly wiping his blade as he spoke with indifference. Wandering ninjas lacked a fixed repertoire of jutsu, often pilfering techniques from other nations only to modify them. Among all the wandering ninjas, few could be deemed truly powerful. Tianyun. When did you acquire such a sharp weapon? Uchiha Xia inquired, observing the exceptional quality of the Chioshui in his hand. It was evident that this weapon was no ordinary tool. Tianyun had effortlessly severed his opponent's weapons in half on multiple occasions. It could be said that Tianyun relied not on technique, but rather on sheer brute force and the strength of his weapon to cleave both man and weapon asunder. Chapter 49. Bulma, this weapon has been procured from elsewhere. How does it fare? As he spoke, Tianyun casually tossed the autumn water to Uchiha Xia, who caught it and examined it meticulously. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze and returned the autumn water, remarking with a hint of detachment. The weapon is indeed formidable, yet the wielder leaves much to be desired. While you speak the truth, could you not express it with a touch more subtlety? Tianyun received the autumn water back, his lips twitching involuntarily, casting a glance at Uchiha Xia that bore a hint of reproach. Senjuhoko, standing nearby, stifled a laugh behind his hand, only to receive a playful kick from Tianyun as he passed by. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded like water upon the earth, enveloping the surroundings in serene silence. Tianyun stood in an open space, retrieving a delicately crafted small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, he found an orderly array of capsules in various hues, each adorned with a tiny label. Consulting the instructions within the box, he located the capsule containing the house and carefully extracted it. With a gentle press on the capsule's button, he hurled it towards the open ground as though tossing a grenade. A resounding pop echoed through the night, reminiscent of an explosion. Senjuhoko and Uchiha Xia were startled by the sudden noise, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at the spot on the ground. To their astonishment, a semicircular house materialized where once there had been nothing. The structure, though modest in size, exuded an air of exquisite craftsmanship, its white roof and walls imparting a refreshing and comfortable ambience. Approaching the house, Tianyun pushed the door open and stepped inside, discovering that while the space was compact, it was furnished with all necessary amenities: a bed, chairs and table, a refrigerator, a bathing area, and even a small kitchen stocked with simple provisions. Senjuhoko and Uchiha Xia followed Tianyun inside, their expressions a mixture of wonder and astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. What is happening here? Senjuhoko stammered in disbelief. Uchiha Xia, equally taken aback, murmured to himself, I have never encountered a house like this. It can emerge from such a small object? Not only were the two astonished, but even the hidden ninja observing from the shadows was equally awestruck. He had witnessed individuals using scrolls to carry small items like kunai, but witnessing an entire house materialize was an unprecedented experience for him. Cautiously, he pulled out a small notebook to document everything he had witnessed, resolving to report this extraordinary event to Senju Tobarama upon his return. As they explored further, the two discovered that not only was the house fully equipped, but it also featured a dedicated bathing area, deepening their amazement and leaving them at a loss for words to describe this miraculous abode. Suddenly, within the confines of the house, Senjuhoko turned around, resembling a sloth, and clung to Tianyun's leg. Tianyun, do you have more of these? Gift me one. No. Tend to play with. With an eager expression, Senju spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the mysterious object in Tianyun's hand. Tianyun rolled his eyes at this, for he did not possess an abundance of such items. In fact, he only had this singular piece, which he had painstakingly acquired from the system. Yet Senju had the audacity to demand 10. He was no Bulma, after all, and could not conjure up that many convenient capsules. I only have this one. If I obtain more in the future, I shall certainly share, Tianyun replied with a hint of irritation as he lifted Senju off his lap. Undeterred, Senju attempted to lunge back at him, prompting Tianyun to hastily assure, next time, I promise, next time. But there are still many inside, aren't there? Senju protested, pointing at the box in Tianyun's hand, as he recalled that it had contained numerous such items moments ago. These are different, I'll show you next time. Tianyun quickly opened the box to verify, only to find it filled with vehicles like airplanes and cars, not the items Senju desired. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xia had quietly gathered the ingredients and was preparing to cook. However, as he had never used the equipment before, he had to wait for Tianyun to teach him. After a brief demonstration, he grasped the method swiftly and began to work with finesse, deftly handling pots and pans. Before long, the kitchen was enveloped in a tantalizing aroma. In a short while, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the table, comprising 6 dishes and a soup, all visually appealing and flavorful. They sat around the table, savoring the delicious meal while leisurely watching television, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Outside, however, the ninja was far less fortunate. Forced to endure the bitter cold while merely smelling the enticing scents wafting from within, gnawing on his meager rations. Oh dear, I must apologize. There is only one bed here. How about this? I shall take the bed and you two can make do on the floor, Tianyun said solemnly, glancing at the lone bed in the room. The other two exchanged a glance and simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. The capsule room was already cramped, the limited space evident as they regarded Tianyun with blank expressions, clearly displeased with his proposal. Well, it seems we must all squeeze together, however. We shall need to take turns keeping watch, Tianyun sighed, scratching his head in resignation before suggesting a solution. Thus, the three decided to determine the watch order by playing rock, paper, scissors. Predictably, Tianyun was fortunate enough to be the first on watch. As he observed the other two comfortably sprawled on the bed, he sighed, inwardly lamenting, I can't believe it's me again. With that, he silently turned away and trudged out of the room. Upon exiting, Tianyun did not pause but instead made his way directly outside. In this unfamiliar environment, safety reigned supreme. He resolved to set up a series of traps around the house to thwart any potential threats. Tianyun retrieved a collection of spoils from his own space. Artifacts seized from wandering ninjas, encompassing an array of peculiar tools and weapons. He meticulously examined these treasures, contemplating how to ingeniously arrange them into traps. After considerable effort, Tianyun successfully established a complex perimeter of traps encircling the dwelling. Some traps lay concealed within the underbrush, others dangled from branches, while some were buried beneath the earth, ready to unleash unpredictable consequences upon activation. As he completed the final arrangements, time had quietly slipped away. Darkness enveloped the entire forest as night fell. Chapter 50. Sky Dance. Tianyun reclined against a grand tree, gazing up at the star-studded sky, a wave of long-lost tranquility washing over him. It had been ages since he beheld such a celestial display. I haven't seen this many stars in a long time, he murmured to himself. In his previous world, during his childhood, he often marveled at the twinkling stars above, each shimmering point representing countless dreams and hopes. Yet, as he grew older, his fascination with the night sky faded. This decline was not due to the burdens of work, but rather his immersion in video games and anime, causing him to overlook the beauty surrounding him. In this fast-paced era, who has the leisure to pause amidst the hustle and bustle of life to quietly contemplate the stars? The following morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Upon waking, Tianyun and his companions were astonished to discover that the house they had occupied the previous night had transformed into a small capsule, almost weightless in their hands. The trio continued their journey towards their destination, encountering no ambushes along the way. This was largely due to the fact that they had traversed a different path, emerging directly behind their would-be ambushers. Wasn't there supposed to be an ambush? Where is everyone? Just a few traps remain, Qianshouhu remarked, scratching his head in confusion as he surveyed a box of scrolls and the disassembled traps around them. Of course, they must have laid their ambush along our original route. And you led us astray, allowing us to slip past them unnoticed, Tianyun replied. However, it is indeed peculiar that there are no guards present. After tossing the box into a spatial dimension, Tianyun scanned the surroundings, noting that they were alone. Logically, this area should have been monitored. Yet there was no sign of anyone. In truth, the ambushers had previously returned to check on their setup, but upon discovering that nothing had been taken, they left. Meanwhile, the ambushers stationed ahead had noticed the absence of the trio along the designated path and sent out scouts to search the vicinity. Convinced the trio was hiding nearby, they decided to maintain their ambush. At this juncture, the three companions resolved to take a detour, for there are no rules on the battlefield. However, before they could travel far, they were spotted. The observer wasted no time in signaling their discovery. The signal soared into the sky, bursting forth brilliantly, prompting the concealed ninjas to rush towards its location. Upon seeing the flare ascend, Tianyun and his companions took flight in the opposite direction. Yet Tianyun distinctly sensed multiple chakra signatures appearing around them. He swiftly gestured for his companions to halt and remain vigilant. In that instant, figures emerged like phantoms from all sides. Their speed was astonishing. They were mere shadows flitting past, silently encircling the trio, constricting them within a tight net. The leader of the group, with piercing eyes, immediately grasped the situation upon realizing that the intruders had approached from the rear. The box had been taken by them. Although the situation deviated from their original plan, the captain contemplated that as long as they could ascertain the true capabilities of their adversaries, the mission would still be deemed accomplished. Initially, the strategy entailed a surprise attack on the enemy as they traversed the road ahead, allowing them to gauge their opponent's adaptability through observation. Furthermore, they would have the opportunity to assess the enemy's strength and coordination. Ultimately, if Tianyun and his companions could withstand their fierce assault for an hour, they would retreat. However, the unexpected emergence of Senju Hashirama disrupted all their arrangements. They had waited in vain for an entire day, yet Tianyun and his associates did not appear. Nonetheless, the moment had finally arrived to fulfill their mission. The captain's voice thundered through the air like a clap of thunder as he fixated on Tianyun, issuing the command to attack. Instantly, the hidden ninjas surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, their speed akin to lightning. Before they even arrived, shurikens rained down upon Tianyun and his companions like a tempest. Tianyun had already summoned his weapon, Autumn Water, from the alternate dimension, deftly deflecting the shurikens while simultaneously unleashing a water dragon bullet. The enemy swiftly evaded, and one ninja drew his blade from behind. Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, he created 2 shadow clones, all of which lunged at Tianyun with blinding speed. Tianyun could only perceive 3 afterimages and the glint of cold steel. Instinctively, he employed spatial teleportation to ascend into the air, utilizing the sky dance technique to soar above. He was certainly not foolish enough to engage them head-on. Instead, he opted to retreat, as the mission's objective was securely in his possession. The captain, who had been observing him, noted Tianyun's sudden disappearance and began to scan the surroundings in a state of growing unease. Failing to complete the mission assigned by Senju Tobarama was one thing, but losing sight of a living target right before him was another matter entirely. If Tobarama discovered this, his fate would be grim. Just then, he sensed a surge of chakra from above and looked up, only to be astonished to find Tianyun soaring through the sky unaided. However, there was no time for excessive contemplation. If Tianyun returned to the rendezvous point, their mission would be deemed a failure. He swiftly drew his sword, infusing it with chakra, and aimed to strike at Tianyun. Suddenly, Tianyun felt a formidable force approaching from below. He focused and saw the ninja converting his blade into a massive shockwave, hurtling directly towards him. Alarm bells rang in Tianyun's mind. This shockwave was immensely powerful, and should it strike him head-on, he would likely suffer severe injury or worse. He deftly maneuvered to evade the attack, but in that very moment, several more ninjutsu techniques were launched at him. He merely shook his head, recognizing the futility of ground forces attempting to challenge an aerial opponent. He deftly evaded several attacks, and, upon observing their formation of a barrier, he executed a swift teleportation to breach it. It was akin to the civilization of singers launching a dimensional assault on earthlings. Senju Hoko and his companion noted that all surrounding ninjas were hastily retreating, leaving only 2 adversaries to confront them. Gazing into the distance, they beheld Tinyunfei suspended in midair, occasionally besieged by ninjutsu from below. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 ninjas, noticing their distraction, launched an unceremonious attack. Senju Hoko, caught off guard, was sent sprawling by a kick, while his opponent advanced relentlessly, intent on denying him any chance to rise. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xia, having successfully deflected an assault, recognized Senju Hoko's precarious situation and swiftly employed fire release to drive back the foes, buying precious time for his ally. Chapter 51. A slightly soiled garment. As time was of the essence, Senju H swiftly rose to his feet, drawing a kunai from his backpack and hurling it at the ninja attempting to ambush Uchiha Natsu. The 2 quickly regrouped, coordinating their assault against their adversaries. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Tianyun deftly evaded attacks while occasionally decelerating, allowing his pursuers to close in before darting away in a flash. The ninjas below, incensed by such provocation, found themselves blushing with rage as they hurled insults at Tianyun. Ah, how lamentable it must be for them to lack the art of flight. Tianyun mocked the throng beneath, relishing their futile attempts to strike him, which brought him immense joy. What would typically require 2 hours to traverse, he accomplished in merely 1. Senju Taime, witnessing Tianyun descend from the heavens, quickly handed over a box before soaring into the air. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, a group of furious ninjas charged forward, encircling him directly below. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they unleashed ninjutsu attacks upon Tianyun. Having endured relentless assaults throughout their pursuit, every time they resolved to halt, Tianyun would take to the skies above them, lowering his altitude and speed, only to rain down his own attacks. In their moment of seething rage, he would vanish once more, leaving them bewildered by such audacity. Senju Taime hastened to console them, and after a fervent appeal, their anger was somewhat tempered. At this juncture, Senju H and Uchiha Natsu stood back to back, breathless and vigilant. Their bodies bore numerous scars from battle, and the surrounding landscape was marred by the devastation of ninjutsu. Despite their superior strength compared to most ch-nin, they faced foes capable of ascending to j-nin ranks. It was commendable that they had persevered thus far, albeit with their adversaries showing some restraint. Earth release, heart-severing technique. A massive hand erupted from beneath Senju H's feet, reaching for his ankle. Hearing the earth crack, he leapt away instantaneously, while Uchiha Natsu pivoted, plunging his blade into the ground. However, the underground was devoid of any presence. At the moment he turned, several shuriken gleaming with cold light soared towards him from the forest. In midair, Senju H began forming hand seals, and as he landed, a water dragon surged forth from beneath him, intercepting the shuriken aimed at Uchiha Natsu's back. Simultaneously, another ninja silently appeared behind Senju H, their blade glinting ominously as it swung towards his neck. Uchiha Natsu, witnessing this, executed the body flicker technique with unprecedented speed, instantly materializing behind Senju H, where their blades clashed against one another. It was evident that his body flicker had surpassed his previous limits. So swift. The opposing ninja could not help but commend in their heart, just as Senju H prepared to turn and strike in unison. Another concealed ninja lurking in the shadows would not allow him that satisfaction. Without hesitation, they unleashed a fire technique from the forest, clearly targeting Uchiha Natsu, forcing Senju H to abandon his original intention. As the hand seals began, the water release technique was summoned to fend off the assault. Uchiha Sia felt the searing heat behind him. With a forceful tremor of his hands, he repelled the opposing ninja. After a prolonged exchange, neither side gained an advantage, and both ninjas vanished into the depths of the forest. Standing back to back, they assumed a stance of heightened vigilance, acutely aware of their surroundings. At this juncture, their chakra reserves were critically low, and it was evident that their adversaries would not relent easily. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled down from above, causing their hair and garments to flutter wildly. Startled, they looked up to behold a blazing fireball hurtling towards them like a meteor, barreling directly into their path. In the face of this unexpected peril, their reactions were swift and resolute. They prepared to flee from the impending danger. However, at that moment, the ground beneath them began to shift ominously. With a thunderous roar, a deep pit materialized at their feet, and caught off guard, they plummeted into the abyss below. Simultaneously, the fireball dispersed in the sky, unleashing several razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the flames. As the flames danced through the air, intertwining to form a dense web of fire, the wind blades zipped through like lightning, swiftly penetrating the fiery net. The flames surged forward, engulfing the two in their embrace. Reacting instinctively, the pair employed the substitution technique, leaving behind only a piece of wood in midair, thereby evading the perilous chasm and the onslaught of flames. Yet, their crisis was far from over. As they re-emerged, the two ninjas who had been lying in wait sprang into action with electrifying speed and precision. They launched threads as thin as hair, resembling a spider's web, ensnaring the two with unyielding tenacity. Despite their vigorous struggles, the two were utterly trapped, unable to break free. Just as the ninjas prepared to deliver a fatal blow to conclude this life-or-death confrontation, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly pierced the tension. "Cease at once. They have passed." Upon hearing these words, the two captives, Senju, exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how they could have been deemed to have passed the trial while firmly ensnared by their foes. Not only were they perplexed, but even the two ninjas furrowed their brows in confusion. After a shared glance, one of them discreetly sensed something. Realizing that the chakra emanating from the captives indeed belonged to their captain, not a mere transformation by Tianyun, confirming the captain's presence, they released their grip on Senju. As the five regrouped at the rendezvous point, Senju observed a peculiar sight from a distance. The multitude of ninjas that had just encircled them now stood together, glaring at Tianyun with expressions steeped in fury. Tianyun, having descended from the air, stood nearby, casting a disdainful gaze upon them, though a flicker of caution lay hidden within his eyes. The other eliminated participants bore a somewhat disheveled appearance, making it difficult to discern who among them was the instructor. Senju glanced at Tianyun, noticing that he appeared unscathed, albeit with slightly soiled attire. In contrast, their own garments were tattered, and particularly, Hiru's hair was singed and curled from the flames. "Brother, could you possibly teach me that technique of soaring through the skies?" Senjuhiru, filled with envy at the sight of Tianyun's flight, couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Xia, overhearing this, cast a similar gaze. As who among them did not harbor a dream of flight? Of course. Once I master this skill, I can impart it to others without any fee. He replied. By the way, have we successfully completed the assessment? Senjuhiru pondered aloud, seeking clarification on their status. Chapter 52. The red umbrella and white pole on the other side, the ninjas cast furious glances at Tianyun. Haha, indeed, this assessment is merely child's play. Devoid of any challenge. Tianyun boasted with a smug expression, tossing his head back and disdainfully flaring his nostrils at the others, prompting an overwhelming urge to strike him. However, standing behind him, Senjuhoku could distinctly feel countless fiery gazes fixated upon him. The searing sensation rendered him somewhat uneasy, causing him to swallow hard. Why do I sense that those people behind us are looking at us in a rather ominous manner? It feels as though they might charge over and give us a sound thrashing at any moment. You should tone down your arrogance. Senjuhoku expressed his concerns to Tianyun. What is there to fear? Tianyun scoffed nonchalantly. I can fly? What can they possibly do to me? As he spoke, he deliberately lifted his foot to demonstrate that he had indeed left the ground. Nevertheless, Senjuhoku remained unconvinced and grew increasingly anxious. No, neither of us can fly. What if they really come after us? He exclaimed. Then you too can fend for yourselves. But honestly, you two grown men, how can you lack such courage? It's truly pathetic, Tianyun waved dismissively. At that moment, Tianyun suddenly felt a weight on his arm and turned to find Senjuhoku and Uchiha Natsu each gripping one of his arms tightly, clearly unwilling to let him take flight. Meanwhile, the gathering ninjas in the distance seemed to have noticed the situation and began to stir restlessly. Seeing this, Tianyun grew anxious, shouting, Hey, you two, let go of me. I refuse. Senjuhoku clung to Tianyun more tightly, unwilling to release his hold. While we're out here fighting for our lives, you just float over without a care, not even considering to bring us along. The memory of being pinned to the ground by two ninjas earlier made him grip even tighter. I promise, next time, just as Tianyun was assuring them. He felt a shadow loom over him as several pairs of shoes appeared around him. You're just a before he could finish. He was silenced by the crowd and taken into the small grove. As they sat on the ground, Senjuhoku and the others listened to Tianyun's summary, struggling to suppress their laughter. With his back turned to them, Tianyun spoke, and when he turned around, they saw the puffiness around his eyes. How absurd. Tianyun glared at Senjuhoku, whose face was flushed from trying to hold back laughter. Originally, they were supposed to secure first place, but due to this bumbling teammate, they had unwittingly taken a detour. The first place had finished an hour ahead of them, yet this fellow still had the audacity to laugh. Recalling that Senjuhoku possessed some healing abilities, Tianyun promptly urged him to administer treatment, as the deadline for the final assessment is not until noon tomorrow. They must spend the night here. Tianyun and his companions decided to forego the capsule rooms and instead opted for a makeshift tent. Xia. Make sure to tutor Hu well when you have the time. Otherwise, if a war breaks out in the future, someone who can't even read a map will surely meet their demise. Tianyun remarked, touching his face, where the swelling had significantly subsided, though a dull ache still lingered. Uchiha Xia remains as cold as ever. One can only say that the Uchiha clan is notoriously proud. By the following noon, when the last team was brought back, this round of testing came to a close. Only 3 teams succeeded. The rest either fell victim to ambushes or lost their way. This test made it evident that, aside from possessing a bit of strength, their overall performance in other subjects was abysmal. Senshitame, glancing at the report card, felt as though he were on the brink of hypertension. One team even went an entire day without food and, in the evening, attempted to forage for mushrooms, only to end up in the hospital. This was a profound humiliation. His student had been hospitalized due to mushrooms, and he would likely reflect on this incident with a sense of existential dread in the future. Are those vibrant mushrooms even edible? Answer me. There were edible ones nearby. Yet you chose to seek out the poisonous variety. Fortunately, the ninja trailing them acted swiftly. Otherwise, all 3 would have ended up lifeless. It seems I have been too lenient with you all, he chuckled darkly. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines as they observed him chuckling with his head bowed. This is the rhythm of impending darkness, Tianyun thought to himself, unable to suppress the feeling. Ultimately, they were instructed to return and write a 10,000-word reflection, and Tianyun felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Wait. Why are we still writing reflections in the ninja world? Upon returning to the gates of Konoha, A ninja who had been waiting for some time intercepted Tianyun. Lord Tobarama wishes to see you. Tianyun felt a twinge of confusion. It had been quite a while since he had been summoned to Lord Senju Tobarama's laboratory. Fine. I can go by myself. After saying this, he prepared to turn towards the laboratory, but the ninja interrupted. No, Lord Tobarama is not in the laboratory. Please follow me. The ninja took hold of him. All right then, Tianyun said, albeit with increasing puzzlement, and he followed behind. Soon, they arrived in a forest where the trees were exceptionally tall, far removed from any inhabited areas. The ninja suddenly halted ahead, turning to signal Tianyun to enter alone. Tianyun cautiously advanced, and before long, he spotted Senju Tobarama standing in a clearing. The ground around them was pockmarked, resembling craters caused by explosive tags. You've arrived, just in time. I have a jutsu I need your assistance with, Tobarama stated, sensing the presence of someone behind him, ceasing his contemplation to address Tianyun directly. What jutsu? Tianyun's instincts warned him that this was no ordinary technique. You will find out shortly. Go stand over there. As the impending attack drew near, your only task was to evade, even if it meant resorting to your spatial ninjutsu. Observing Tianyun positioning himself appropriately, Senju Tobarama nodded and spoke. In that instant, an alarm blared within Tianyun's mind. He was about to utter a word when he suddenly noticed several hands emerging from the ground. These hands were marred by cracks. And soon, two figures encircled him, one in front and the other behind. Mutual explosive tag technique. Senju Tobarama commanded, and in an instant, the two figures produced several explosive tags. Upon hearing this, Tianyun swiftly entered another dimension. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of explosions erupted, creating a violent detonation centered around Tianyun, with colossal smoke billowing into the vicinity. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, Senju Tobarama gauged the situation within the smoke. As the haze dissipated, he beheld Tianyun unscathed, standing within a crater, while the two figures gradually regained their composure. This is absurd. What enmity prompts such an assault against me? Tianyun seethed, casting a furious glance at Senju Tobarama, who merely acknowledged him with a fleeting glance before resuming his contemplations. Ah, my temper. Witnessing this, Tianyun prepared to unleash the 1,000 consecutive strikes to temper Tobarama's fervor. Chapter 53. Not allowed, not allowed. Senju Tobarama swiftly cast aside a scroll, which Tianyun promptly caught. Observing that his counterpart made no further gestures, he eagerly unfurled the scroll, revealing a plethora of scattered records detailing the myriad ninjutsu inventions by Senju Tobarama. The matter transcended mere ninjutsu. Before Tianyun could fully digest the information, Tobarama tossed another scroll his way. Alas, Tobarama, you are truly relentless. Tianyun mused internally. The sheer volume of knowledge presented was overwhelming. The scroll encompassed techniques ranging from the reanimation jutsu to water-release ninjutsu, even including secret techniques from other clans. I never anticipated that the reanimation jutsu and the explosive tag exchange would surface at such an early stage, Tianyun pondered. These techniques were typically believed to have emerged only in the latter stages of the First Shinobi World War, a time when manpower was scarce, necessitating the use of the reanimation jutsu combined with explosive tag exchange to turn the tide in battle. The premature emergence of these techniques raised unsettling questions about what new jutsu Tobarama might develop as conflict loomed. In the ensuing days, Senju Tobarama subjected Tianyun to an array of ninjutsu experiments, even devising a sealing technique specifically designed to confine spatial ninjutsu. With merely a scroll, a barrier could be established, albeit only for a few minutes before the scroll became unusable. Within this barrier, any ninja attempting to employ spatial ninjutsu would be thwarted. However, Tianyun and Obito could still return to their alternate space, which was a different matter entirely. What an impressive counter to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, yet ultimately of little utility. Tianyun scoffed, surveying the barrier. The necessity to be within a 2-meter radius of the target rendered it more of a novelty than a true asset. Is there more? Tianyun inquired, noticing Tobarama diligently inscribing notes. His curiosity stemmed from the realization that Tobarama had exhausted the supply of ninjutsu scrolls available to him. Tobarama looked up and promptly ushered him out, leaving Tianyun to grumble as he made his way home. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter emanating from within. Intrigued, he entered to discover Senju Hashirama and his wife joyfully cradling something in their arms, their faces adorned with smiles. Upon closer inspection, Tianyun found himself gazing at a child of perhaps 2 years, who stared back at him with wide eyes. The two locked in a moment of mutual astonishment. Ah, Little Tianyan has returned. This is Tsunade, who will be living with us henceforth, Hashirama announced. Noticing Tsunade's rapt attention behind him, he turned to Tianyan, gesturing for him to hold the child. Tianyan accepted her, and they continued their silent exchange of glances while Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This little one is Tsunade. Tianyan mused as he examined her closely. Big money, Tsunade exclaimed, reaching out to tug at Tianyan's hair, her laughter ringing out. Tianyan was momentarily taken aback by her words, but, upon glancing at Hashirama, he quickly understood. After all, Hashirama frequently assisted the impoverished, often coming to Tianyan for aid when funds were low. Haha, it seems I visited a few times too many, haven't I? Hashirama remarked, sheepishly scratching his head. As time passed, Tsunade was often accompanied by either Uzumaki Mito or Senju Hashirama, with Senju Tobarama occasionally joining them as well. There were moments when Tsunade would suddenly appear before Tianyan, extending her chubby hands to ask him for money. Tianyan was well aware that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Senju Hashirama behind the scenes. On that particular day, Tianyan and his companions were, as usual, preoccupied with their training in the training grounds. Senju H suddenly recalled something his father had mentioned and curiously inquired of Tianyan. Tianyan, I heard that Lord Hashirama's granddaughter has returned to Konoha. Is that true? Tianyan, perched upon a tree and wholly absorbed in studying the scroll that Senju Tobarama had bestowed upon him, which contained profound ninjutsu, replied without lifting his gaze, indeed. Instantly, a vision of a beautiful and noble woman filled Senju H's mind, one who had been conferred the title of princess by the daimyo. She must possess both a resplendent appearance and dignified demeanor, akin to the legendary Athena. She must be truly magnificent. I long to meet her. Senju H expressed with eager anticipation. However, Tianyan rolled his eyes, scoffing at Senju H's thoughts. He remarked nonchalantly, Tsunade is merely a toddler of over 2 years. What are you imagining? 2 years? Senju H was visibly taken aback, incredulously holding up 2 fingers to confirm he had not misheard. Seeing this, Tianyan nodded affirmatively, confirming that Senju H had indeed heard correctly. Senju H gazed at his fingers before quietly moving to sit beside Tianyan. Young man, your understanding is still lacking. You should seek a bride from the Uzumaki or Hyuga clans. Just think of those 2 clans. They are teeming with stunning beauties. While perusing the scroll in his hands, Tianyan casually replied to Senju H. Upon hearing Tianyan's words, Senju H felt a flicker of interest. He recalled the strikingly beautiful women he had encountered from the Uzumaki clan, which indeed stirred his heart. However, the thought of one such woman being capable of shattering a stone slab with a single punch made his legs tremble involuntarily. He simply could not fathom how a woman of such exquisite beauty could possess such astounding strength, even surpassing his own in ferocity. Perhaps I should reconsider. I may not be suited for such a woman. Senju H hesitated, ultimately deciding to abandon that notion. Tianyan, witnessing this, shook his head with a sigh. Alas, you young ones never heed the wisdom of the elders. You will rue this day. Mark my words, there shall come a time when you will lament. Then, with a sudden recollection of his earlier promise to teach them the flying technique, Tianyan produced a pre-prepared scroll from his pocket and handed it to Senju H and Uchiha Natsu. Seeing this, Senju H eagerly reached out to accept the scroll, hastily unrolling it to examine its contents. Is this the ninjutsu that allows one to soar through the skies? He inquired with palpable excitement. Tianyan smiled and nodded, affirming that it was indeed the sky dance technique. Upon receiving this confirmation, Senju became even more exhilarated, meticulously studying the inscriptions and illustrations on the scroll. He could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with this extraordinary ninjutsu. At that moment, Uchiha Sia approached, glanced at the scroll in Senju's hands, and casually inquired whether one could fly at any speed. Tianyan pondered for a moment before responding that theoretically, as long as one's chakra and body could withstand it, there were no limits to the speed of flight. After all, this was a product of the system, and its quality was undoubtedly assured. Uchiha Sia, reflecting on Tianyan's words, nodded thoughtfully before turning to depart. After falling several times, Uchiha Sia finally mastered the sky dance technique. Chapter 54. The Technique of Water Release. Mouth water eruption, he gracefully leaped into the air, floating and gliding slowly. However, as he hovered aloft, his body swayed slightly, indicating his lack of proficiency. Observing this, Senju soared in front of him, circling around him. In terms of control, Senju evidently surpassed Uchiha in skill. He effortlessly manipulated his flight direction and speed, traversing the sky with joyous ease. You might want to give it a try controlling your flight while releasing ninjutsu, Tianyun suggested, noticing that he had become somewhat accustomed to the technique. Upon hearing this, Senju promptly began to form hand seals, but as he completed just one seal, he abruptly halted midair and began to plummet downward. Fortunately, he quickly executed the sky dance technique, averting a fall to the ground. Tianyun silently retrieved a small notebook, meticulously recording the events that had just unfolded. Uchiha Kaka landed beside him, wearing an expression of exasperation, as if silently chastising Tianyun for his mischievousness. Sensing Kaka's gaze, Tianyun awkwardly cleared his throat twice and hastily explained. Ahem, this is crucial intelligence, and besides, Senju possesses remarkable resilience. He's hardly afraid of falling. With that, Tianyun tucked the notebook away, as if wary of Uchiha Kaka glimpsing its contents. Just then, Senju descended from the air, opening his mouth to utter something. Quick as a flash, Tianyun produced a scroll from his space and, as Haku landed, thrust the scroll into his hands. Here, this is a hard-earned ninjutsu scroll. You must study it diligently. I have high expectations for you. Go for it, young lad. Tianyun spoke at lightning speed, not allowing Senju a moment to respond, unleashing a torrent of words. Confused, Senju accepted the scroll, his mind still grappling with the situation. However, he quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. His voice carried a hint of hesitation, as if surprised by the unexpected gift. What was I going to say earlier? Never mind. Senju pondered briefly about his earlier thought but soon found his mind consumed by the ninjutsu contained within the scroll, abandoning his previous contemplation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaka turned away, covering his face, clearly preferring to distance himself from Senju. Internally, he muttered, this guy is truly perplexing. Tianyun glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky, noting its early position, and proposed, let us go get something to eat. There is nothing pressing at the moment. Upon hearing the mention of food, Senju eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He swiftly stowed the scroll away and responded without hesitation, let us go. Though Uchiha Kaka remained silent, he quietly followed behind, evidently agreeing with Tianyun's suggestion. Just as the trio prepared to leave the training ground, a ninja suddenly appeared before them. The ninja approached Tianyun directly, conveying a message from Uzumaki Mido, urging him to return immediately. Tianyun hesitated briefly before addressing Senju and Uchiha Natsu, instructing them to wait there. If I am not back in time, you may go ahead and eat without me. I shall cover the bill. With that, he turned and jogged toward Uzumaki Mido's location. As he ran, an ominous sense of foreboding enveloped him. He was uncertain why Mido required his presence so urgently. Upon bursting into the room, he spotted Uzumaki Mido, who was holding Tsunade, evidently having awaited him for some time. Surely, she does not expect me to care for a child? Tianyun mused internally, feeling a wave of anxiety at the prospect. After all, children are notoriously challenging to look after, especially those newly taking their first steps. A moment's inattention could see them darting off like wild horses to unknown destinations. At that juncture, Uzumaki Mido approached with a smile. Tianyun, I have some matters to attend to today, and neither Hashirama nor Tobarama are available, so I must trouble you to look after Tsunade. With that, she entrusted Tsunade to Tianyun, offering a few casual reminders before departing. Tsunade blinked her large, watery eyes, gazing up at Tianyun with anticipation. With a resigned sigh, he lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the training ground. What had once been a solitary figure was now accompanied by a small one. On the other side of the training ground, Senju leaned against a large tree, idly kicking stones on the ground. Uchiha Natsu stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the direction from which Tianyun had just departed. Suddenly, a figure darted into view, and upon closer inspection, Natsu recognized Tianyun sprinting toward them. Natsu quickly nudged Hiru to draw his attention. Curiously, Hiru looked up and followed Natsu's gaze, his eyes widening as he beheld Tianyun, cradling Tsunade, rushing toward them. Is that the granddaughter of Lord Hashirama? Hiru exclaimed, his face alight with delight as he stepped forward, his focus unwavering on the cherubic child in Tianyun's embrace. The little girl was exceptionally adorable, with round, sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and a tiny mouth slightly pursed, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her plump cheeks. Hiru's youthful heart melted instantly, and he instinctively reached out a finger, gently poking Tsunade's porcelain-like cheek. At the moment his finger made contact, Hiru was struck by the softness of her skin, as if he could squeeze water from it, and it felt remarkably smooth, making it impossible not to cherish. Yes, they have business to attend to, which is why I must take care of her. Now, let us go eat, Tianyun declared. simultaneously securing Tsunade with one arm while firmly swatting away Hiru's lingering hand from her face with the other. Tianyun cradled Tsunade in his arms as they strolled into the distance. Surprisingly, Tsunade, nestled within his embrace, felt no fear. Instead, she playfully made faces at Senju Hiruzen and even mischievously spat at him. The droplets landed squarely on Tianyun's arm. Observing the saliva on his skin, he retrieved a lollipop from his backpack and offered it to Tsunade, which effectively ceased her playful antics towards Hiruzen. As the group entered the restaurant, they were immediately awestruck by the spectacle before them. The establishment was constructed entirely of countless transparent glass panels, resembling a vast aquarium. Through the glass, a myriad of marine creatures could be seen gliding gracefully, frolicking in a manner that evoked an irresistible sense of appetite. Chapter 55. Paradise on Earth in this establishment. Patrons revel in the splendor of marine life while simultaneously indulging in the culinary delights of their aquatic brethren. This remarkable restaurant is an endeavor of Tianyun investment. Tsunade, evidently intrigued by this unusual dining venue, scuttles about, her excitement palpable as she points animatedly at the darting fish, repeatedly exclaiming, "So much money." It is clear that she envisions exchanging these fish for currency, subsequently using the funds to aid others in need. Following closely behind her is Senju Hiruzen, vigilant and concerned, lest she inadvertently stumble. Observing this scene, Tianyun internally scoffs at Senju Hiruzen. "Are you two even planning to eat?" Tianyun impatiently calls out, glancing at the array of dishes already served, while the pair continues their frenetic exploration. With a resigned sigh, Tianyun strides over and lifts Tsunade into her arms. Yet, instead of wailing, Tsunade joyfully extends her finger toward the fish in the glass tank, babbling, "Brother eats fish." "Indeed, yes. We shall eat fish, right now," Tianyun promptly replies, gently placing Tsunade on a nearby stool and meticulously serving her the food she can enjoy. Upon seeing the meal, Tsunade delightedly begins to eat on her own. After their repast, with Tsunade remaining calm and content, Tianyun reflects that caring for a child is not as daunting as one might presume. As they proceed, Tianyun cradling Tsunade, passers-by cast curious glances, particularly the women, who are visibly captivated. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions approach, having just returned from a mission. They immediately spot Tianyun and Tsunade and greet them warmly. "Tianyun, long time no see. And look, isn't this little Tsunade? What brings you to be her caretaker?" Sarutobi Hizashi inquires, noting the little girl beside her. Tianyun smiles in response. "Indeed, it's been a while. They had no time. So I took it upon myself to look after her." Nodding in understanding, Sarutobi Hizashi produces some snacks and hands them to Tianyun with a smile. "These are for little Tsunade. I hope she likes them." Tianyun, observing their weary appearances, cannot help but ask, "Brother Hizashi, have you just returned?" "Yes. We just completed a C-rank mission. It went rather smoothly. We encountered no significant challenges," he replies. Their assignment, personally sanctioned by Senshi Tobarama, involved delivering appliances to the land of waterfalls. Along the way, they faced no formidable foes, aside from a few bandits, and not a single rogue ninja. Tianyun nods politely, expressing her relief. "That's good to hear. I haven't seen you in several days, and was quite concerned." Hizashi chuckles upon hearing this, striking a few playful poses. "Haha. There's no need to worry about us. We are quite capable." "Well, I won't keep you. You must submit your mission report. Farewell for now," he concludes, recalling the need to report back, and bids his companions goodbye as they turn to leave. As they walk away, the group engages in light-hearted banter, occasionally teasing one another with playful nudges. Tianyun observed the receding figures of his companions as he wandered the streets with Hiru. During their leisurely stroll, Hiru inquired, "Why isn't Sister Xiaochun with Brother Minyan? They seem to frequently appear together." Tianyun pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it is because they are exceptional teammates who understand each other profoundly." He continued, "Even if Hiru were a woman, I would hold no interest." "Are you suggesting you prefer men, Tianyun?" Hiru initially nodded in agreement, but upon hearing that Tianyun would remain indifferent even if Hiru were female, he felt an uncomfortable tightening in his chest, instinctively covering himself with both hands, his expression one of disbelief. Passers-by cast curious glances in their direction, and Tianyun, feeling the weight of their stares, gritted his teeth. "You can go die." Nearby, Uchiha Natsu discreetly distanced himself from the two. Since the completion of the commercial district, numerous merchants had opened shops, making it the most vibrant area of Kanahagakure, frequented daily by ninjas who had completed their missions. Naturally, The most lucrative establishments were the entertainment venues, where talent was showcased rather than bodies. What kind of place is that? Why haven't you taken us there? After the earlier commotion, the group arrived beside an expansive building. Hiru gazed at the distant, flickering signs and the bustling entrance, unable to contain his excitement. The building towered 7 or 8 stories high, each floor reaching 5 meters, sprawling across a vast area. Following Hiru's pointing finger, Tianyin saw the words paradise on earth emblazoned above. That's not a place for you. Once you become a chunin, I'll take you there for 5 days, Tianyin declared. Not wishing for Uzumaki Naruto to learn of his visit to such establishments, especially with Tsunade in tow, Hiru attempted to voice further thoughts. But Tianyin pulled him away from this place of potential scandal. At that moment, Tsunade grasped Tianyun's hand, pointing toward the structure, exclaiming, winning, how fun. You definitely cannot go there. Do not follow Uncle Hashirama's bad example, Tianyun replied urgently, pulling Tsunade closer with a serious demeanor. Hiru scratched his neck, lazily surveying the surroundings. When he spotted a familiar figure not far off, his complexion changed dramatically, and he quickly hid behind Tianyin. Once he had reassured Tsunade, Tianyin felt someone pressing closely against his back, trembling incessantly. Wait, I'm not in any trouble here. He turned to confront the person behind him, ready to deliver a decisive blow to illustrate why flowers were so red, only to find Hiru cowering behind him, his raised hand dropping in resignation. What are you doing? Why do you look like a quail? Tianyin wondered, perplexed by Hiru's sudden transformation from composed to quivering. Shh, there's a violent woman. Hiru hurriedly gestured for silence, glancing nervously over Tianyun's shoulder. What on earth is happening? Tianyin followed his gaze and turned to look. Amidst the distant crowd, a striking woman with fiery red hair stood out remarkably. Her figure was exceptionally alluring, and her beauty was undeniable. He then scanned the surroundings but found no signs of any violent woman. Slightly turning back, he addressed the timid Senju Hiru. Where is the so-called violent woman? Are your eyes deceiving you? Tianyin thought to himself that this young man might be beyond help and contemplated whether he should find a doctor for him. Senju Hiru cautiously peeked out from behind, only to recoil in fright as if he had witnessed something terrifying. How can you not see her? She is right in front of you. His voice was laced with panic as he tugged at Tianyun, urging him to move in another direction. Uchiha Sia and Tianyun exchanged glances, both perplexed by his erratic behavior. Chapter 56. To my surprise, I am the superfluous one at this moment. A woman from the Uzumaki clan obstructed their path. As the two were engulfed in confusion, the woman approached Senju from behind and gently patted him. How is it? Have they gone far? Senju, feeling a hand on his shoulder, initially assumed it was Tianyin and promptly raised his head to gaze into the distance. Upon realizing that the person was indeed absent, he let out a sigh of relief. You have no idea. That woman is a violent one. I feel she could easily crush a bull with a single blow, Senju lamented to the two, completely oblivious to Tianyun's meaningful glances. As Haku continued his animated discourse, Tianyin chose to disregard him. Just as Haku was engrossed in his narrative, a hand landed on his shoulder, and he sensed an overwhelming chakra radiating from behind. Turning to face the two, he saw Tianyun obscure Tsunade's vision, while Uchiha Sia shook his head and turned away. Haku felt his body being turned around, and the woman was smiling widely at him. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows lasting several minutes. After each strike, she would heal Senju before resuming her assault. Tsunade observed as the punches landed with palpable force, her eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. At last, she grew weary and finally relented. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naishue. It is a pleasure to meet you, she greeted the group gently. Had they not witnessed Senju brutal beating moments prior, they might have thought her a refined and genteel lady. Ah, I am Tianyun, this is Tsunade. And he is Uchiha Sia. Tianyin, still recovering from the shock of Haku's thrashing, quickly introduced himself and casually mentioned his companions. Brother, what is that? Tsunade inquired, pointing at Senju who lay on the ground. That is a human punching bag, Tianyun sighed in response. Upon hearing this, Tsunade prepared to deliver a few kicks. But Tianyun swiftly intervened. After some discussion, they learned that Uzumaki Naishue had been chosen as a bride for Senju by his father, essentially a strategic alliance. However, his father had not disclosed this to Haku yet, intending to wait until he became a genin. Supporting Senju, Uzumaki Naishue departed. As she passed by Tianyun, she whispered a few words. Uchiha Sia, observing their departure, turned to Tianyun and asked, what did she say? Nothing of significance, Tianyun replied, shaking his head, and continued to stroll leisurely with Tsunade. The truth was that Uzumaki Naishue had merely expressed her gratitude. He had only mentioned it in passing. The true saviors were Senju Hashirama and his companions. 2 years swiftly passed. During this time, Tsunade had initially insisted that Senju Hashirama instruct her in the precise control of chakra, an extraordinary explosive chakra technique that would later be known as tremendous strength. In simple terms, it involved the externalization of chakra, akin to Asuma's chakra blades. At this juncture, Tianyun and his companions were on the verge of graduation, poised to become Genin ninjas. Tomorrow, I will graduate, Tianyun mused, and then I shall embark on the journey of becoming a formidable ninja. In the restaurant, Uzumaki Mizuho gazed benevolently at Tianyun, cherishing one of the few joyful moments she had experienced this year. Recently, Senju Hashirama discovered that his condition had deteriorated to the point where performing ninjutsu had become exceedingly difficult. After a careful examination by Senju Tobarama, it became evident that his life force was swiftly waning. It was anticipated that within a year or two, he would succumb to death due to the depletion of his vitality. However, during this time, he remained as capable as an ordinary individual, albeit unable to wield ninjutsu. Tianyun had pondered the possibility of aiding Senju Hashirama, yet had consistently drawn ineffective items. Indeed, he was uncertain who would lead the upcoming mission. Upon hearing this, Tianyun managed a strained smile. The Ninja Academy had undergone reforms. Now, every team of Genin would be accompanied by a Jonin or a higher-ranked ninja. Previously, the majority of students were from various ninja clans, and upon graduation, they would naturally return to their respective clans under the guidance of their kin. However, the situation had changed. More commoner children were now being sent to the Ninja Academy, prompting Senju Tobarama to revamp the institution. From that moment onward, a leading ninja would guide 3 Genin, potentially comprising both commoner and clan children. This initiative also fostered greater integration among the clans within the village. After finishing their meal, Hashirama took Tsunade's hand, and they prepared to take a leisurely stroll. However, shortly after stepping outside, Tsunade dashed back in, approaching Tianyun directly. "Tianyun and I," she called out, blinking her eyes while extending her hand, gazing expectantly at him. "Please." Tianyun casually produced a few banknotes and placed them in Tsunade's palm. "You're the best, Tianyun and I," she exclaimed, turning on her heel and sprinting out the door, her voice ringing with excitement. Uzumaki Mizuho chuckled softly, shaking her head. The dynamic between Tsunade and Tianyun was truly unique. Whenever Tsunade desired something or found herself short on funds, she would not solicit anyone else but would always turn to Tianyun, who unfailingly obliged her requests. "I wonder if I'll be in the same class as Hiruzen tomorrow," Tianyun mused while seated on a bench. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Uzumaki Mizuho refrained from interrupting his thoughts. The following day, Senju Hiruzen arrived as usual, sporting a cheeky grin, though he had started to mature. While he still paled in comparison to Uchiha Izumi in terms of looks, he had developed a certain charm. Engaged in conversation with Uchiha Izumi, the two soon began to exchange playful banter. Tianyun, observing them from the sidelines, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding wash over him. Before long, Senju Taimai entered, holding a list, and the previously boisterous classroom fell silent. "Congratulations, everyone, on becoming Genin. Shortly, a leading ninja will call out the names on the list to escort you away," Senju Taimai announced before departing. One by one, the waiting ninjas entered to call out the names from their lists. Teams began to leave, and soon a ninja adorned with the Senju clan emblem entered, accompanied by another individual. The trio turned their gaze, and the individual in question was none other than the fiancée of Senju, Uzumaki Natsuki. The frown that had initially creased Tianyun's brow unfurled upon her sight. "Very well, it appears I am superfluous." Indeed. The ninja called out the names of Senju and Uchiha Sia. The two initially beamed with joy, grateful for their fortunate pairing. However, upon hearing the conclusion of Uchiha Sia's name, silence enveloped them. They exchanged bewildered glances before turning towards Tianyun. Before they could articulate a response, Tianyun spoke first. "You both may proceed. I have my own destination. Take care." The two nodded solemnly in acknowledgement and subsequently departed the classroom with the leading ninja. Shortly thereafter, the classroom was left in solitude, with him seated there all alone. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air pierced the silence as Tianyun slightly tilted his head, feeling a shuriken graze past his hair and embed itself into the desk. Chapter 57. The Dark Division. A slip of paper was still tied to it. Tianyun removed it and opened it, revealing a simple message: "Come to the old place." He incinerated the note and made his way to the forest where Senju Tobarama had once instructed him to practice detonating seals. Senju Tobarama had been waiting here for quite some time, and Tianyun's figure materialized behind him. I have decided to establish a special division. Henceforth, you shall carry out your missions within this department. Senju Tobarama's expression remained as stoic as ever. Understood. Upon hearing this, the term Dark Division immediately sprang to Tianyun's mind. This was a department founded during Senju Tobarama's tenure, tasked with executing specialized missions and monitoring the Uchiha clan. It was an elite unit of ninjas specifically designated for the Hokage, comprising individuals skilled in unique jutsu or possessing exceptional abilities in certain areas. Naturally, not all within were formidable. Some bore only the strength of a ch-nin. In the latter stages of the Great War, the Dark Division was emulated by other ninja villages, as they sought to replicate whatever Konoha possessed. Your situation is unique, therefore, I will not assign you any teammates. You may find yourself executing missions alone. Senju Tobarama turned to gaze intently at Tianyun. The space-time jutsu granted him the ability to come and go without a trace. And having teammates would only hinder his agility. That is acceptable. Tianyun felt indifferent. Possessing space-time jutsu, he realized that having teammates could potentially complicate matters, as they might require his assistance. Thus, the absence of teammates would, in fact, render his tasks less burdensome. It could be said that their thoughts were remarkably aligned. Very well, await further instructions. Should a mission arise, I will summon you. With that, Senju Tobarama issued a dismissal. Tianyun said nothing and promptly turned to leave. In the ensuing days, he felt as though he had been forgotten. His time was spent either wandering with Tsunade or accompanying her on various excursions. While Senju and the others returned from their missions, he received no updates concerning his own. Until now, Tianyun was preparing to take Tsunade out for a day of fun. Brother Tianyun, where are we going to play today? Tsunade exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she grasped his hand. I'm not sure, Tianyun pondered, realizing that they had already explored all the enjoyable spots in Konoha. The majority of Konoha still consisted of dense forests, leaving little in the way of entertainment. And he found himself momentarily at a loss. As he opened the door, he nearly collided with Senju Tobarama, who stood at the entrance. Great uncle, Tsunade exclaimed, leaping up to wrap her arms around his neck, effectively hanging from him. Little Tsunade, I have matters to discuss with Tianyun. Why don't you go off and entertain yourself for a while? A smile graced Senju Tobarama's face as he ruffled Tsunade's hair. All right, Tsunade nodded, releasing her grip and bidding Tianyun farewell as she skipped away. However, they could still see her little head peeking around the corner, watching them intently. Senju Tobarama exchanged a knowing glance with Tianyun, and the two of them vanished in a flash of body flicker technique. Once Tsunade realized they had disappeared, she stomped her foot in frustration. This is the mission brief. Peruse it at your leisure. Additionally, here are your attire and mask. In the future, upon encountering other members of the Umbu, one must refer to them solely by their code names, and you too are required to devise a code name for yourself. Senju Tobarama led him to an expansive underground chamber, which housed numerous rooms, including a training ground. It is evident that this place has been established for quite some time. It certainly wasn't constructed recently. As Tianyun listened to his words, he surveyed the surroundings. The architecture appeared to have been erected at least 3 or 4 years ago, suggesting that Senju Tobarama had contemplated the formation of the Umbu long ago. As for the code name, let us call it Old Six. Tianyun accepted the clothing and mask he was offered, noting it was a fox mask, and promptly proclaimed his chosen code name. Senju Tobarama paused, seemingly taken aback, and inquired, does this Old Six hold any particular significance? No, it's simply Old Six, devoid of any deeper meaning. 6 is merely my lucky number. Tianyun nearly found himself in fits of laughter at the question, but upon noticing the stern expression on Tobarama's face, he hastily elaborated. Remember to destroy the mission scroll after reviewing it. With that, he vanished in an instant. Tianyun shrugged, changed into his attire within his quarters, and donned the mask. He then proceeded to examine the mission scroll, which bore the name of an individual along with their address. Senju Tobarama suspected that this individual might be a spy and had tasked Tianyun with discreetly investigating, while also unearthing any other spies, particularly what intelligence they had gathered. The scroll further instructed him to refrain from acting impulsively once the task was completed. Ah, how intriguing. This aligns perfectly with my expertise. Though Tianyun may lack in various areas, when it comes to infiltration and intelligence gathering, he would confidently claim the top spot. Not even Korosetsu could rival him. Korosetsu would falter against any barriers, whereas Tianyun could access any location within this world. Even within Kagaya Otsutsuki's realm, as soon as she activated it. Tianyin could sense its position and traverse it with ease. Before long, he arrived at the target's shop. Utilizing his spatial abilities to instantaneously enter the establishment and boldly seated himself directly across from the target. In this alternate space, he remained visible from the outside while remaining unseen and untouchable. However, this spatial manipulation required a significant expenditure of his chakra, and with his current reserves, he could sustain it for merely 2 days. Days passed without any sign of irregularity from the target, nor did any suspicious individuals emerge. The shopkeeper exhibited no inclination to seek information or engage in any clandestine activities. He appeared to be an utterly ordinary proprietor. Each time, Tianyin had to retreat to restore his chakra while dispatching a shadow clone to observe. The notion of hiding in the shadows to monitor was impractical, given the bustling nature of the surrounding shops. Finding a place to conceal oneself for surveillance was simply unrealistic, as the shop was filled with shelves, leaving little room for concealment. After several days, Tianyun's initial fervor had begun to wane. Now he conjured 3 doppelgangers. One continued to monitor, while the other 2 engaged him in a game of landlord to pass the time. "Wait, shouldn't you split the 4 twos?" he remarked. "Besides, I'm on your team." Tianyin observed as the first doppelganger laid down 4 twos and couldn't help but inquire. "Ah, my original self, I shall play as I wish," replied the first doppelganger, executing a straight flush. Tianyin felt an urge to eliminate him upon seeing this, as he possessed a 3-4 combination with 2 pairs of JQ, and he had just played a pair of jacks. Before Tianyin could finish his thought, the third monitoring doppelganger quickly interjected, having just pinned a note and was now preparing to leave. Tianyin disregarded the doppelganger and hastily manipulated the space to follow. Simultaneously, he dismissed the third doppelganger to review the recent memories. The shopkeeper had just slyly written a note detailing the locations where Konoha would soon commence operations. Chapter 58. A disparity among spies. Tianyin found himself at a loss for words. This endeavor was merely an expansion, without any intrinsic value. Naturally, one might inquire, "Tianyin, is there not an old man who buried numerous explosive tags in the Land of Fire?" Tianyin was indeed aware of this. Hence, many of these processes necessitated periodic inspections. Should any issues arise, they would incur a penalty of double the project cost, and others, aware of their previous mishaps involving explosions, would undoubtedly refrain from seeking their services for construction. As Tianyin followed his target, meandering here and there, he eventually arrived at a quaint general store. This individual possesses quite the vigilance, yet it proves futile, he mused, jotting down the store's name in his notebook before entering. In the realm of espionage, there are often myriad codes and designated locations for intelligence exchange. However, in this case, they lacked any such codes, opting instead for direct communication. Nevertheless, this allowed Tianyin to identify a spy, albeit one whose activities had been prolonged. The 2 exchanged minimal dialogue. The man rummaged through the shelves, inspecting an item. Noticing that it had not been touched in quite some time, he returned both the note and the item to its original place. Subsequently, he repeated the action, casually picking up another item, settling the bill, and departing. Tianyin instructed his shadow clone to follow the man while he remained behind to continue observing the shopkeeper. As night enveloped the surroundings, the shopkeeper seized the opportunity to retrieve the note while restocking the shelves. Quietly, Tianyin trailed him, watching as the shopkeeper stealthily returned to his room, producing a small box. Given the commercial district's architecture, with plumbing running beneath the floors, constructing a hidden chamber was evidently out of the question. The surrounding buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion. Any irregularities would be readily apparent. Upon opening the box, the shopkeeper revealed a collection of letters. Once the coast was clear, Tianyin employed his spatial abilities to extract the correspondence. Upon inspection, he discovered the contents were rather trivial. Information regarding feuds between certain clans, patrol schedules, and personnel configurations. It was noteworthy that the barriers in Konoha had recently undergone reforms. Ever since Tianyin inadvertently mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique, Senju Tobarama had resolved to incorporate this functionality into the barriers, allowing for constant surveillance of every corner of Konoha, save for the women's bathhouse and restrooms. Among the letters, the most significant detail pertained to the return of Tsunade's parents 2 years prior. However, an unexpected find emerged. One letter detailed a hotel owner suspected of being a spy from another hidden village. It meticulously outlined discussions between him and another individual regarding how to ascertain the location of Konoha's research facility. Contemplating the letter's contents, Tianyin decided to investigate further. The research facility referenced was established after Tianyun expended considerable resources to recruit inventors from various nations, tasking them with creating innovations. For the sake of security, a dedicated laboratory had been erected, and a substantial portion of the electrical devices emerging from the consortium had been conceived by the individuals within. In the ensuing 4 months, Tianyun gradually confirmed the identities of over a dozen spies, with yet another 20 still unverified. Gazing at the lengthy list before him, his pride was palpable. But wait, am I not supposed to be rewriting the narrative? Why has it turned into a spy saga? Tianyun shook his head in bewilderment. Nonetheless, this list represents a considerable investment of my efforts. He scrutinized the names and the accompanying intelligence meticulously once more. However, upon spotting 2 spies from the Takigakure, he felt a twinge of discomfort. While he was not surprised to find spies from other hidden villages, given their shared affiliation with the 5 great hidden villages, he pondered their strategic intentions or the whereabouts of their jinchuriki. Yet, what purpose did Takigakure serve in dispatching spies to Konohagakure, especially after having suffered significant losses? It seemed they had little grasp of their own diminished strength. Regrettably, he had not uncovered any shinobi spies. It was understandable. These ordinary spies could infiltrate with relative ease. But the intelligence they garnered was exceedingly limited. To alter the tide of battle or to ascertain the location of an enemy's jinchuriki, more sophisticated espionage was required. Information regarding strategic deployments necessitated the involvement of shinobi spies, who were typically elite J-nin or special J-nin, qualified to access such sensitive data. Clearly, such operatives could not be inserted into the current scenario. Given that the atmosphere in Konohagakure was peaceful, most of the J-nin present were from various clans or well-acquainted civilian shinobi. With no war currently erupting, there were fewer war orphans to exploit. Just as Orochimaru had embedded Kabuto into Konohagakure post-war, when the original parents of the replacements had perished, it was easier to go unnoticed as long as one bore a semblance in appearance. Tianyun presented the list and intelligence to Shinji Tobarama, who, upon reviewing the lifelike portraits of the spies, remarked on their impressive quality. Do you think the platinum printer earned its name for nothing? Tianyun remained silent, patiently awaiting Tobarama's assessment. Do you think we should eliminate these spies? Tobarama inquired after perusing the list and the gathered intelligence. Certainly, we ought to keep them. If we eliminate them, they will merely send others in their stead. It is far more advantageous to manage the known threats rather than contend with the unknown. Tianyun replied without hesitation. Even if it came to execution, he intended to extract every last bit of value from them. Very well. You have worked hard these past few months. Take a few days to rest. I will notify you when new tasks arise, Tobarama concluded. Already formulating a plan to ensnare the leaders of the 4 great hidden villages, aiming to exacerbate their relations. After all, once Shinji Hashirama was no more, there was a considerable likelihood that these ninja villages would unite in an assault against Konohagakure. Now, let them foster a greater rift, which can be seen as a preparation for the future. Tianyun joyfully ran home, and upon entering, Tsunade immediately spotted him. She hastily set down what she was holding and rushed over to embrace him. Tianyun, why have you returned so late? Were you on a mission? Tianyun gently disentangled himself from Tsunade's embrace and replied, It's always like this after a mission. Tsunade stood on the ground, extending her hand towards him, while Tianyun looked at her with a hint of confusion. Upon their return from the mission, they were accustomed to bringing back gifts. Tsunade pointed towards the toys and snacks behind her, indicating what they had brought. Naturally, it was the likes of Shinji Hashirama and Saratobi Hiruzen who had accompanied them. Chapter 59, The Facehugger. Such trivial matters are beneath me. Consider this a token for you. Tianyun casually produced a stack of money and placed it in Tsunade's hand, signifying this was her gift. Surely, you did not forget to make a purchase? Tsunade smirked as she counted the bills, a hint of sarcasm lacing her words. All right. Shao Gang, let your elder brother Tianyun have a moment to rest, Vortex Mizuhito interjected as he emerged, gently pulling Tsunade away while discreetly checking to ensure Tianyun bore no injuries. Once satisfied with his condition, he encouraged Tianyun to freshen up before joining them for dinner. Currently, Shinji Hashirama spent most of his time at home, with many administrative affairs being handled by Shinji Tobarama. After their meal, Tsunade insisted that Tianyun take her out for some amusement. Oh dear, Shao Gang, with your brother Tianyun around, there's no need for you to cling to your great-grandfather, Hashirama remarked with a chuckle from behind. Humph. Tsunade turned to Hashirama and made a playful face. Internally, Tianyun felt a strong aversion. He longed to simply recline and relax. Nevertheless, he was ultimately dragged out by Tsunade. On their way, they encountered Senju Hiru and his date. As Tianyan contemplated avoiding them, Hiru seemed to sense their presence and turned, spotting them. Tianyan, why didn't you greet me? It's been ages. I've missed you, Hiru exclaimed, rushing over to envelop him in a warm embrace. Vortex Naishue approached with a smile, greeting the trio, though Tianyan distinctly noticed her slightly disdainful expression. Apologies. I wouldn't want to interrupt your date, he replied. Hiru, undeterred, insisted they all go for a meal together, leaving Tianyan with little choice but to acquiesce. Thus, their party expanded to 4. As they wandered through the commercial district, Tianyan spotted Uchiha Katsu and his fiancée, Uchiha Muyu, walking side by side as if they were strangers. The moment Tianyan laid eyes on Katsu, an uneasy feeling washed over him. Just as he was about to turn away, Hiru called out, Katsu, over here. Look who's beside me. Upon hearing his name, Katsu turned, and upon seeing Tianyan, a rare smile graced his lips, transforming their quartet into a sextet. Witnessing the two couples reveling in their outings while he had just returned from a task, yet still had to entertain Tsunade, left Tianyan feeling rather fatigued. Upon arriving at the restaurant and presenting his membership card, they were ushered into an opulent private room. As the dishes were served, the dynamics between the two couples varied significantly. Katsu deftly peeled shrimp shells and placed them in Muyu's bowl, while Hiru unceremoniously tossed shrimp into Naishue's bowl, to which she responded with a gentle smile. Tianyan felt as though he was nearing fullness, but noticed that Tsunade had yet to touch her chopsticks. Turning to her, he inquired, for some reason, I feel as if I'm already satiated. Tsunade, sensing his gaze, looked up at him and replied, I don't know why, but I feel the same. Noticing her disinterest in the meal, Tianyan ordered a slice of cake and placed it in front of her. Tsunade took a piece and began to eat, offering him a bite. No, you enjoy it, he insisted. Not long after dinner, he found it difficult to eat again, especially with the two couples around him, whose affectionate displays were akin to an overwhelming feast of dog food. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Tianyan simply wished to return and rest, bidding farewell to a few companions, with Tsunade pouting as she trailed behind. Little Tsunade, forgive me, this is the last time. I promise to take you out to play next time, he said gently, ruffling her hair. All right then, Tsunade replied, noticing his weary demeanor, nodding in agreement. Upon returning home, he discovered the house was empty. Eventually, he found Uzumaki Naruto and Senja Hashirama sitting side by side on a swing in the backyard, gazing up at the moon. Tianyan restrained Tsunade, who was about to speak, and led her away to grant them some solitude. After escorting Tsunade back to her room, he finally reclined on his soft bed, succumbing to slumber almost immediately. In his dreams, he found himself aboard a spaceship, surrounded by an endless expanse of starlit sky. Countless beautiful women passed by him, and he noticed one extending her arms towards him. Succumbing to temptation, he approached her. Suddenly, her head transformed into a horrifying facehugger, leaping onto his face, engulfing him in a suffocating sensation as the other women's heads morphed into the same creature. Startled, Tianyan bolted upright in bed, surveying his surroundings and touching his face, relieved to find no facehugger present. A soft snoring sound drew his attention, and he turned to find Tsunade lying beside him, fast asleep. Rubbing his eyes to dispel any illusions, he confirmed her presence was real and shook her gently. Groggily, she opened her eyes and inquired, What's wrong? Have you eaten? Eat what? Why are you sleeping in my room? Tianyan asked, his expression devoid of amusement. I went to bed too early last night and couldn't sleep. You wouldn't let me find Grandpa, so I thought I'd come to play with you. But then you were already asleep, and I dozed off beside you, Tsunade replied innocently, placing the blame on him. Tianyan regarded her for a moment, then opened the door and unceremoniously tossed her out, turning back to lie on his bed, hoping for a brief return to sleep. Yet, mere minutes had passed when Naruto knocked on his door, a gentle voice calling from outside. Little Tianyan, it's time to eat. Don't sleep any longer. All right, coming. Tianyan responded, reluctantly abandoning his hopes for a nap. At the dining table, Tsunade turned her head away, clearly still miffed about being thrown out earlier. My apologies, little Tsunade. I'll take you out to play later. Additionally, a new shop has opened in the commercial district. I'll take you there to shop, Tianyan reassured her, patting her head. Upon hearing this, Tsunade turned back, nodding enthusiastically. Ah, children are so easy to appease, Tianyan mused to himself, pleased with her agreement. I plan to buy a plethora of items, and you can toss them to me. Kushina contemplated in her heart the prospect of indulging in a fervent shopping spree, intent on depleting Tianyan's wallet. However, her musings were entirely misplaced. With Tianyan's wealth, even the acquisition of the commercial district would pose no challenge, provided the shop owners were amenable to selling. Before long, Senju Hashirama and his companions arrived at the commercial district, as Hashirama was curious to observe the newly opened establishments. The shopping mall boasted 4 stories, adorned with banners announcing the grand opening, offering an enticing discount of 20% store-wide. Upon entering, the group discovered that the first floor was dedicated to infant formula and toys, while the purpose of the second floor remained a mystery. This mall, of course, was owned by Tianyan, who had also come to assess the state of his business. Chapter 60. Young Jiraiya since last year. He and Senju Tobarama proposed support for small clans, as long as the total number of individuals within the clan is fewer than 100. Each birth would entitle them to receive 1 million ryo annually until the child reaches the age of 12. However, this initiative is exclusively available to clans possessing bloodline limits, such as the Akimichi and the Uzumaki. Should a clan initially have fewer than 100 members, any subsequent births will not affect the eligibility of earlier children. Nevertheless, other clans that make significant contributions may also be included on the list. Naturally, Tenyu would not engage in philanthropy without ulterior motives. Hence the establishment of a marketplace dedicated to selling infant supplies. Previously, the raised dairy cows proved immensely beneficial as he began to promote the advantages of powdered milk and its ability to better care for mothers post-delivery. Selling a can of this all-natural, pollution-free milk powder for 1,000 ryo seems reasonable, does it not? With prices categorized into low, medium, and high, each tier more expensive than the last. This is the principle of you get what you pay for. Additionally, various educational toys were available. Observing the bustling crowd, Tenyu nodded in satisfaction. What is the quality of this milk? Senju Hashirama picked up a can of powdered milk labeled as a limited edition. Glancing at the can in his hand, he found nothing extraordinary, but upon checking the price list on the shelf, he was taken aback. A mere can costs 10,000 ryo? Why not resort to theft? It is worth noting that the highest reward for a D-rank mission is only 50,000 ryo. While this can of powdered milk, weighing less than 2 kilograms, commands a price of 10,000 ryo. This revelation left him utterly astonished, especially considering that the most expensive bowl of Ichiraka ramen later on never exceeded 90 ryo. Tenyu, feeling a bit guilty, turned away. The group continued to browse, with Uzumaki Naruto curiously inspecting baby clothes. Senju Hashirama and his companion decided to explore the upper levels, while Tenyu waited below with Tsunade, thus parting ways. Tenyu found a place to sit, while Tsunade dashed into a bouncy castle within the marketplace. Moments later, Tenyu observed Tsunade atop a white-haired child, playfully striking him. He felt compelled to grab her by the back of her collar and lift her away. The white-haired child stood up, baring his teeth as he covered the spot where he had been struck. Upon closer inspection, Tenyu realized that this was none other than the future legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Tenyu apologized to him and even purchased a few items as a gesture of goodwill, while Tsunade pouted and followed behind. Tenyu shook his head and bought additional items for Tsunade, who reluctantly accepted them with a haughty demeanor. What is your name? Tenyu thought it prudent to inquire, as there was a possibility he could be the illegitimate child of Senju Tobarama, given their shared white hair. I am Jiraiya, and I shall become a powerful ninja in the future. Upon hearing Tenyu's question, Jiraiya raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, Humph, you can't even defeat me. And you claim to be the strongest ninja. Tsunade could not help but interject, attempting to dampen his spirits. Why you? Jiraiya turned around, glaring at her. But upon noticing her delicate fists and recalling his recent defeat, he swallowed his retort. Endurance. Tsunade had recently been studying chakra control and various medical ninjutsu under the tutelage of Hashirama Senju. Naturally, Jiraiya was no match for her. However, it was unfortunate that Tsunade had not acquired any other ninjutsu. Tianyan led the two to a resting area to enjoy some food, observing their joyous consumption. He distinctly felt a pair of eyes fixated upon him, maintaining a calm demeanor. He scanned the surroundings and soon discovered a pair of eyes peering at him from a narrow alley across the street. To his astonishment, these eyes were positioned merely a few centimeters from the ground, clearly indicating that the entity was not human. Without hesitation, Tianyan retrieved several comic books from his space and handed them to Tsunade and Jiraiya, instructing them to wait for him. He also created a shadow clone to remain with them while he swiftly pursued the mysterious pair of eyes. The figure evidently noticed his movement and patiently waited until Tianyan approached before turning to flee. The entity occasionally paused to ensure Tianyan was still in pursuit. After observing for a while, Tianyun dispatched another shadow clone to take a shortcut and intercept ahead. Unexpectedly, the figure came to a halt and turned to face him. The clone appeared behind the entity, forming a pincer maneuver. The being leaped vigorously against the walls and ground. Watching this shadow-like creature, Tianyun seized the opportunity to open two spatial gates, allowing him to traverse between them at an incredible speed. "Stop. I need to speak with you," Tianyun called out. The creature, realizing it was in free fall without a place to land, immediately begged for mercy. Satisfied that he had sufficiently intimidated it, Tianyun closed the spatial gates, causing the entity to retch on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a toad, piquing his curiosity. During this time frame, Jiraiya is still a child. Why would the Sage of Toads seek me out? Perhaps it is due to my influence, he pondered. Recalling his actions that altered the fate of the Uzumaki clan and the premature emergence of various advanced inventions, this led him to question the entity's intentions. Tianyun opened a spatial gate behind him, ready to eliminate the toad if necessary. "Hey, Toad, what brings you to me?" he asked, eyeing the still retching creature with impatience. "I am not a toad. I am a frog," the creature shouted, clearly agitated. "Very well, frog. What do you want from me?" Tianyun replied dismissively. "It is not I who seeks you. Rather, our esteemed master wishes to meet you. I am Frog Tiger, not a mere toad," the creature exclaimed while bouncing about. "Meet the Sage of Toads? Am I out of my mind?" Tianyun scoffed internally. An ancient being that has survived since the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki, capable of prophecy. Although it may prove futile, who knows if it possesses the means to eliminate me undetected? While he recognized that visiting would reveal the location of Mount Mayaboku, it would also expose him to the gaze of the Sage of Toads. Even if he could flee, he could not assure himself that there would be nothing capable of lethally striking him from a distance. After all, the adversary had presented the resurrection talisman of the Tsutsuki clan, and it would not be unreasonable for them to possess other formidable artifacts as well. Contemplating this, he unhesitatingly employed his spatial abilities to depart. The toad tiger gazed at the empty alley before him, momentarily stunned. "Wait, you were leaving just like that? Are you not going to inquire as to why the Lord summoned you?" The toad tiger hurriedly called out to the void, entirely unprepared for Tianyun's decisive departure, which rendered its carefully rehearsed lines unspoken. Memories of the words spoken by the sage toad over a decade ago resurfaced in its mind. Chapter 61. The Unseen Future. A motley assembly of frogs stood around an enormous stone chair, upon which sat an exceptionally ancient and colossal toad. This venerable creature was none other than the sage toad, Frog Maru, who had survived since the arrival of Kagaya Tsutsuki. With closed eyes, it spoke in a voice fraught with panic and frailty. "I can no longer foresee the events of the future. It seems to be shrouded by an enigmatic force." Upon hearing this, the other frogs were taken aback, engaging in a tumultuous discussion. It was, after all, the persuasive words of the sage toad that had led to Kagaya being sealed by her own sons, thus allowing them to escape annihilation. Now, with the sage toad declaring the prophecies void, a wave of terror washed over them. "Great Elder, how could this be? Is there no way to restore it?" Frog Shinzaku inquired urgently, seeking a solution. The other frogs turned their hopeful gazes towards the elevated sage toad, yearning for an answer. "Perhaps locating that unknown factor may restore our foresight," the sage toad mused, recalling a shadow it had inadvertently glimpsed. "However, I am unaware of who or what that unknown factor might be. You must investigate the events and occurrences of this year." Upon hearing this, Frog Shinzaku's expression darkened. The ninja world was vast, and how long would it take to find this elusive entity? "For now, we must send the majority of our clan into the ninja world to seek this unknown individual," he declared solemnly, turning to the many frogs gathered below. "From this moment forth, all adult frogs, save for a few who will remain, shall venture into the ninja world in search of this unknown person. Report back at the first sign of news." Thus, the multitude of frogs sprang into action, embarking on their quest. Among them were Frog Tora and another toad, who scoured the ninja world, quenching their thirst with dew and satiating their hunger with grasshoppers. For over a decade, they persevered in their search, only to recently suspect they had found the one they sought, whom they believed to be Tincloud. On the very day the sage toad was rendered incapable of prophecy, Tincloud appeared in Konoha, coincidentally discovered by Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. They began to observe Tincloud's every move, but for the past few months, he had been in a different dimension. They could only report back to the sage toad, who wished to meet Tincloud to ascertain his identity. This task naturally fell to Frog Tora. However, Tincloud proved unpredictable, catching him off guard. "How am I to report back to the Great Elder?" Frog Tora felt the seething gazes of the furious frogs from Mayaboka Mountain upon him. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out Tin Cloud that night to clarify matters, and if necessary, to plead for his presence. Meanwhile, upon returning to the shopping district, Tin Cloud encountered Tsunade and her companion, both weeping profusely, their faces awash with tears. Disdainfully, he distanced himself, but the two rushed towards him. "What is wrong with you?" he asked, astonished at their tear-stained faces. Tianyin disdainfully produced a pack of paper and placed it in their hands. The two individuals presented a comic before him, and upon glancing at it, Tianyin discovered it was titled Dark Bullet. Apologetically scratching his head, he realized he had mistakenly brought the wrong item. He had intended to show them Dragon Ball, but had inadvertently selected Dark Bullet. After the two, Senju Hashirama and his companion, completed their excursion at the mall, the group decided to depart. Jiraiya waved goodbye while carrying his belongings. Before leaving, Tianyin encouraged him, proclaiming, "One day, you will become a formidable ninja." "Yes, I will strive for that." Jiraiya nodded vigorously, feeling for the first time a sense of recognition from someone other than his parents. "Humph, just a little brat," Tsunade remarked, crossing her arms with an air of maturity. "Tsunade, one must never underestimate those with clear goals and perseverance. Every individual possesses the potential to become the strongest, yourself included." Tianyin smiled, placing a hand gently atop Tsunade's head, speaking softly. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she quickly pushed his hand away and walked ahead alone. A few days later, Tianyin approached Senju Tobarama's desk, where he found him furrowing his brow over a document. Noticing Tianyin's entrance, he placed the file before him, indicating he should take a look. As Tianyin examined the document, he noted the expenses related to the Ninja Academy, along with the troubling fact that most individuals exhibited little to no ninja aptitude. Many villagers had enrolled their children in the academy, rendering it a complete waste of resources. "What does Uncle Tobarama plan to do about this?" Tianyin inquired, observing a lengthy list indicating that 2/3 of the individuals lacked ninja talent. At this rate, even if Konoha were affluent, it would not thrive indefinitely. Henceforth, the academy will conduct examinations. Each student will have 1 month to familiarize themselves with the transformation technique. If 2 of them succeed, they can enter the ninja academy. Tobarama stated, having already devised a solution to the issue. Most individuals possess chaotic chakra within them, much like Li. Due to this chaos, it is nearly impossible for them to perform ninjutsu. The pre-examinations will effectively identify those without ninja aptitude, while the remaining candidates who pass will demonstrate at least some degree of talent. Furthermore, now that many Senju clan members have integrated into the village, we can expect a continuous influx of children with ninja potential. "I have summoned you for a specific task," Tobarama continued, producing a document and placing it before Tianyin. He set aside the previous file and picked up another one, which detailed a singular mission: to deliver the latest air conditioning prototype and its blueprints to the workshop in the Land of Lightning. The document explicitly noted the personnel assigned to the task, 2 jonin and 6 chunin, in adequate arrangement. I recall that only the blueprints were required. Why is there also a need for the prototype? Tianyin pondered, noting that traditionally, only the blueprints were dispatched for newly developed products. Furthermore, the items must be stored separately and sealed with a sealing technique. As long as no special hand seals are employed, the blueprints within will turn to ashes along with the scrolls. Although other factions belong to him as well, certain protocols must still be observed. In this particular mission, not only were the blueprints not separated, but an additional sample was included in the escort. Is this not an invitation for theft? Is this a trap for the other ninja villages? Tianyin gazed uncertainly at the documents in his hands. Indeed, the information had been discreetly disseminated, merely awaiting their arrival to seize it. Senju Tobarama nodded in agreement with his observations. Surely, they cannot be oblivious to this. After all, it is rather conspicuous. Tianyin appeared somewhat anxious. Hehehe, that is because you are aware of the specifications of the items being escorted, while they remain in ignorance. Moreover, your established organization has already harvested a significant portion of their wealth. Now they undoubtedly seek only to acquire the design blueprints, aiming to undermine us while simultaneously profiting handsomely. Senju Tobarama shook his head, offering a differing perspective.